Hi. Hi, how are you? The show will begin in about 4 minutes. Hi, how are you? The show will begin in about 4 minutes. Hi, how are you?
Horror games as Hello. Hi. It is I, Carl. I have returned. Y'all might have not been seeing me very often. Where's my theme music? Oh, chives. Much better, but not playing quite properly. Hello. Hi. It is I am Carl. I will give y'all like another, I don't know, 10-15 minutes to settle the fuck in. We have a lot of material to go through today. And it's not even the end of it, as you can see clearly by the part 1. There is details to be given to people in question. And by people in question, I mean people who aren't here all the time. Carl, where have you been? You haven't been streaming properly. Work. But Carl, where do you work? Can't tell you that. Figure out through context clues. But Carl, I want to be able to help with the process. Join the Discord. You can be able to suggest things to watch on Cringe Watches on Twitch. And if you simply want to request something specifically be watched, I'm going to start opening new tiers inside of my subscribe star links. And these links will also get you the platform position of a United Negro Cringe founder in the Discord. Granted, anybody who gives anything at all, including time and effort, can receive this role. But if you simply want to join the equivalent of what is a $5 club, there is a way to do so. But Carl, I missed you. I love you. Have my children. Give me your children. And in that order, aha, aha, aha. Bro, homosexual. How is everyone today? How are we doing? I am alive, and that's the best I can give you, okay? Currently, at this point, I am the brokest I have ever been in my life. By far, bar none. It is some shit that I am not comfortable with, and as far as I am willing to go on details, that detail is that I am so broke, I have a negative account status on my bank because I helped somebody with some things. It is what it is. Life sucks like that sometimes. No one's at fault except for myself. I shouldn't have put myself in this position to begin with. I shouldn't have been in such a position to begin with. I blame myself for not working harder. But not everybody can see things like this the way that I do. But that's why I'm me. I see things how I see. That's why you're here. Because you like to see things how I see things. And I like to see things unbelievably plastered. Except I'm Creole. And I can never get there. By the way, I still owe several of you, and by several of you, I mean multiple things, in terms of packages and requests and responses. Please claim those in immediate amount of time. Just send me a message on Discord and or Twitter. I will see it. Tag me in my Discord in the section that is appropriate. I will see it. And if you would like to be one of the people who is able to contribute either the resources for alcoholic beverages or the upcoming eventual at some point hashtag trade snark soon drunk podcast stream, or you would like to support the show, or you just simply want to buy your way into some pantaloons, the ways in which to do so are numerate and following, on which I will have on the screen here. Yep. For those of you who would like to support the show directly with your cash and would like to do pledges, we have the ability to pledge not only a monthly basis on Ko-fi, we also have an ability to do it on Subscribestar. I have been using, and I'm going to continue to suggest to you all that you use Subscribestar as your pledge source, namely because it is going to be an easier and faster basis than if you were to try to send me money through Twitch. However, this is also a viable option, but this is the one of, and then second of, fastest methods in which to be able to send me money. You can do that at, and I need to make a blurb for this, I will do this at, you can do this at, first, subscribestar.com/SinglePlayerCarl and Ko-fi.com/SinglePlayerCarl, all one word. If you have no idea where to find my links and would like to find me on other social media pages, I have a link tree with every single link that is available to you, which can be found at Linktree. That is linktr.ee/SinglePlayerCarl. And of course, for those that would simply like to press a button on a website, set it and forget it, you can always be able to either A, buy a sub through the first link inside of the chat in the low bar below. And you can be able to use your Prime sub as a methodology to support the stream. All of these are viable, all of these are acceptable, and all of these are very much appreciated. And if you just simply feel like sending a donation, should you just want to fuck around and do some shit, you can do so at the link that will be on the screen below. Or in this case, to your right. As soon as I log into it on my cell phone, and probably one of the most annoying methodologies I have ever seen on planet Earth possible to punish me for trying to see my own shit. I will take that off the screen for a second so that I don't show how to get into my account. Pop. Bada boom. Have the link now. Back to the screen. Boom. How? If you simply want to be able to send me money directly with absolutely no concern for what it is used for, the absolute fastest way to do so would be sending it directly to the PayPal, which also is linked to the Ko-fi. You can request and send. Please do not request money from me. That'd be evil. I'm broke. And in the future, I will have a better setup blurb to be able to do this properly. So this can be just like everybody else. But there's no such thing as professionalism here at Casa de Carl. Just Carl. Carl, all day, all the time. But not all night. I'm not that kind of man anymore. But I can be if you pay me. I'm gonna give y'all some extra time to flood in and join, because you can join in the chat by joining the Discord in the link on the top of the screen. Every versus chat is going to have the ability for the audience to speak and join in on the show, and this is effectively a live cringe watch. So pile in, you kids, you crazy kids. Get on the bus. I'm driving. I don't know why you're letting me do that, but I'm driving. I have almost everything appropriately I need here, with the exception of food, so I can be a real streamer. In the meantime, let's talk. How are you? How you been? What you been doing? You been booging your mama? How's your mama doing? How's your sister doing? How's your grandmama doing? It's been so long. I don't get to talk to you all the time. I've had to rejoin the workforce and be a working class Andy. That means I'll never be a popular streamer. Donald's angry. Hi, I know I waved. Alabastard, welcome back. Welcome back, Grandma Red. She's not a grandma. I'd say auntie. Auntie would be more appropriate. Auntie Red. Making morning coffee in the random car will kill her. That happens very often. You realize it's very dangerous. Having random Carls and not being able to feed them attention, clout, likes, and or sex is very dangerous to their habitats. They don't do well inside of captivity. Hello, Adam. Hello, Mitchell. Welcome back, Kaz. How are you? Ah, shit. Here he goes again. Yes, I do. Yes, I am. Here I am. Here I go. There I go. There I go. There I go again. Damn, what's my weakness? Women! With a thickness. I tried to swipe a fly, hit my glasses, shifted my arm in a hinge, now I can't close them. Oh no! Trumpeter, no! That does not sound Kino! That is terrifying, my boy. So, who wants to hear about my week? It's Deus. Welcome, Deus, my child. Why aren't you here with me in the chat? Right there. You should be here, so you can tell me about it. Also, my week. So, my methodology of getting employed was quite as simple as I went there and I interviewed them and then I had the job. However, the time period between then and what I've been doing since leaving the last position I had has effectively been working through some shit, as many of you probably have seen. There was a particular pin that I've had for a while now that I have replaced with the pin for this stream, which effectively explains where my mental stability is, and was at, and still technically is at, because it is good news. Not necessarily like it's bad news. You're on the clock, my guy, and his own phone calls. Can't quite, okay. That's fair. You too are suffering under working class Andy. But, I've been working through some mental things concerning how I feel about how I create and produce content. I always have been, but this video in particular put into viewpoint for some people who I could be able to elaborate it through exactly what it felt like, how it feels like, and what I've been doing in that capacity. Upon doing that, I made the steps to attempt to fix some of the things around me that I knew I had control over, but didn't necessarily have the resources to fix the way that I would like to. You know, when you want to do things in your life and you're not sure about how to do them, so instead of just bungling through it one mess at a time, you wait until you have the perfect answer. Yes, this is very much an explanation of how I tend to do things. I don't half-ass. I whole-ass. Okay? When I decide to do something and I have a vision for it, I start with the vision for the project. Then I execute on that vision. But between the execution and the thinking of the brainstorming, it is very hard for me to do things that are not visualized as a I do this, then I do this, then I do this. If I could paint the picture of point A to point B, between point A, there's plan A, plan B, all the way through plan Z. And then as we execute plan A through Z, there's steps involved. It's not very complex, but it sounds complex to people who don't think like I do. So, basically any person who's ever seen any Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock film, the fight scene where he breaks down how he discombobulates the man. Discombobulates the man. That's how I think. And when it came to, okay, I need to find a new day job. Because the math ain't math and math is Carl. You don't have to do some shit. I went to one of my local food stores and I saw that they had posters for applications, much like how this had been a thing for Young Kaiser. This had been a thing for how I.
Hey, how you doing? Hold on just a second. I'm just gonna switch to my mic.
Don't have to tell me.
Because this laptop mic is ass.
Okay. But I went there, saw that they had employment signs, and so I decided, okay, I will do the online shit, and I did the online shit. Got my call back for my interview. Went to the place, and I know because I live tweeted about this. Some of y'all might have seen it. I live tweeted about it, and I got there. But they could not interview me at the time because the store in question was very busy. There was only one person working on the shift, and it was the same woman who was doing my interview. About yay tall, some really messed up teeth, but a very nice attitude. However, I might have done this a little bit too good, because I'm pretty sure I made a near 45-plus-year-old woman swoon in the knees. That has come to fruition with some details told to me by one of my coworkers now, that effectively, I act younger than I look, which is not a shock to any person who's been in a stream with me. However, they thought that I was 10 to 15 years younger than I actually am. The normal, youthful appearance and glow of Carl. This confused the shit out of her. Because, as some people might actually not know, because they were new people to be in my audience, I've done sex work, and not like OnlyFans, actual sex work. The farthest I can describe it for you is as a bull and as an escort, okay? I did a thing where you hold eye contact with a woman, and you look at her left eye, then you look at her right eye, and you look at her mouth, while speak in an influencing, not intimidating, but arousing voice, while being yourself. Not unlike this. And I'm pretty sure...
I was about to say that explains some things, but alright.
I'm pretty sure... made her horny. I wish I was capping, but I'm not. I had to sit there for an hour, so I needed to ingratiate myself. You don't get a second chance to make a first impression, boys.
Of course.
So a man came in who was a customer, and he had no idea what he wanted to buy. And considering that this job is effectively food service, again, I will not tell you where I work. Figure it out through context clues. They're not very hard. I'm not necessarily hiding shit. Man came to the store to buy food. He had no idea what he wanted to buy. He was clearly either a first-time consumer of the product of this company, or he just was pressed for time. He had no idea what the fuck he actually wanted to eat. This is a very common occurrence for men. So, I simply begin to spit game at him in my customer voice, and I walk him into buying something that she is already in the process of making. But was one, saving her time, and two, demonstrating that I know how to upsell the shit out of the public. And it was very successful. She takes note of this, while also noticing that I still have to wait because she's getting slammed with orders in this restaurant. Once more people come in, because she was by herself on the clock, she started taking notice of my energy. And over the hour that it took for me to finally be able to be interviewed by her, she walked through the interview questions as normal. However, when I got to the point about explaining what experiences did I have in gratuity and hospitality in dealing with customers, and I explained to her some of the horror stories that I've talked about before from past employments, she was mesmerized by what I was doing. And by nature of this horniness, and also seeing a good hiring prospect alone, she gave me the job. Went through orientation, paid for time, compensation, etc., yada yada. However, the sexual tension remains. I'm gonna be honest. Not intended.
Because you can't escape the Carl effect, okay? What's that thing? What's that thing freaking Otaku D Freak has going on with Slicko? The Slick effect? Well, this is the Carl effect, people, alright? This guy's got it going on.
This is how it feels to consume Carl.
This is your brain, and this is your brain on Carl. Or let's call it single player syndrome. Let's do it. No.
Yeah. It doesn't matter
Anyway,
if it's single player or ultimate player. You are not immune to Carl.
Exactly.
Give Jay about 5 minutes with that. She'll make a shit post out of that.
Oh, definitely. But like, okay, first off, well, I can tell you're doing all right, but how are you doing?
Alive.
Yeah, it seems legit. You'd have to be. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna need to be because it looks like you're going on your Breadtube bullion grind set again.
I mean, I have a lot of things I needed to react to, and I don't have the time to find it on count of employment. Oh, yeah. It's a very weird factor. I need to have the ability to not deal with the stress of work, but at the same time, I need to find time for work.
Yeah,
I can't get away from it.
It's a weird dichotomy.
So,
like, part of you, it's like you need to, but also you don't feel like it, right?
Well, yeah. I've told myself and forced myself into my creator's promise that I will not do work when I am either depressed or not in the mental state to go in front of the camera, because it's not worth it for my mental health.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the problem is, much like the scenario that has brought me to have a negative bank balance, I can't turn down opportunities for money and then say, oh my god, what was me? But at the other chance, as you can see, we were, and originally it was 1 sub off from 1K, and now it's 3. We have slowly been making the effort to grow my channel, and I cannot grow if I do not post video. I know many of you may watch the Carl posts, and the Carl posts will continue, because it is effectively the other promise that I made myself. If there is not a video, and there is not a stream, there will be Carl posts for you to keep up with the antics that I'm doing on the internet. Either if they get posted in the 1-minute format that is acceptable for shorts, or they get posted onto all the other media platforms. That's the Instagram, that's the TikToks, both pages now. I haven't put a link in for the second TikTok page, but that's single lone Carl as opposed to single player Carl. And ironically enough, like before I had a fucking post go under appeal, both of those pages were on risk of being banned because that's how often motherfuckers report my shit.
I gotcha.
Or if you end up seeing them on Twitter. If I don't make a stream, like if I don't do a proper Twitch stream, if I don't do a Twitch stream, if I don't do a double rebroadcast using restream.io to the SinglePlayerCarl live channel at the same time that I'm streaming on Twitch, if I don't do a versus chat within the time frame or a month or a week, I'm feeling like every single week now that I have other obligations, it's a bit ambitious, but I can be able to find a way to do it. It's just that it's not going to be with the days of announcement of beforehand. It could be maybe a day or an hour or 15 minutes before it happens. To keep your motherfuckers on your toes. I won't be able to do them as semi-planned out as I would like to. So instead, if there isn't one of those, then one of these, one of those, then I will do those. And while that is a thing that I know there are people that enjoy it, my theme music is starting over. Turn that off for now. As much as I know there are people who enjoy those things, it's not the same as fully edited content, and it's not the same as
it's far from feature length, right?
Yes, or full length, or just thought content. Because there used to be a time that I would post a video every Sunday that was just simply me talking about a topic. That's going to make a return soon, because I'll have more time in which to think about things
Mm-hmm.
on nature of my days on or off before I go to work, because they're not really giving me a very impact high schedule, but at the same time, I just got a lot of shit to think about and talk about and say. Shit that I can't necessarily say in a TikTok, because you can't sum up my ideas and thoughts in fucking a minute or less. And I can't say it on TikTok even if it was in that amount of time, because then I'd get banned. I can't talk about real shit on the internet.
Because Carl's a bad boy.
No, I'm just controversial. And I'm controversial in a way that I can't be able to monetize yet, because I'm dangerous, because I think like no one else.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I understand. And honestly, I'm trying to I'm currently, because I don't think I've said this, but I've also made videos of my own relatively recently, and I'm I'm currently trying to figure out some ways to grow my own channel in the near future. Probably not right now, since a few things in my life are changing, like going to university. But yeah, I feel like at least at the rate you're going, you're pretty close to at least be doing better. But you know, keep yourself in mind.
Yeah,
That's
never know.
about all I could say.
Yeah, you never know when a breakthrough is, which is really the energy I've been operating off of for, I guess, this month. I don't remember when I made that TikTok, but I think it's been properly about like, getting close to a month now.
Yeah, about a month.
I just did not feel that I was making. Well, I wouldn't say I wasn't making speedy progress. Nothing happens. No matter how much I do on the internet, in terms of my career, somebody else's career, commenting on someone else's career, or assisting somebody in some way they want to. Also, hi, Fatal! You should join the chat in here. No matter how much work I do, watch plots never boil, etc., etc. But that's the nature of online shit, right? Nobody knows
Sure.
when someone's gonna blow up until they do, and then when some people notice finally, it's gonna be one of those moments where if they've never had that, which fortunately I don't have to go through that process because I have already been doxxed. Once a person has gotten to the point that they've gotten that level of notoriety, so like before you started seeing somebody like It's a Gundam frequently on something like Friday Night Tights. Before people saw him there, they were seeing him on his channel and seeing him talk about the insanity and craziness. And so before he started, just basically recapping things in autistic detail. But before people saw that, they were like, oh, who is he? Oh, he talks about things that happened in Cold War, and also Pokimane didn't like him. Same thing with Below Blacks. Same thing with pretty much any person who could have a commentary channel is even adjacent to the commentary community. But I've always been in this ephemeral position of I haven't really decided what direction I was going in. What was the word I used to describe it? I was following my content and going where it took me. So I don't necessarily have a genre or brand that I stick to. I just keep to my fucking self and I stay out of drama. And the only time when drama finds me is when I've said some shit that upsets people, and they're like, no, we have to cancel him. We have to ratio this man. I personally can't take that from him. And I somehow...
and then they find out you're a black man, and they're just like...
And it's like, oh no, he's got the race card.
I can't call him a nigga. I can't call him a nigga. I can't. I can't, but he's a nigga. He's a coon. He's a race traitor.
He's a regular ruckus.
Fucking Sambo, you zip tune whisperer, or my personal favorite, you negroid. What do you think you're doing?
Every time, I feel like every time a black creator like steps out against the mold and like talks about like the fucking problems, they send in these swarm of like brainwashed black consumers.
Exactly.
Like, for example, all you just hear is coon.
For example, right? For example, I believe, I guess going on topic, because we're going to be on the Breadtube bullying grind set. So like when the freaking Noah Sampson and Professor Flower shit was going on, and I remember like there being like I forget if it was him or somebody else, probably him, who was talking about President's Sunday and talking about how like weird and bad like what was it Flowers' mindset was in regards to this issue. It's just that I remember Flowers just sorry, Sunday. Fuck, these weird ass names start blending together. But like I remember this weird sort of accusatory attitude towards him, or maybe not from Sunday, but that's the vibe I got, right? Because it's like, oh, you're a minority, you're supposed to think this way. It's like, why don't you? It's like, well, there's actually some shit that's wrong with it.
Also, I don't suck dick.
I think I had that exact same conversation with someone who was a racist, and they were like, "You're a minority. You clearly think white. You would clearly think white people are." I'm like, "No, I don't. Some of my best friends are white. The fuck is wrong with you?"
Exactly. This is why that whole like not even really the Lamback shit, but the way that she portrayed Lamback was really weird because like all like not to say she deserves any of the harassment. Let's get that shit out of the way. But literally all that shit would go away if she just said, "No, we don't do genocide. That's the one line we don't cross." But she doesn't fucking say it. And I don't know why she just doesn't fucking say it.
She didn't rule out the option. I mean, we don't do genocide.
Oh, yeah,
but,
I could do some genocide.
It's like how when black man says, "Hey, yo, man, I don't fuck with that shit, but I fuck with some." I don't normally eat this kind of shit, but I don't know. This shit look kind of delicious. I might have to switch up.
Okay,
it's like when a white person says black people only eat fried chicken. We take offense to that, but if another black person says it, we'd be like, "Fucking true, preach, nigga, preach."
I saw a TikTok
if they were
from
actually
somebody
saying it unironically, right? Like, if it was a joke, I wouldn't give a fuck.
I saw a TikTok that's been spreading around this week of a woman who didn't know that she could eat the skin of a chicken, and she's eating chicken out of a Popeyes box.
Oh my fucking god!
Why? I had never heard of that shit, man.
White people, blanquitas.
No, it was not a white person. It was a black woman.
Oh wow!
Nigga,
wait a second, where's she from?
I don't know. From over there. I don't know where there's that shit out. Nigga over there.
From Mars? The fuck? He's fucking John Jonas.
It doesn't sound that crazy when you think about it. If you really, really think about it, because when do you normally see people do some things like what Cajun people do, like chewing on bones?
My mom chews on bones.
No, I don't mean like, oh man, I gotta get all the knuckle. Let me get that rest of that cartilage off the nose.
Yeah, she does that. She drinks the fucking marrow.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah.
You can do that?
Yo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I fucking eat the marrow sometimes, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Listen, I never never tried.
That shit is different, bro.
Really?
It's different. It hits different.
Like the closest thing to that, I guess, is like when there's this particular brand of like microwavable buffalo wings that I just really love. I think it was Murray's, like the same one that you would get from like French fries and shit. And like those to this day are still some of the best wings I ever had. I always just eat get all that shit, right? Just make sure you get all the fucking meat and shit from off of the bones. But I never thought I thought about eating the bones themselves, but I was all like, nah, probably not a good idea.
It's some shit that you slip up on and you're like, am I weird? Did I just not know? And sometimes be like, no, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know we were on that shit. It's like, yeah. It's kind of like Demon Time, but different.
I have been exposed to some shit as of late because I decided to join Discord servers from 4chan.
Oh wow. Oh my! So you must have some stories. You gotta have some fucking stories, man.
Is this related to when they banned fucking pedo as a word?
I don't know. Did they?
Did they?
I honestly, I don't know. One week they probably did. The other week they brought it back, and it's like you never know with fucking 4chan, man. I never set foot in that goddamn website.
never have I ever met like the most absurd group possible. And ever since I met 4chan Discords, I got into the server where one guy was openly saying rape is good and it's not illegal.
Oh my god! What the fuck, dude? You know that what was it? That one chick?
No. What makes it like infinitely worse is that he has like women on the server, and they're like, true.
Wait, what?
And on top of that, he's like rating the women on the server, and some of them are like actually hot, and he's like, this bitch is fucking ugly. Yo, she's a whore, and I'm like,
Okay,
that's ugly.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Wow.
No. So this is all right. This isn't a joke. Like this was some unironic type shit.
He doesn't. So, he is really out here on this type of shit.
Oh my god! What the fuck is going on?
This is when I thought that it couldn't get weirder. We need to return to Reddit just being a sex hub for porn stars to post their shit.
It makes it like infinite. Recently, you know negative XP, right?
I mean, yeah, this would pretty much be limited XP's explanation of fucking Reddit. There are multitudes.
God, really?
There are multitudes of sex Reddits that exist for women, specifically. Well, they're for men and women, but I don't look at the men not because I'm not with them shits, but because male Redditors are fucking ugly.
Yes, that is true. But
there are multiple Reddits where women will verify that they are real people just so they can get the dopamine hit of posting their bodies. Like, not because, oh my god, buy my content, but specifically, they will post their nude bodies. And there are multiple subs for this because, of course, they need to have one for the alt chicks, you need to have one for the fucking wallflowers, have to have one for
I don't know
the BBW, we gotta have some for the SBW, and of course, it exists on every spectrum, all the way to the fucking furries. Well, they will post themselves.
I understand that, but r/boy pussy be popping. I don't know, man. It be popping. I'm not gonna cap.
My god. But like
I'll take your word for it.
They have all these sex subs that exist, right? And it's basically like, oh ooga, ha 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 ha. And if you really just wanted some free spank material of actual people, you can find it. But I actually discovered, or I guess I rediscovered, one that exists. Let me do this at 7, because it's actually taking a bit to explain. 7:30. We will start this one. I found one featuring a woman who's making sex content by the name of Brianne Wood. Fucking statuesque. I think she's like 6'1", 6'2", something. Amazonian former military that just makes dumb fucking videos on TikTok and shit. But when
I heard this chick. I think
Probably.
I know who you're talking about.
Probably.
All I know is lean beef patty, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't think Lean Beef Patty had an OnlyFans, but bro, imagine how feral motherfuckers would be if she actually did.
Yo, niggas would go insane, and I'd be one of them.
Wow.
Yeah, as somebody who has never had who's never really been on OnlyFans, I would definitely say I know people who will, and I know people that would pay double.
Nigga, $4.99 to see some lean beef patty squished watermelons with her thighs. Yo, sign me up.
That is culture. That is the culture, right?
But yeah,
that is the way.
I found
that is the way.
I found her fucking subreddit because she was popular enough to have an audience. Of course, she's popular enough to have enough subreddit, and it was just like boom, new body. I'm like, whoa, shit, oh. I thought they could pay for that. And she's like, nope, here you go, for free.
I don't think you understand how many times I've been on Reddit and I've just been like fucking bombarded with like, what are you doing, step bro? Subscribe to my OnlyFans. I'm like, bitch, this subreddit don't have. Why is the woman posting on r/boy pussy?
No, like, dude.
I'm so serious right now.
You know, it'd be funny, right? If they posted down fucking, I don't know, r/Teletubbies or some shit like
That shit happened to me once. I was on r/Mordekaiser mains. And it was non-NSFW, but she's like, oh my god, 32F here. No, it was like 26F here. Who wants to play League of Legends with me? And then in the comments immediately said, subscribe to my OnlyFans.
I will download League of Legends right now. Just to even have a single glimpse of that coochie. Of a crumb.
I dislike the fact that I'm playing League of Legends simply so I can make your technology videos for people in the Discord. But yeah, I saw the shit and it's just like, no, she's just posting this shit for free, and of course she's using all the normal websites to repost your shit too. But she's like freely, well, it's not she's giving away everything for free. It's more like she's pleasing people with, you know, like these secret glimpses of the shit that she's posting on TikTok. But it's like, I don't know. She's fucking out now about it. She's like, she's not being dishonest. Like, it is what it fucking is. I'm like, oh my god.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad because it is what it is. I'm just like, yo, can you calm the fuck down? I want to watch videos of women getting face fucked. Okay,
I mean, it wasn't extreme is the thing. It was like, oh my god, it's refreshing. It's like having found a scene girl for once, a fully legit scene girl. By the way, the woman's name is Snowfox. You should be looking at her on fucking Instagram. Finding her was like finding an actual scene girl and be like, oh no, it's not a fucking girl tripping on BPD and ecstasy. She actually goes to Electric Forest to dance and be that ephemeral fucking manic pixie dream girl. My god! It's like seeing a sunset for the first time in the middle of the morning. It gets that nice little hue of fucking strawberry lemonade, and you can actually taste the crisp, fresh air of the morning. Or you can slowly begin to smell and feel the heat and musty mist of morning dew rising off the grass. I'm like, oh my god, I'm having a religious moment here. This is wild!
She's actually a scene girl, Snowfox?
Yes, Snowfox. I've talked about her before, but I don't think motherfuckers remember. But yeah.
She's really fucking... Oh, she's an actual fucking scene girl. She's not one of those like, oh my god, I dress up, I'm so scene.
Yeah. And it was the same thing fucking seeing Brynwood's content. And of course, she, like everybody else, pretty much confirmed to me what I knew, which was number one, everybody's getting fucked by the algorithm. But then number two, being able to find an honest woman who effectively is making internet porn and is not capping and saying, no, I do this for me. Or to an audience of raving Simpson fans, because it's not like it was a bunch of people. Like maybe a handful compared to what we would usually expect of this kind of fucking person.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if Space Ghost has a fucking... God, I have not been able to get my fucking mind off.
That's wild, bro. That's wild. But we talked enough about this. We cannot let the audience go on forever. What time is it now?
Enough of this pre-game bullshit. Let's get into it.
It is.
Let's do drugs, everyone.
Let's not do drugs. Drugs will kill you. Drugs are the mind killer. No.
Don't drink and drive.
Don't do drugs. Do Carl. As a drug.
I will
do Carl as a drug.
I will do you, Carl. I will do you, Carl.
Hey, yo! Why are you getting so zesty?
You know I love you. It's good, baby.
My God.
All right. Young Grady's sex tape will leak.
My God. I will. Well, technically, I already have those things, but I doubt any of you will ever find them.
I already have.
All right, first video.
Saw that shit 6 times.
All right, first video. Gamergate, the untold story, the cringe and lame story made by Lance of the Surfs. Looking like he came, looking like he came straight out of a Fed program. Look at that face. Look at that face.
Hold on, I need to actually see this. Do you because I know that the stream is going to be a bit behind. So do you have it on like a watch together or something?
Yes.
All right.
I fucking hate e-girls right now, bro. No, like I've met e-girls from 4chan and they have like such fucking normie takes. It actually aggravates the shit out of me now. Because it is just hold on. The reason why it aggravated the shit out of me is because one of them was like, "Oh my god, I can fix him. I can change him." Meanwhile, he's a rapist, and she's like, "I can't fix that."
Honestly, I never really want me an e-girl all that much. I'm not.
Eh.
Like, I'm sure there are probably some really cool ones.
There are some pretty cool ones, but at the same time, like,
I don't know. It's like, you know how it is in like that part of Shaw. It's like on some Shawshank shit, right? Like you're just going through the sewage, right? I want to dive in.
Hey, Aiden.
Yeah, hey Aiden.
Hey, you.
Hi, babe. How you doing?
Discord.
Speaking of e-girls.
I was like, wait, I was like, are you gonna send me like a, not a WhatsApp necessarily, but like a, what do you call it?
I wasn't sure you were awake. Yes, I'm actually sending you a watch together link for this one.
I got the watch together link, but so many people do stuff through not through Discord, but through
Yeah, I got
X, Y,
tired.
Z,
Yeah, I got started doing extra work for everybody. I'm like, nah, y'all motherfuckers can join this watch it live together room yourselves.
All right.
But no, I didn't. I technically overlooked to message you because I was going to tell myself
Don't worry.
mentally we're gonna have like maybe 30 minutes of pre-show while I fucking shill my shit and talk to the audience, and then I will start the first video and I'll make sure to let everybody know. I already let the other person that I invited to come in for this know, but her kid is having a birthday today, but she doesn't know if the kid wants to have it by themselves so that she can go do hot girl shit with me and join us.
Well, I mean, priorities, right?
Yes.
You know.
And then I was going to make sure to double check you, but then it's like I checked and saw your message pop up just now, and I'm like, oh shit, that's right. I told her I was going to be starting at 6, and I slept 3 hours longer than I intended.
Oh, don't worry, man. I was just like, I've been sitting around recording my video all day, and I realized like I should take a break for a little bit because then I gotta stream, at 8, so in 4 hours. So I'm free till then. But I was also like, I need to take a break for a little bit anyway, and I was like, oh wait, right, I was supposed to hang out with Carl today. I didn't get any messages, so I was like, oh well.
Yeah, I put all the blurbs on fucking the internet. I made my community post. I made the Twitter link. I then pinned the Twitter link so that people could find it. I put everything else in, and the one thing I neglected to do was to fucking message you. That's my bad.
Nah.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome Aiden to the stream. Yes. Hello, Aiden.
Hello, Aiden.
Here comes the streams of
Hello,
Aidens.
Aiden.
Hello.
What's poppin'? I'm doing drugs. I'm
Oh, that
robbing
sounds
banks.
fun.
Doing drugs. Doing the
I did.
liquor.
My grandfather is trying to get me to do carpentry with him, but he has yet to pay me.
Yeah, well,
So I'm this close to being like, fuck this. I'll just go into IT.
I mean, carpentry. It is a decent. Like you make good money doing that. My granddad was a carpenter, and he had 5 sons, and basically, one of them became an electrician, one became a plumber, one became another carpenter, et cetera, et cetera. They all went into engineering and stuff. So basically, if you got at one point in time, now they're all old, but at one point in time, if you just got all my uncles together, they could build a house in like 2 days. So just cool.
Now this is
No,
gonna
They did that
Now,
in
this is
the,
gonna-
in the 70s and shit.
It's gonna be a really lame joke, but any of them grow up to be a fucking disappointment.
I mean, I could talk some shit about my one uncle, but
Oh wow.
just one of them's a bit of a dick. Who's kind of like, hey, you know how our parents died, and we were all supposed to split the house and money equally. Well, actually, I think I should get like all of it. So yeah, gotta fuck you. He knows who he is.
Wild.
That's rude as fuck. I mean, they have 7 children, and it was like, actually, I think the youngest, should have all of it.
That would be some
Bruh.
shit.
That makes sense.
Like just
I mean, yeah, who knows? I never even heard an argument about it as to why that was the case. But yeah, some people are a bit of disappointments.
True. One of them is Carl. That's a lie. I don't disappoint anybody except myself.
I disappoint everyone that cares about me.
Oof.
I'm probably honestly not knowing my immediate family or disappointments. Some cousins, however, I don't know about that.
Okay, I will drop the link for the watch together to the audience chat for whomever wants to watch while we're watching. Well, actually, I have to drop that in that. And that's for
God,
people
it's
who
a
are in the chat.
surfs video. Oh.
Yes, I never got around to watching this shit.
Oh my
Goober.
god, it's about Gamergate again.
The Goober Gang! It never
It
dies!
never ends. It never ends.
And the worst part is,
I am.
It's gonna be 3022 and
Yeah,
they're still gonna have,
Like,
they're
this is
still
just
gonna be
like
fucking on this shit.
Died. Why can't we let it just die completely?
Because of people like Kate Tenebrarge that refuse to let this shit fucking die. Listen to this shit.
Like-
The social media movement around Depp Heard was, and for many, a continuation of Gamergate. That's why it was important that we continue to explore what happened, because it didn't end with the
I
trial.
feel like
never ends.
I feel like a country has to literally sink into the ocean for people to just be all like, okay, I'm shutting up. I'm not never talking about Gamergate ever again. Because holy fucking
If
shit.
only.
This is a
Like,
fucking tech
seriously,
and culture
if
report for
freaking-
NBC News, by the way.
Freaking Atlantis, not no Little Mermaid shit, some Lost Empire shit for all the people who know. If freaking Atlantis literally rises from the ocean, right? Like I'm pretty sure somebody somewhere somehow will make this shit about fucking
Gamergate. What the return of Atlantis from the depths of the sea? How it relates to Gamergate, and here's why it's problematic.
I fucking remember.
The articles write themselves.
I fucking remember.
Every
There
single
was
time.
this fucking video where it was like, oh, Sargon's talking about having a good old time, pissing off the blue hairs, trying to bring back Gamergate. I'm like, nigga, it's been years.
Yeah,
It's been fucking years.
It's
Please stop.
why.
Like, it's been years.
Dude.
He's had several children. He's
'Cause it
gotten
was the most
several
relevant.
$1,000s out of Akila Hughes. It's time to let it go.
That is. Did he? I wonder if he ever got paid his fucking money from that
He
shit.
did, and he bought a sports car with it.
Oh, did he actually? Fucking
Sargon
great. Good for
is-
him.
Sargon is really out here. And I'm just like, please, bro, stop. Really, stop. You have enough. Just live your life, bro.
Yeah,
Be
escape
happy.
from this.
You're married.
Go away. Man, save yourself.
He did. He made podcasts of the Lowe's Eaters, and now he gives us the news.
Like, high key, I
Yeah.
just want to grab a water spritzer every time Sargon brings up Gamergate.
He
Nigga,
doesn't bring it up. I haven't heard him bring it up in forever. It's really it's not anybody who was actually involved in Goober Gibble who brings it up ever. It's everybody else. Like another thing too is like they'll constantly. Every time Jeremy the Quartering gets in some drama, which is like every other week. To be fair, I don't even think he necessarily goes looking for it. People just really hate him, and he certainly does not do himself favors by poking people. But
Ever since he's like started picking on H Street, ever since he's like started that show on H Street, people were like, "You just become the thing you sworn to destroy."
I thought H3 started the beef with him.
No, they
Because
already
I
did.
remember
for them.
And then H Street dropped it for a while, and fucking the corner just kept going after him. And I'm like, bro, stop! You won already. Please stop.
I wouldn't say that they
Yeah.
dropped it. It's more like, well, shit, everybody hates us anyways, and
They
it's
made
just
like
not
an
working
hour
out.
long. It was like an hour and a half long stream with like rehearsed skits with Ethan in a wig where he was
that was
doing
fucking,
like a
that was
content
fucking weird.
judge.
That was fucking
It
weird.
was weird, and really because their big thing was like, did you know that Jeremy pissed in his basement? Whoa, I'm shocked. But all the time when they talk shit about him, like this is this Gamergate guy. It's like Jeremy wasn't even around during Gamergate. And I mean, like he was, but he was making Magic the Gathering videos and
Yeah.
vlogging videos. Dude.
He hadn't been unfairly banned from competitions by an e-girl yet. It's the same shit when people
Exactly.
accuse me of being in Gamergate. It's like, I was in college banging whores.
Like, listen, okay, when he pissed in that basement, he did that in the name of the patriarchy, okay? He was planting his grounds. We cannot let that stand.
Young
I know.
Ripper, of course, he was in Gamergate, guys. He was still bitching about comic books back then, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, shout out to the Young Ripper. Congratulations on making $2 million for your comic book industry.
Oh, I thought it was
believe in
2.5.
you.
Absolutely amazing.
It is.
Holy shit, the Rippaverse shit, that fucking blindsided me. But yeah,
I know.
dude, that-
It goes hard.
I mean,
Such
it's
a
not that
win.
shocking, but it's a very big win because, and this is the part that they still don't get, and this is the part we love the most. when we put this big, long, hard cash in your face. They have to watch him be successful. It's something we all know for a fact, and which is why many people come around to fucking support people when they do it.
Oh,
in
and there's
any
nothing
avenue.
that these people hate more than seeing you succeed. Because that's what cancel culture is all about. Is it like, I'm going to destroy your life over some petty fucking nonsense, and then people will all forget about it, but it won't make your life won't improve. So when somebody just goes, you know what, I don't give a shit, I'm going to succeed on my own, and you can't fucking tell me what to do, it drives them up the wall.
My favorite comment when he made $1 million was like, fucking, oh, this is the money I saved, but this is the money we all saved by unsubscribing from Disney Plus. I believe in you.
Dude, this is why what Razor Force said in regards to the topic is so fucking like palatable here. Okay, don't you know, we must become the culture in order to actually see the shit that we actually want to see.
Yes,
be that change. You know, man in the mirror type shit. Like that's what we need.
Yes, that was the point of my fucking of my
and
TikTok
it
post.
is, you know, Tim's been doing that with like make his own media company, and I don't know. I guess they're gonna put up stuff. Daily Wire's actually making movies and stuff, you know,
and they're
like,
good.
I don't know if they're. I've heard that the one that they made was the one that they did for sure. I heard was really good, which was like a Taken sort of style film. I didn't watch it, but I heard it was good. It's not really my style of film. I don't watch a lot of. I guess sometimes like action thrillers are not. I don't know. It's not necessarily my bag.
Meanwhile, I'm personally like having a lot of fun with like fucking. Meanwhile, I'm having a lot of fun with like AEW. I introduced it to a lot of people, and they're just having so much fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
With what?
AEW wrestling. It's like better WWE. In fact, they have a lot of WWE wrestlers because they said fuck this. They got CM Punk, and CM Punk has just been a menace to society.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because people are not a fan of fucking WWE because of the nature of how fucking corporatized and sanitized their shit is, to the point it's like, why? Other than Nikita, okay? I'll put this out there. Because god damn, that white woman is goated with the goddamn sauce. Other than Nikita, there is no reason to fucking watch WWE.
Facts. CM Punk just reintroduced the dog collar match, like in like I think it was June, March, and I'm like, bro, that shit's fucking stupid. Why did you bring back the dog collar match? He fucking strangled a man with like the chain. It was crazy. He hung him up on the rope. I watched a man get strangled in the match until his face turned blue, and he continued the match. That shit was crazy.
Oh, you gotta send me this shit. I gotta check it out.
You don't know about? I'm gonna send you it now. You don't know about when John Moxley got his hold on. John Moxley.
Y'all do that, and we're going to begin with Horrible Cringe by Leftist Plants.
Fuck.
I have poured myself a shot. Let's go.
Oh, they're using Mega Man music. Fuck you.
Why are they standing in front of the screen like this?
It looks. It kind of looks like it's about to be an exploitation.
This is like the beginning of an old cringe nerdcore rap group's first debut album before their sophomore mix.
Hang on a minute. Don't talk too much shit about Mega Ran or
No. Listen. This poster right now. This fucking Taco Belmont poster is my fucking poster from fucking my years of being a hardcore and still am fan of both Brando and Dwayne and Brando before Dwayne broke the group up. I was in them shits. I played Parental Floss at my fucking prom. I'm in these shits.
I know, I've met those guys and stuff too, but way back in the day. I was heavy into it, but yeah.
Granted, the majority of these motherfuckers, especially including Parental Floss, went the way of the social justice warrior, but I was in them shits with their music. So like,
I knew that was going to happen with Parental Floss. I could see that coming from a mile away.
It's like, you gotta understand, and it's goddamn, this motherfucker was on fucking Nostalgia Critic, that should have been the first sign. On Moulin Rouge, no less. But, like, there's no way that there is not somebody, and I dare you all to make the fucking posters. I want to see them, okay? I want someone to make explicit hardcore cover rap of just this image in question alone, featuring Lance and whoever the fuck this guy is. Make them spicy, make them dank. I want to see some fucking fake album tracks, okay?
Yep.
We gotta be
like, you could like it looks like they're trying to like cut an album, you know what I mean, with this weird image.
We gotta be like Cap City when they made the album for fucking Lion Daniels. I want to see some tracks like only the niggas in here.
written from like Lance's perspective though, and I don't know the other guy's name.
This is gonna be very hard though. You're gonna have to write white flow, which is not a flow at all.
Well, I don't know. Oh, there was a guy back in the day. He was a really early nerdcore rapper called YT Cracker.
Mm-hmm.
He
What the fuck, man? Oh my god. Stuff like this makes me glad that I'm not all that into music in general, because I get to hear shit like this for the first time. All like, what?
Yeah, you get to experience real shit.
Her stuff's pretty good. He wrote a lot of nerdcore raps about like hacking and old computers.
Okay, what's this dude's name
And did
again?
whole
YT Rapper.
YT Cracker,
Right,
like
yeah,
in,
YT Cracker.
like this YT Cracker. He has a whole album about using Earthbound music. That's fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a lot of good albums actually.
See, we can have real
He's
conversation.
known forever. He's one of the oldest nerdcore people with who founded the genre, I guess, if you want to call it that.
We could have fucking conversations like this in music all the time, but unfortunately, Anthony Fantano's still a bitch.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Oh my, is Anthony Fantano still beefing on
That's
Ben
right.
Shapiro?
Bet you
Yes, he has been a bitch for the left ever since.
Why? That nigga doesn't care about you.
It doesn't matter. He still gotta ride that dick.
didn't think this video
I just
was
want to
gonna
fuck
start
his
with that.
sister, bro. It's not that deep.
Titties, jigglers,
Everyone wants to bang his sister, bro. It's not that deep.
things.
Nobody can hear.
Sore asses in all shapes and sizes. They're sexy.
I want
Squishy. There's-
everybody
Isn't
wants
this-
to
we have
put their
a
face in.
sexual, isn't he sexualizing these women and
Yeah,
they
like,
don't
yes.
ask to be like I know that those women signed a contract when they recorded the stock footage of them, but it still seems
Right, but
like
he doesn't know that.
inappropriate. I think you didn't ask for their consent individually, so
Yeah.
Hey,
we
kid.
put a whole 11 seconds in, by the way.
Hey,
We're doing
kid.
great.
Aiden, the left. When we use them to make a point, it's acceptable and okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So
only
but
when.
it's
only-
only when they're used to make money, okay? That's bad. But these videos make money. Shut up!
Uh-oh.
You didn't think this
Like,
video was gonna
Jesus
start with
fucking
that,
Christ.
did
What
you?
is wrong with people?
Titties.
Wait a minute,
jigglers,
don't the serfs
whatever
real
you wanna
quick?
call
Sorry,
them.
aren't they one of those channels that pretended that they were going to give back to their community in terms of being like, we're going to start some kind of collective or something? There was, I don't remember if it was the serfs or it was some other Breadtube style YouTube channel that was like trying to pretend that they were going to make a co-op of content creators or something, and then totally didn't do it. Again, I
Yes.
don't remember if it was these guys or somebody else. Was it the serfs?
I think they were involved in it. I forget all the people who were involved in it. I'm pretty sure the standing list in my brain goes Sean Vids, Philosophy Tube, Vosh, the Surfs, somebody else, Xander Hall, and somebody else. I don't know if Liquid Carl is in there somewhere, but I'm pretty sure he probably was. He is the type to fucking jump onto some shit and then forget about it as soon as it doesn't make him anything. But the reason why they didn't do it is because they didn't want to commit any fucking money to actually
That's
doing
why.
it. And
Yeah, because you'd have to pay your money to the plebs, and you don't want it. That's how you make your money. That wouldn't make any sense for your business model.
And-
isn't a man entitled to the sweats of his pubic hair or
Oh,
something?
what was it? Who said that? Isn't a man? Was it Vosh who said that? Who was
Yes.
like, isn't a man entitled? Oh my god!
Yes.
I was
And,
one of them. I know. I get them all.
the wildest
kind
thing
of-
about it is that Vosh
mold
didn't
together.
know what a fucking co-op was. He just assumed that co-op was the same thing as people being together in a union.
What?
Real shit.
No, how are you like a socialist thought leader on the internet and don't know that there's between a union and a co-op?
Because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, Aiden. Nobody checks him.
What does Vaush know about socialism? Doesn't he have like a business that isn't like a socialist property? Doesn't he like actively go against unions?
When they go against him in his talking points, yes. You gotta remember, the amount of joy that people could get in being brought into the collective of leftism from watching his videos is secondary only to how hard he gets seeing people cope and seethe about him on the internet. Exact words, guys! Exact words!
Oh, that is a quote? I mean, like, dude, he said some fucked up shit. I can't even, I thought that was a criticism. I didn't realize that's how he sees himself. Well,
No, that's a criticism and how he sees himself.
yeah, well, okay.
That's a
I mean-
self-report right there.
It is a self-report, but it you know, it's at some point I can't fault people. Like if they're making money on the internet, it's like, okay, you know, as long as you're not hurting anyone directly, then get your money and do whatever. But I think you maybe are harming people with what you're doing. So
Well, not even just that. It's not even just in regards to harm. It's the fact that it goes against his supposed ethics. or at least what he stated publicly and what got him his
Well,
brand.
his
That's
thing
the
though,
thing.
and he has said this, and I've talked about this before, is that his whole thing is that there's no bad, and he said it straight up, which like some of the other people on the left, they believe this, but they don't say it because you're not supposed to say this. Is that there's no bad tactics, only bad targets. So you can be as in they're moral subjectivists or moral relativists. So there is no objective morality, only obtaining the goal of the party or whatever, obtaining the greater social goal, and you can do whatever evil. It's for the greater utilitarian method because the goal is
Hey,
so
at least
high
he's
that
against.
it'll be fun.
Yes.
Hey, at least
it's,
he's against genocide.
it's just the longer form of
I
his.
don't know. I don't want to put words, but if it was a genocide that got him his communist utopia, I think he'd have to answer that.
He would be in for it. He would be in for it. Guaranteed.
You'd have to ask him who is being I think he would. I don't know. I'm not going to be solipsistic, but my guess would be if he would be like, well, who is being genocided? Is it white males, for example? Is it straight people? Okay, well, then maybe we can that kind of stuff.
It was pretty much the background of his conversation. Well, both conversations with Rose Wrist when Destiny was actually giving conversation topics to check him on what the fuck he was saying, to the point that he became terrified of talking to Rose Wrist. His entire point was, no, I literally want people to be ready for the fucking communist revolution, for the utopia. I need them to be ready in the streets and fight back.
I remember.
But I'm not going to be there. I'm an inside boy.
Oh yeah,
right. It's so like
it's a
well,
fully.
I am the supreme intellectual. I'm the thought leader. And by the way, I wish that if people were studying communism, they backed it up so much that you would look at the history of it. Because guess what? All of the thought leaders of communism, guess who got put against the wall first when the revolution happened? They killed all those people, okay, or they exiled them,
and they drained their fucking bank accounts. But that was
yeah.
specifically the Soviet ruble situation. That was definitely going to happen to them. And the wildest thing about that is that it's just really it's a further long out explanation of his principled victory speech. That's really what it is.
Right.
Yes,
anyway,
boobies.
we have boobies.
Titties. Absolute honking knockers.
They're just the best things.
You guys make me want to do drugs. I'm not
They're
sorry.
Sexy, they're squishy. They're fun.
Like every time I get into a conversation about politics, all I can think is,
we
yo,
actually want more of
drugs.
them. We want to expand our horizons
Drugs.
beyond just digital jiggling technology.
That's all they're on. That's all they're doing.
Dong. Yes.
Hard cocaine.
Dong.
Nose
all
candy.
shapes and sizes and all the colors.
We can't
of the
hear
rainbow.
Lance rant about
We want to
nothing.
liberate the dong.
He
and
wants
have
to
it
rant about
hang
hanging
long
dong in
and
video
proud the
games.
wonderful world of video games.
Ding
If
dong
adults
in
want to
video
play
games.
MMORPGs with each other as
That's
just
it?
a pile of bouncing
Nigga, is he
pixelated
stupid?
genitals, then inshallah.
Honestly,
We say this because
I'm
today
surprised-
we're
I'm
going to take
surprised
an
it hasn't given me
exploration
yet.
into the dark
Moon, I love you, but the audience can't hear.
recess of the internet. Into a phenomenon that still continues to this day.
It was a grift. And there are a few players still hanging around.
One that evolved, oddly enough, from a rebellion against representation all the way to being a primary recruitment tool for modern day Nazis. Some have even suggested that the growth
Otherwise known as
Sorry,
National
okay,
Socialists.
Wait. Okay, all right, we have fell right off the cliff. Motherfucker, I want someone somewhere out there. I want Morgan Freeman to come down from on high and just sit down with me to explain to me how liking 2D TNA leads to Trump supporting, which leads to Nazism.
Like if
explain
it
to
is
Matt.
Morgan Freeman, he comes down and it's like it was at that moment when he looked at those big anime titties that he knew he fucked up.
It's very important that we know that its pipeline isn't anime titties,
It's
then
views.
Nazism. It's boobs, then virtual anime titties,
Right.
pixelated dongs playing a weird version of Pong, Anita Sarkeesian.
Anita Sarkeesian
Saying
getting angry about a costume you have to unlock through an extremely annoying side quest, and which I always use because that is the best costume.
Based.
And that's while she's saying the words of Jonathan McIntosh, For real, master.
Oh, and also, and another thing, it wasn't, I don't know if Anita Sarkeesian was on that boat, but there were a lot of people when Resident Evil 5 came out who said that it was racist because you were killing black people. And it's like, well, it's set in Africa. I mean,
Africa. She herself. Wait a minute. She herself is killing the African. It's not.
I know. She claimed that she played these video games. So if she played RE5, well, Anita Sarkeesian herself has committed a.
I don't want to hear that shit when in RE4 you're killing nothing but fucking Spaniard farmers.
Yeah, yo. Oh, but that's fine because their pigmentation. They're a little lighter.
I think they said that they did that Capcom maybe in the PC port, but I think maybe it was in like the original 360 version that they made all their skin gray so that it out of like backlash.
What if in like in RE5 it was all South Africans, right?
I would RE90 set in Mexico. I would RE90 set in Mexico.
Yeah, basically. What if you were if the game was about killing them instead? You wouldn't be
It would be another
shit.
no Russian. It'd be another no Russian, and they'd be all against it.
I feel like if people look back on No Russian today, they would be like, yo, this is the fucking shit. I'm murdering fucking Ruskies. Fuck them. I feel like the left, if they looked at No Russian today, they're like, oh, innocent people, no, they're all Russian. They're all bad. They deserve to die. I'm like,
this is an aside, but did you see this article from? I saw someone make a video about it, and I can't recall who, so I'm sorry. But there was an article about Sniper Elite, and I think Sniper Elite 4, and they were the person or Sniper Elite 5, and the journalist was just talking about how they were angry at the game because it included non-lethal mechanics. And because when you zoomed over the Nazis, first of all, you're killing Nazis, okay, in Sniper Elite. But if you zoomed over them, it would tell you like things about them, like this person likes cats. And so in one of the missions, you could do something where you could get him to leave the area and go feed a cat. And
Oh my god! Oh my god!
And they were like, this is horrible. It humanizes Nazis. It's like, no, it's a fucking kid.
Aiden, do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? Wait, no, hold on. Do you know what this means?
haste?
It means they literally gave them this dumb bullshit that extra credits was literally begging for, and they're still mad!
Here it is. It's this Mashable article from May, where it's just a big cope and seethe.
What the fuck?
This guy is so angry.
Why
By the
do
way,
they do this to themselves?
When I read this article back in May, Sniper Elite 5, I've never played any Sniper Elite games. I've played Hitman. I understand they're mostly the same.
I remember there's a Sniper
Elite the day I read this article.
Yo, I would buy it too. Fuck out of here. You mean to tell me if I kill a Nazi, I could learn all his wants? That's the most sociopathic shit ever. I want to play that.
Yeah, it has like an overview, like in Watch Dogs or something, so you can like find out something about the person.
Yeah,
and still in that case with that he likes cats, you can have him abandon his post to go feed a cat or something like that. You know.
Hey guys, I don't know if you know this, but I'm worried about Aiden right here. Okay, I don't know about her. She's weirdly curious about the personal lives of these inhuman monsters.
I know.
We do not do that here. We do not do that here.
I know. I did that all on my own. It was Mashable. Mashable is a website that radicalized me.
Aiden, I think I heard you say nigga in your mind. I think I heard you say nigga in your mind. I don't know, Carl. Does this check out with you?
Hey, look, I live in the deep south, so a little bit of racist is okay with me.
No, I know. I think I heard Aiden say Judenheim in her head, though. I don't know.
What was that meme though? Where it was like, I think it was a tweet where the person was like me getting fucking real mad that white people can say the N-word in their heads and just like, God damn it.
These guys would have these guys would be able to like control people's brains using some Ghost in the Shell. Some Ghost in the Shell like cyborg brain type shit to literally physically prevent you from even thinking of the word, and that still wouldn't be enough.
Or to give you a shock, or something like that.
Yeah.
Real talk. They kind of just want to be like Big Brother.
Absolutely.
Let's be real. They want to be Big Brother, and when you fuck up with Big Brother, they put you in an internment camp. I mean, a re-education camp. Yeah, that's what I mean. totally not a camp for you to concentrate on where you went wrong.
You can
Totally.
yes, exactly. We're reading this article real quick though. What this guy does is that the way he enjoys playing Sniper Elite games is by killing every single person on the map. And it's like, well, that sounds like a really. Now I've seen, of course, Hitman playthroughs and Sniper Elite playthroughs where that's the point. Is it like, hey, I'm going to do this really obnoxious, boring thing to kill every person on the map? But it's like that sounds like a really unfun way to play this game. And then he complains in the article that he doesn't get bonus points because he doesn't complete the objectives. It's like, it's a sniper game. You're supposed to be, inconspicuous.
Yes. Let's not go Lee Harvey Oswald. Instead of being Lee Harvey Oswald, he wants to be every fucking quick scoper in Call of Duty. Of course, I understand. Have the next face.
I know the game is a sniper fest, but why can't I play it like Postal 2? Or Hatred?
I know. It's so frustrating. This game doesn't suit my exact desires, even though it's a very specific type of game.
No. Like literally, remember that show Dan Versus from the Hub channel? I'm just imagining that's what everybody, one of them, just screams into the air,
Honestly speaking, I feel like a lot of these lefties don't bring up like Caribbeans because Caribbeans are really like homophobic and transphobic, and they just don't mention them because they want to be safe.
A lot of South Americans too. A lot of them are really, really Catholic or Christian, mostly Catholic, and they don't like that stuff at all.
Benefit to the doubt, I'll just say that they probably didn't know. Benefit to the doubt because to be honest,
I write articles about it then and proclaim to be an expert if you're like, well, I didn't know.
So I'm not saying that isn't stupid. I'm just saying they're stupid, which is why they didn't know about it.
Very true.
So I recently got this call from one of my friends back when I was in college, and she's like, "Hey, have you spoken to whatever her name is? I think she blocked me." I'm like, "Oh, why'd she block you?" Well, I said some things about trans people. I'm like, I don't want them to die. I just don't think it's okay for them to like push it. I'm like, sometimes I forget you're from the Caribbean. She's like, what does that mean? I'm like, bro, it's a whole different animal out here. You're lucky the most she did was block you. She could have doxed you, bro.
Wow, that's wild. Let's get back to the video.
And power of the online alt-right led to the election of the first president memed into existence.
Are you serious?
Let's take a look at.
No, Abraham Lincoln was memed into existence, wasn't he?
No, why did they bleep out his name? What?
What?
We can't speak the name of the devil.
Sensitive?
We can't
You can't even say Donald Trump.
They can't say the name of the president because if they say his name, it's like summoning him. You say Donald Trump 3 times fast with a huge pronunciation. He summons a wall.
He teleports in front of you, deporting Mexicans.
Didn't they say Trump literally like 2 seconds ago in this video? Which I understand would be hard to tell because we're rambling for so long. But it's like, wait a minute, what?
It's like the power of the difference between saying, no, it was Trumpian, they were voting for the alt-right, and actually saying, Donald J.
You have to say the name
Trump.
He who must not be named. I mean, you really, like, for people who generally do talk a lot about the importance and power of words. That's why you can't dead name somebody. That's why you have to use correct pronouns. That's what it is. I think that people like the serfs think that words are magic. So if you say Trump's name, it's like you'll summon him. You'll become slightly more orange and or something, you know.
There's an algorithm voting to it. So if they're reposting this content on other websites like Odyssey, the website will actually check what you're saying in a video against bots, and then that will also put a part into the rating of what the video will get as. So that's more than likely their way of being able to get algorithmic push, which is weird because if you said his name, you actually get more traction.
Look, I know how that shit works. I did a video about domestic abuse surrounding the Johnny Depp stuff, and not until like, I'm sure I don't know. I'm sure some people know this. That Susan kind of stops caring both in live streams and in videos after about 10 minutes. Not that you can say anything, but the concern goes down because even though it's a bot rating it, it's like, I don't know. Just if you say it 10 minutes in past. So in the first 10 minutes, if I'm talking about domestic violence in a video about Johnny Depp, and Amber Heard, because duh, you kind of have to. For the first 10 minutes, I don't use the term domestic violence. I say DV and IPV, domestic violence and intimate partner violence. But then after 10 minutes, I can say those words and get away with it. That video is fully monetized. But I had to mess around a little bit to make sure it would be.
Also, I love the irony that they're willing to literally like objectify women in the beginning of this video, assuming that they're against that. But speaking the name of the Orange Man, no, that's too far. That's way too much. I'm
against the objectification of women, but oh my god, OnlyFans girls, guys, come on, buy her OnlyFans. Come on, guys.
Nah, I'd rather seize the means of production and just buy the OnlyFans girl.
You mean seize the reproduction?
Well, considering the fact that she's only worth $5.99 a month, is it that much you're paying for?
No, but I'd rather have it for free, as in I seduced her and then sold it myself and made my own money. Seizing the means of production.
That kind of sounds like you.
20 persuasion check type.
Yeah, that kind of makes you a pimp. Just saying.
Okay, and
I fucking remember there was this it was on like r/Tinder dates or some shit like that, where this guy was talking to this girl. She's like, oh my god, yeah, I'm an OnlyFans girl. And she's like, cool, we going out tonight? She's like, oh my god, yes, but remember, I'm an OnlyFans girl, so I gotta be home by a certain time. He's like, oh, then fuck the date then. She's like, excuse me? And he's like, why would I spend about $80 to $100 taking you out to eat when I can see your titties for $5.99 right now?
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, he kind of got a point.
Women don't realize that they are devaluing. Look, sex does have a value. Women, one of our major values, not all women, right? But the major value for women that they're contributing. Oh no, I'll say it is their value in the sexual marketplace. Women have this thing that men want to access, a good or service, right? That men want to have access to, and they're the only providers of it. I mean, generally speaking.
I know what you mean.
They know that they have this unique resource, but when you then devalue the price of that resource by giving it away for next to nothing, you devalue it all across the board.
It's
you
wild.
don't have the same kind of power over men, and it's so funny because like there's so many of these thoughts. They're like, oh, I've got so much power over men, essentially I can do whatever the fuck I want. I can get men to worship me. It's like, well, your ability to do that is contingent on how many other women are doing the same fucking shit and how little they are willing to accept to give away the same service or product.
It's fucking wild when you think about it. Hold on. Let me get this out so I can go to the kitchen and get the rest of my food so I can be a real streamer for at least 15 minutes. So, it's wild because having done sex work, and it's great that I can say that because if somebody tries to shame me about it and use sign language, it's not going to be very effective. The sign language, everybody: shame, insults, guilt, and a need to be right. The highest value angel still pulls traction here. When you consider this, you have to really put this into perspective. Because, like, people like to use sex work to confound prostitution. And yes, you could say it's all sex work, but it's like a category of and then a specific individual act of. Women want to be paid for what is equivalent to escorting, but they don't want to follow through on that concept. They want to do prostitution with the appearance of escorting.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, you're stealing my money. You're stealing my money.
Yeah.
It's also predatory
most of the time.
And it's predatory as fuck on lonely guys, particularly during the pandemic when everyone was kind of holed up inside. There's a very old. It's been around for a while in Japan, like at least 40 years. It's something called Enjo Kosai, and it's a girlfriend experience. It's essentially prostitution, but even back in the day, all it was is she's gonna hang out with you and like hold your hand at the movie theater and stuff, and you still pay the girl. And now the West has totally adopted this Enjo Kosai model.
So quote Dave Chappelle.
But again, go ahead, say the Chappelle quote, because I think I know what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, if pussy was a stock, women are making it plummet.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yep.
Exactly.
And I'm not gonna lie to you,
Days.
Dogecoin seems more expensive than pussy right now. I'm sorry.
Dogecoin's probably more valuable. GameStop stock, definitely up
Dogecoin
there.
is worth 0.016 or 0.16 right now.
Good lord.
I'm so dead ass right now, and it looks way more valuable. Like if you're selling yourself for $5.99, that's your price as a hooker. I'm sorry. You can be
It
the
really
baddest
is.
bitch, but like if you prostitute yourself for like $9.99 and you make what fucking millions of dollars, I'm sorry, you're still worth $9.99 because that's what it costs to see your titties.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure like women at Mardi Gras are more expensive than that.
Well, yeah, but I don't.
You just got to throw
Mardi
beads
Gras,
at the
you throw the
bitches.
beads. Into the beads. I do think the beads only cost like 10 cents, but. Oh man, I'm
Yeah,
going
but
to
you
New
gotta
Orleans this
fucking-
fall. I'm so excited.
Go for it, bro. Get a voodoo doll. I have one.
I don't know if I'm gonna get a voodoo doll. I just want to get fucked up and eat really good food. I've never been to
I have a
New
friend
Orleans,
in
so.
Louisiana. I always want to go to Mardi Gras, man. But I don't think I can't do it this year because I'm going to freaking college. Going back to college, anyways.
When I was in high school, we went to New Orleans for like a field trip for the French club, and I was mad for one very simple reason. They made us go the day after Mardi Gras.
Oh no, that's the worst.
Damn.
And I was tight because we saw beads, panties, and like bras on the floor, and I was so mad.
Yeah, but everybody's hungover.
Yeah, exactly. That's like the actual worst.
There was I'm sorry I keep going off on tangents, but there was a really famous study that was done in the 70s, I think, by study, I mean, a sort of pseudoscience study done by, I believe, by the New York Times, or it might have been the Times. It was one of the major newspapers in the U.S., might have been like Newsweek or something. And they went and it's probably Newsweek, actually, now I think about it. And they went to rank all the top party colleges in the United States. Now, but they had like one reporter going from town to town, all over to all these major universities all over the U.S. to rate like how much of a party school they were. When they came to West Virginia University, which is my graduate alma mater, and was going to be my PhD alma mater, and both my parents graduated from, they went there during spring break. So then when they came back to write their article, and they had been all over the country, they were like, oh, West Virginia University, #1 party school in the United States.
Nigga, it's spring break.
Selection's fucked because you went there during spring break, idiot.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That doesn't taint the
We actually
result any.
use that though as an example in semi-advanced statistical analysis to show people like, hey, be very careful how you collect your data because look, you could fuck up like these guys. Sorry, sorry to cut you off.
What's up, parent?
That's so common, you have no idea. It's so common.
Honestly.
There are so many cases and examples. I know it's made its rounds now, but there is a particular clip that came out from a Midtown restaurant for women's swingers meet, where there was just a bunch of random single women at a mixer with no men.
Yes, I saw that shit.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I was watching a different perspective, and this nigga was like, yo, bro, and I know for a fact if one man went, he would have been fucking devoured.
Oh
Because
my lord.
there's been many people who have made takes about it, saying, "Oh, we'll see. Here's an example of women. Here they are shooting their shot. We don't normally want men to approach us, but you think this ain't the time to approach us?" It's like
It's a single women's mixer. Let's get that out there. It's a single women's mixer. Men, like the only men that would go there would either be desperate, and it was like something crazy, like at 10 in the morning to like 4 in the afternoon. Like most men work.
yeah,
First off,
that's fucking mimosa time. What the fuck you talking about? And it's very important. It's very important that people know this detail.
Oh, yeah, you gotta get mimosa time, exactly, yeah.
Because since I live where I live, I won't say the city, but y'all motherfuckers should know where I live.
I know what you mean.
Inside of Georgia. I'm 2 hours away from Atlanta. I know that it's Midtown. The kind of experiences motherfuckers try to talk about having, like, the hood rich, bougie fantasy, you don't find that shit in fucking Midtown. You have to go a couple of ways out. Maybe to Casita. Maybe to Warner Robins. Buckhead. Bankhead. You find a shit there. You find it in the plot of ATL, okay? You're not finding it in fucking Midtown. Secondly, it's fucking midday. There's not a singled man. Say that 2 times fast.
that is going to go to a fucking singles mixer with women, black women, because there's mostly black women. Maybe there was a couple of two, like, hoochie mamas trying to emulate Nikita, but no, mostly black women.
You really love Nikita.
Listen. You need to go fucking look at Faith's body, come back and then say that shit to me again, okay?
Bro, I understand entirely, bro. Listen, I watched that shit, bro. I know what you mean, but at the same time, nigga, damn, you really down bad for Nikita.
Listen,
Look this
there's the
shit
only
up.
thing that we can be able to show the white men to explain the reason why black men love white women.
Look up Dr. Brett Baker when you have the fucking chance. Jesus Christ.
Well, like, there is no single man in the South, white, black, Asian, or otherwise, that's gonna fuck with black women at the height of their power in their territory and expect to not get savaged for it.
I mean, it's a total fucking cultural issue with black women, and I don't know how it got there. There's a long history of it.
Feminism.
But it's feminism, but it's like, I mean, but like, you know, I'm half of a gay, right? I'm half of a gay, and all of my girlfriends in my life have been black. So because I grew up in Baltimore, and I don't know, that was just,
Really?
It's
I'm from Maryland. Yeah.
yeah. But that was just, I mean, it wasn't a fucking thing. But it is like, there's a total societal, cultural level thing of being like, girl, just be the biggest cunt you can possibly be, and that's
yeah.
they're encouraged to be that way and to just be super selfish, and it's like that I don't think that's anything to do with racism or race at all. That has totally cultural.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, dude, like I know when you say that, especially what you mentioned in Baltimore, I know exactly what the fuck you're talking about.
Yes.
Like, literally, back in high school, there have been so many dudes who had to put up with some of the most vindictive, petty, and boring fucking women.
Entitlement is
entitled just because they had big ass with legs. That's about
Most fucking mid-ass bitches in existence.
it's not that bad. It's not that bad with black lesbians. Just saying, it is a little bit of a different ballpark, right? Because it's
well, we didn't have that back in my day, so I'll leave that to you.
But at least in my experience, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, obviously. But
It's totally that Aiden doesn't have a black fetish, guys. Come on.
Oh yeah, I still remember that one video where she was talking about, you know.
I absolutely find black women attractive, but it's the only women I've ever dated have been black, so my sample size is a little skewed, right? So, you know.
All I'm thinking is Aiden definitely doesn't know Aiden definitely doesn't know Aiden definitely knows the idiom of blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I know she does.
Yeah, Aiden Palamon swirls her chocolate. Absolutely, she be sucking on all that caramel.
There's nothing wrong with that. But it's I absolutely understand why black men don't want anything to do with black women. And when you look on those like Plenty of Fish and other like the dating websites when they do surveys, and they're like, who is the most desirable race, and it's like it's mostly Asian women. That's like eyes on Asian women.
Asian women will never ask that you pay their bills, bro. I'm keeping a stack with you.
Yeah.
Nigga, do you pay my bills? You pay my telephone bills? Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna go see my ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
But yeah, every time it's Asian women are at the top, and like by race of other men, like pretty much every men of any race or ethnicity like Asian women. And I think again, I don't think it's because of it's fetish or anything. I think it is just actually that like Asian women on average tend to be a bit more passive. Their culture, particularly in the United States, does not encourage them to be like loud and aggressive and demanding. And then it's like Asian women, there's like white women, or I think like white women and Latina women like about a line, and it's based on different, based on the race of the man looking. But every time black women fall at the very bottom of the chart, and it's because of culture. I don't think it's because of appearance. I think it's absolutely because of culture and the stereotypes that they themselves like seem proud to encourage.
It's freaking weird.
And reinforce.
That's why Dave Chappelle married an Asian woman.
Yeah.
I blame
You think I'm joking about that? I'm so dead ass.
No, I believe you. like there are so many I used to at one point in my life, don't I'm not gonna say which one. I lived I lived near White Marsh, right? And there
Yeah, I know exactly where White Marsh is at. So
yeah, well, yes. But I meant like a point in my life because I don't want to dox myself, right? But basically almost I go to the avenue and almost all the black couples there are usually mixed.
In the
a lot
Avenue,
of them
by the
are
way,
Asian.
for everybody else watching or who doesn't know, the Avenue is like there's a mall across the road, and that's like for teenagers, and there's like Hot Topics and stuff, and then the Avenue is like the upper scale. There's a movie theater there
It's
too,
sort
but
of
it's also
like
like the more upscale.
Yeah, they have an AMC. They
shopping.
got like a Starbucks. They got boba. It's kind of like a small park. It's like an outside mall in a way, right? So then that's also where a lot of people hang out, especially anime fans, because they get a Barnes and Noble there.
Kiza called you a race traitor.
Well, back in my day, we used to hang out at the White Marsh Mall because Pandora's Cube. Did you ever go there, Pandora's Cube, which was this anime store way long time ago? I don't know if they're still around, but
I don't think they are. I think they closed that down.
That's probably forever ago.
But they have
I was a
next
teenager.
gen. They have next gen that sell a lot of like what was it? They sell model kits, they sell old games, and they also have like figurines and shit like that.
So yeah, it's that. But I did always notice those that like the mall itself, White Marsh Mall, is more like for teenagers, or in terms of who hangs out there, and then the Avenue is more like for college student and older.
And what I'm saying is that in both of those places, but the Avenue especially, you see a lot more mixed race couples with black males, right? A lot of Asian and black dudes there. It's like, yeah, I'm not sure if, like, I don't know about the statistic there, but I don't necessarily doubt it, especially with just the way the culture is, especially in like more rural places like Baltimore,
And in White Marsh too, which is like that particular area, but people who end up going out there, it's upper middle class, or just middle to upper middle class. And yeah, I've noticed that too. If you go to places where it is like the venue is sort of more middle to upper middle class, you do see a lot more mixed race couples, and it does tend to. It is very rarely black woman with anyone other than black male. Like black woman, Asian male. You don't see that. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
It's very
I've
rare.
Seen like and that's very rare. That's very rare. But I see like a lot of black women with white guys.
Yeah.
So fuck. I don't want to say her name, but there's this girl I know. She's my brother's best friend, and her nickname is Cocaine Jane.
Okay, well,
it's not for the reason you think. It's because she used to date this older white man, and so he was so hooked on her that he had her panties in like a Ziploc bag, and he sniffed it every day to like get like a fucking. Fuck. I'm so sick. He like sniffed it every day like it was a bump of cocaine. He's like, I need this to get going through my life.
Oh my god,
bro! I'm not gonna lie. I had half a mind to just fucking make you stop talking. I am eating. I almost lost my appetite.
And you're doing we're on YouTube though, but you're doing the Twitch streamer live.
Oh.
Yeah. I gotta be a real streamer for 15 minutes. I'm hungry.
I'm sorry, Carl.
Oh yeah, what you wanted to starve? Starve.
However, I'm about to give away some free game. Don't nobody say I broke the fucking bro code, okay? I'm gonna tell you. Shut up, nigga. You didn't hear this. I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Okay? Line 1. Write this down. Write this down. You don't need this shit. In fact, I'll record this for y'all. We're gonna post this later. It's gonna get posted in like 2 minute, 20-second blurbs as I put it on Twitter. Line 1. Black men ain't fucking with black women because black women have been holding a race and gender war on men in general, but especially against black men. Line 2. Black women claim that black men don't like them, but what we do not like
is being yelled at for shit we are not responsible for, and constantly antagonizing us for shit that they caused, but we are blamed for.
Yeah, exactly.
It is giving tribally.
Absolutely.
Because it is literally, we are in control, but we are making you responsible for our mistakes. Literal kyriarchy bullshit. While claiming
Literally
that patriarchy is making us all suffer when you're the one whipping my spine.
It's actually really sad because it's a like strange self-fulfilling prophecy of women. They get told this stuff by modern feminist rhetoric, that men are the reason that your life is miserable, so you have to be angry at men, and then you chase good men away because they don't want to deal with you because you're toxic and insufferable.
Correct.
And so you're not going to get a good man because you have this preconceived notion that men are evil, so you treat them like shit, and it goes around and around and around. It never fucking stops.
Correct. I'm not done.
I'm
not done.
Oh god.
Sorry, go ahead, Carl.
3. Because of this factor, and this is ironically something that they have figured out on TikTok, is they have figured this shit out exactly, and it's white women saying this shit. Because black women do not respect the peace of black men is getting a piece of that ass from every single race. Why do they go after white women? Because the white women have been taught to be respectful and to not constantly attack people and to guard the peace of their husbands. Why do they go after Latinas? Because they have a respect for family and like to build them. Why do they go after Asians? Because Asians are success-oriented and they trying to get this fucking bag. Why do they go after every other type of woman except me? Because you's a bitch.
Yeah, you gotta fix yourself.
Like, dude,
exactly.
Like, dude, why would I want somebody like fucking what's her name? There was this famous, some Lizzo type chick who is heavily insecure while also having
emphasis on the heavily, yeah,
yeah, right, like insanely insecure while also having the freaking bad bitch syndrome that would make Barbara Dunkelman fucking blush. When I can have somebody like Utada Hikaru who can get this PP, I don't give a shit if she's non-binary.
Remember the large, heavy-set white woman who's a kindergarten teacher? The one that Dr. Cam called the kayak woman?
Yeah.
No, but
the one that was claiming you can't have a preference against a race. That's racism. That one. Exactly the one that said, all right, it's time for an adult daycare lesson, or no, adult kindergarten lesson. Like, let's turn our listening ears on. Catch a bubble in your mouth. Like, you gonna catch a bubble in your mouth, but it's not gonna be nut.
I did just share the stream, so we have SFO is in the chat. Hey, what's up, Dev?
Dev! Where? You're here! Get in here, motherfucker! It's time! It's time! I don't care the way PFL! It's time, Dev!
I watched the video on Gamergate.
But okay,
technically, we're supposed to be watching a video on Gamergate, but
about people's preferences. That's what black people have been doing to black men all the time, always.
"Quote unquote," bitches be crazy,
and it's hysterical because black men already knew what fucking time it is. We understand. There are some that just want to get breadhead and leave, and that's all they're on. They want to be chicken heads, and that's cool. That's okay. They can be chicken heads. Shut up, cell phone. I'm wildin'. They want to be chicken heads, but they don't want the consequences that come being chicken heads. Yes, you can come into the chat. You think I give a shit about who's listening to me? You think I can be this based and be conscientious about who's listening? No.
I'm getting listen. I'm talking to Aiden and Dev, bro. I don't care. I'll be waiting for my physical therapy appointment. My back can take a minute.
No, wait, go to your physical therapy.
Don't do that.
No. Tell your doctor he can understand. Real nigga shit's happening. Okay?
No. You gotta do that shit. So
yeah, you got a nigga pass. Just show me nigga pass.
Hang on.
Just show me nigga pass to Carltopia. He'll understand.
No, you gotta go to your physical therapy.
Right,
but my doctor is like actually really cool with me, so he's just gonna be like, bro. He's like, bro, listen, just push it back an hour. I'll wait.
So when that woman was ranting about people's preferences, the wild shit is this is the lie that people tell them. Because, of course, most of the people who will push this modern day shit, they have whole-ass husbands or whole-ass boyfriends that they are getting piped by on the regular. But then they expect you single motherfuckers to fucking be savage.
Sometimes.
Hey, I don't need to know your married life, Aiden. We friends.
No. I'm saying the people who like push this weird shit. Some of them are really low.
Some of them are fucking incels like shit. But for some of them, like Francesca Ramsey, I don't know if she's still married to her white husband, the same one, or she's fucking with a new guy, because she's currently in her bald head arc. People who know black women know all about the bald head arc.
If you're that mad at men, if you're that mad at men and you've got a man in your life that you're supposedly in a relationship with, something's wrong. You know what I mean? Like there's something that's not correct there.
And that's the part that they don't tell you. And this is the next part you want to record, everybody. You want to make sure you put turn your listening ears on. Catch car bubble in your mouth. But this is the reason why you see a lot of black women with white men. It's not just the activists that do this. A lot of them are guilty of it. But it's not just the activists that do this. The reason why black men are fucking with white women is the same reason why black women are fucking with white men, but it's not from the same encouragement source. Black men have divested into every single other race because they're like, you know what? I don't like being blamed for every single problem in my community. Fuck Aaliyah, let me go see what Bray Lynn's cooking. Next thing you know, this motherfucker comes back from salsa dancing like, bro, I just had Bray Lynn's apple pie. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Who even is Aaliyah? Fuck that hoe.
Exactly. Fuck Aaliyah. I want to go see.
Oh no! Rest in peace, Aaliyah. Oh no.
But then,
I want to see how Kwang Shin is doing, bro.
Kwang Shin, Mei Ling.
Black men get blamed for every single problem in the community, and yet it goes way beyond that because it's the government that gets involved in all this shit, right?
Yes.
Because the government encourages black single motherhood. It encourages black people to not stay together as couples and raise families together. And so it's you can't fucking put all that blame for the problems in the black community solely on black men.
Yes,
like,
you have to put it on solely on black women.
We just create a much more logical cultural chain than this video about fucking Gamergate.
Unfortunately, the problem is that because black women look at these situations and they think to themselves, shit, I can't fix these problems because that's the reality they're coming to. We fucked this shit too fucking up. We thought we could get away with scheming on this, but no, we broke it. Instead of actually solving the problems and divesting back into the thing that they claim they care about, many of them, and this is the words that they use exactly, they will divest into a relationship with a white man to simply sample and take advantage of the power that they have culturally through either intergenerational wealth or simply being able to marry into the power that it comes with while still holding on to the activistic reins that they have earned through their activism.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly the Francesca Ramsey. And it's not just her. It's but then, you know, it's such a complicated thing because then you'll also get, if you're a black woman and you do that, then you're like a race trader. I mean, it happens both ways, right? With black men and black women.
There's the lie. There's the lie. They're not. They're treated as fucking trading up. Yes, sister. Yes. Get Lucas's money.
By the way, it's other black women though will get mad because it is considered a trade up. You know what I mean?
Until they do it.
They'll talk shit.
Like,
until they do it. Of course. Until they do it.
They should be appreciated when they do it, but when we do it, racist.
If they're traded, if they're members, wild, if they are part of the Hotep Pan-African Opticon, they will be seen as race traders until that bleached penis touches their vagooji. Once that bleached penis touches their vagooji, they don't give a damn. They'll jump into it too. Shit, she got herself a white man. I might as well get one too.
Social capital. It's all about social capital and social power. And it's
wild.
Well, I have more. I've traded up from that. Now, the word sexual marketplace, it's used kind of flippantly, but it kind of is a marketplace.
Yes.
And the people are trading a non-monetary currency in their relationships in a lot of cases.
Yes.
So, like, you know, how much money does the man have? And it includes social status. That can include race. That can include ethnicity. So, you know, again, when I talked about this, like, Plenty of Fish data where, like, black women are considered the least desirable. And again, I think that's culturally motivated. I don't think that's necessarily racism. I think it's culturally motivated because of the behaviors of black women that are encouraged by the community.
Yes.
But once they get out of it, and then they'll, you know, if other black women will talk a lot of mad shit about black women who marry white men or who get involved in relationships with white men, again, until they can get into a similar moving up in social capital status.
Yes.
And it's super fucked. It is actually, I think, horribly destructive and it's fucked.
So it's basically trained black women to start looking at themselves as a monolith, where black women can do no wrong, even when other black female coaches are quitting because they do not want to deal with the delusionality of those women, to the point that the exact moment upon which the highest value angel died, the exact moment in that week, as Liquid Carl cut his fucking topical video about him dying, as soon as he was dead, every single fucking female coach started getting the same people who would have been on his live show coming to them, just ranting. Plenty of clips exist of them just fucking ranting, trying to control the microphone and bicker about these situations that they caused themselves as a monolith. And then they look out.
If
at
you
the
want to
fucking
call
sea.
black women a monolith, which they
if you want to,
some do want to
politically
do that,
speaking, they want to do it for the purposes of power. They see themselves as a monolith when it comes to the victimized narrative of I have suffered because of someone else's actions, but they see themselves as individuals that divest specifically to whatever they think is valuable, and for them, social clout is what's valuable because I can actually turn that into a career. And it works the same way with white men dating black women. Because for some of them, they were raised in Baltimore and all they ever seen was Keisha and LaTanya. Meanwhile, some of them...
That was me, you know, like as a white woman, not as a white man, but like still, you know.
And then you've got those white guys that are gonna just jump right into it. They don't necessarily need to be beta males. They just have to serve the role of the yes man that validates what she's saying. Because that's what ultimately it works on. It works on group validation of the narrative. And what men have been doing now, especially black men. Because I've made friendships with a person who lives in Atlanta by the name of Wizard Avery, who I ended up interacting with because of fucking TikTok, which is one of the reasons why I suffer using that platform to begin with in general. Where motherfuckers like him and myself have been policing the narrative by just explaining how shit works in reality. For example, women want you to give them your number on a piece of paper or a napkin so that they don't feel the pressure of having to give you an immediate yes or immediate no. That's fucking cap. That's not why. It's about having the ability to have control because she gets to decide when she sees you and when she doesn't see you. So instead of that, if you want it, because I already made a TikTok about this, I already uploaded it as a Carl post, but I'll give you all the free games since you're here. Instead, what you do is when you're at a social function, you see a woman or a man, because this works on every single gender, but it especially works on flamboyant gays and women. Whenever you are talking to a woman, rather than doing any of the other dumb shit they do, at some point in the night, say, haha, let's take a picture, and give them your phone and let them take the picture. If they are the flamboyant gay, let them also take the picture. Because number one, no woman signs off on any picture she fucking takes without her approval. Period.
I mean, like, well, as the resident femoid, yeah. I mean, like, dude, and as someone who did cosplay for years, I had a great photographer, but he didn't tell me he was about to take pictures. Like, I was like, are you taking photos yet? And so there's pictures that he posted on the internet of me, like, talking to him, so, like, my mouth is halfway open, and I look, like, really fucking awkward. I'm like, no, could you not have posted that? Because it's just, because I'm talking to him, like, are you taking pictures yet? Because I didn't know if he was doing it or not. Yeah, and that was 10 years ago. In today's social media space, where everything has to be Instagramized and put through a filter and photoshopped, you know, my shitty old cosplay pictures didn't get that kind of treatment. That was a photo at a convention. I you know what? I haven't been to a con in cosplay in geez, it's been 6 years. So I can imagine, because back in the day, you go to a convention, you're in cosplay, and someone asks, can I have a photo? And you're like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously. I wonder if that's the case. And it was a very, like, always a really nice interaction with people who are like, oh, I love your costume, or I love that character. I wonder if that's still the same case today with women, because I think that they probably, if you want to see my cosplay pictures, you can go to my cosplay.com. It's I'll just put it in the chat if you want to see my cosplay pictures.
I guess
they want to see Aiden.
Well, I guess, like, in terms of that, because all right, take what I say with a grain of salt, because I've only
Somebody forward me the link, please.
But like, I've only ever been like one con, and that was in Otakon 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And I pretty much just asked people for pictures in regards to cosplay.
That was later than my most recent Otakon, so yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah, like there was this one chick actually, and she was a black chick. She had this. She you know that old like freaking Chi-Chi costume with like the freaking bikini armor shit.
Oh, you mean childhood Chi-Chi?
And she was fine.
If I show you a picture, I might be friends with her. Actually, I might know who that is, and I might be friends with her.
Okay. So we were walking by because we just got done getting autographs. I just got an autograph from one of my favorite voice actors, and you know, I asked her. I was like, "Hey, mind if I take a picture?" It's like, I don't know, can you? And then she was joking. It's like, "Sure, you can." It's like, no problem. So it's like, yeah, and that's basically the experience that I had. I don't know how it is with like other cons with other people. But
You said it was Chi-Chi? Let me see.
Oh,
These are really good.
I'll send you the picture. I'll send you the picture.
That's fine. I'll also show a picture of my friend. I have known this. I wouldn't call us like besties or whatever, but we've known each other for years. This is Maki Roll.
Why does that name sound familiar?
Because her cosplay's amazing. That's why.
Okay,
I'll post it in the voice general.
Please do. I always love cosplay.
She's very chill. She's very cool. I've known her for forever.
Nice, super weird.
Don't let them know about that Lisa picture. Don't let them know about that Lisa picture, Aiden. They might go feral.
I don't know if you want to share the image. It is safe for work, I think.
It is safe.
It is safe for work. But these motherfuckers, these motherfuckers out here in my chat can be different. They can be different, Aiden.
I'm like terrified to look at the Riven one because I have a friend. I know for a fact if he ever hears about cosplaying Riven, he will go insane.
I cosplayed Riven.
I know you have. I see it.
Like she's got Diana in here too.
I know she got Diana, but he was a Riven one trick since she first came out.
And she got that Electra. Let's see what's going on here.
She's done Storm, Maki. Oh, and by the way, Maki married to a white guy.
Yes, lady. Yes.
It's weird when you find the people who have the golden retriever boyfriend that also doubles as the cosplay photographer.
And yes, that is exactly what that. You already knew.
We don't show people. We don't show people the Jill cosplay from Resident Evil 5. We don't show them that.
That's the special cosplay.
That will change a nigga's life.
Can you tell that I have run conventions, guys?
That will change a nigga for the winner.
All right, so the reason why you let the woman take the picture, because at some point we're gonna have to get back to the fucking Gamergate shit. We're just delaying the inevitable.
I mean, I know really what hole that is and everything. I've been to Otakon for 15
honestly speaking,
in fact, something that you should do, Aiden, is that the next time that there is a convention happening down here in the South, you should come to it with myself and Morty, because she's about to go to one with Gator Time and Spooky.
Well, I'd love to. I mean, again, I live in the UK.
Yes, you would have to travel.
It's kind of a bigger deal.
You'd have to travel, but I promise I will make it worth it.
I know. I haven't been to a con in, again, like 6 years, so it hasn't been that long.
Ain't no better time to do it now. These motherfuckers are strange. You might actually be able to get.
I'm 32, so like I can't do sexy cosplay anymore. Like
bullshit.
No. I've always said this is like no. I want to. If I'm gonna do any more cosplay, it's gonna be something a little bit more dignified, right? Nothing wrong with doing sexy cosplay at all. Just
as your friend, I'm going to say yes. You should absolutely do what you're comfortable with. However, Carl, on some wild energy, is calling cap very loudly.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not like into anything. All I do now is politics. So I'm not like into anything, and all like so much media is shit now.
What you have to do is you have to find a military anime that has a really attractive secretary character and just office show that shit up.
One of the most recent ones I did before I stopped was Sniper Wolf, but who's the cute one? Shinobu from Demon Slayer. I thought about doing her.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna be 110% real. Aiden, at the end of today, you're gonna get a bunch of DMs saying, "Yo, send cosplay pics."
Hey,
send cosplay pics.
I posted my Coscom profile. I don't mind if people. It's public. Like I don't care.
The chat is demanding I finish my thought. They're demanding I finish my thought. Okay.
Yeah, finish your thought.
So
and
the
then
reason.
Be gone.
Right. I might make the thought fucking work. Don't play with me. I'm broke. I will use. So the reason why you let the women or the flamboyant gay take the picture is because they are going to sign off and officiate if they approve of it. Then what you do is you take that picture, put it into your contacts for an empty contact, hand them your phone. This is double fold, and then say to them, hey, I want you to put your details in, but I'll be right back. This is a 3-man play, okay? First play. The excuse that many people say is, hey, I want them to be forward with me. Bitch, I just handed you my cell phone. Put your number in.
Yeah.
Second concern is, oh, I don't want random strangers to find it. Well, first off, why do you want me to put my telephone number on a napkin and say, hey, you can call and text me whenever you want so that you can have control of the situation? No, I'm in front of you right now. And number two, you just took a picture with me. If you're comfortable enough to pose for a picture, there's a various state of undress, especially if you are at a fucking convention in cosplay, or, this is more common, you were at an event or a social function in public. You're going to be more comfortable talking to me just as you were taking said picture. Otherwise, why did you take a picture with me? Why are we talking? Thirdly, privacy? I just handed you my cell phone. Not only do you now have the ability to snoop on me if you wish to and go through it, and this is very important if you use this very often because those pictures now become social proof. This is the key word here, social proof, because women are going to want to talk to somebody that is showing that they not only have the ability to talk frequently and often, but they have evidence of it.
Yep,
and
exactly.
Number 4, this is memorabilia. Oh, I remember you. We took a picture together. Haha. You should send me that. And this is the line that you use when you come back from wherever you fucked off to. You're like, haha. I'm gonna send you that picture. Swoop. And by the time you do this, because this is what has happened every single time, because older women do this and younger women do this, they will snoop your phone and they will see who you're talking to and they will see what you regularly take pictures of.
That's so weird to me. That's so because again, I've been out of it for so long. Because back in the day, if you went to a convention, people took your picture. Then I go into like Coscom at that website, cosplay.com, and then people afterwards be like, "Here's my photo bucket account of all the pictures I took." I'm like, I just scroll through and like, "Oh, did this person take a picture of me?" That's all I do. Now it's weird transactional stuff that didn't used to be the case.
Because all of them
I found
fucking
one
fucks.
flaw with your plan.
What is what was the flaw? I'm pretty sure it has the thought through.
What if she just steals your fucking phone?
Then she tried to steal your phone, and you go tell the convention staff, "Hey, here's where my phone is. Triangulate it," and they will arrest them. Because more than likely, what will fucking happen? Because what you usually do here is that you go to a place like, if you're out at a club and you met a girl at the bar, you're talking to her, and you take a picture with her at the bar, you're gonna say, hey, I'm gonna go pay my tab up, and you're gonna keep your eyes on her while she's scrolling through your cell phone. So that does not happen. This is for any social function, especially at a convention, because people are not just going to randomly steal your cell phone unless they really will just randomly steal your cell phone. This will happen in the South sometimes. It'll happen really anywhere, but more likely in the South, not because, man, I gotta get this guy's cell phone away from him. I gotta see all the nasty shit that he's posted, and then they go scrolling, and it's like, oh wait, he's got so many pictures of other girls in here too. Who's the other bitches? I bet I'm the hottest. And they just start scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and be like, oh my god, banger, 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 banger. And then eventually it turns into their head that he's banging her, he's banging her, he's banging her. Oh, I gotta bang him too. Or
I guess so, because it raises social capital again of being like, this man has value because other women are illustrating that he has value because they're having sex with him, right?
That, or they're just showing him attention, which is really the factor there.
Or even showing him attention. That's enough to illustrate to other women that this man has a certain amount of value because other women are giving him attention.
Like whether it's the idea, like even if it's the idea of all there is pictures, there's no snaps, there's no Instagram posts that are super saved inside of your folder, there is no bookmarked lines, no nothing, just literally just pictures of you with women in various stages. And it's not like a very cringy, all right, let me just zoom out with my fucking arm with this fucking selfie stick and take a picture. No, these are various... What?
All I'm understanding from this is create a bunch of alts that are pretend to be women and DM yourself.
I mean, if you want to be in a single grind set, I guess you could. But even if all they see is just various types of selfies, and they're not the same kind of selfie, you know, not the one arm around the shoulder or one hand, one other hand lower behind the back. No, the woman's taking the photo. So she's the one holding it out with her fucking arm. So number one, you're gonna look bigger in the frame depending on how big that woman is. If you like fucking with tall women, this might backfire on you, but then again, you already like big women. You like climbing mountains. No matter how you frame the picture, it is going to be intimate because of the woman taking the picture. That's what makes it memorable. Because how often does somebody that you're vibing with just sit up and say, hey, let's take a picture? You're gonna talk about that with your friends. You're gonna make mention of that the next time girls ask you, so how was your night out? And when you send them the photo, they're gonna have your number and you're gonna have theirs. They can't say that you're not interested. You handed them your cell phone. Do all this shit.
I just find all of this is so weird to me. I don't like as an older person now. Like it all just seems so fucking
heavy,
complicated. Yeah, and like unnecessarily so. Just give the person your number on a piece of paper. You know what I mean? Like you said, then they have the power when they want to contaect you.
Yeah.
If you like you, they like you.
And all of this is because of the fact that the reason women want you to give them their number and say explicitly, would you like to text me, is because they have no fucking game.
Oh no, and yes, because women aren't required to have any game.
That and they
women have the power.
Chat.
Like I said earlier, women have the monopoly over the sexual resource, which is the pussy. Okay?
Yep.
We all know that this is the resource. This is the resource that is desired by the populace. It's built into our DNA by evolution, so it's not like it's, you know, pointless. It actually is built into us, and you're not going to get rid of it through social stuff very easily, through social programs or whatever. Men want to have sex with women because, one, it feels nice, and two, because it's our natural proclivity, because it's how the species reproduces itself, okay? But women are the holders of the sacred pussy, so they ultimately get to be the deciders of all this stuff. Whether or not there's any kinds of with or without social media stuff. So I just find all this is like excessive extra layers of making social interaction more awkward than it already is.
You asked your husband out and proposed to him with a ring pop. I wants, I takes. Thanks! That's that Carl energy you like to see. Carl, would you agree that if they don't like cute babies and puppies, not good? There are some women that are just biologically predisposed to be taken out by cute shit. If she doesn't like cute shit,
totally.
they may be an anomaly.
It turns off my higher brain functions.
Because there's not all women that like them. It's babies. There is a certain decorum of respect that some women that just aren't into that will be like, yeah, that's a cute kid. It's not mine though. I don't fucking care. And it's not that they hate kids. It's that it's not their fucking kid.
I would say, if you want my my femoidigan opinion on that,
okay.
Wait as you get older. Women in their 20s might be like, yeah, I don't really care about the cute baby. Wait till you get to be like, I hated hearing this when I was a younger woman too, because I used to be like, to really not find kids cute and not find kids doing cute things. I didn't like it. I was like, I don't know, it's not my kid. Yeah, exactly. Wait till you reach like 28, 29, 30. Then it'll be like, oh, that's so cute. Not all women, of course, but I think there's a higher proclivity and propensity there to want to find kids cute.
All right, guys, we gotta go to you. We have to go back into the cringe.
Let's finally do this. But we get off track for like an hour, yeah.
Why this is a tool that's very powerful that the right uses to constantly win. KnowYourMeme.com talks about the origin of the meme, and you can see this person right here is called a Wojak, and this person is an NPC Wojak. The idea is that this person is a blank-faced automaton.
Brilliant.
And this is an actual.
This is an old vis. Like a 3 minutes away from 10.
However, we're not doing this because we don't want to see beautiful naked people in video games. That's fine. In fact, like we mentioned, we want more #FreeDong.
The thing that he does there is the thing that many people never actually address, which is, yeah, we don't have a problem with seeing naked women in our video games as we continue to cover up the women and then uncover the men. But what about beating the shit out of women in fighting games? You know?
But there's an article every fucking week about anytime a new video game comes out about like this female character is too scantily clad, even as game companies have completely changed all their shit besides the Japanese ones to appeal to that. Well, we can't have a sexy woman in our game.
Dude,
so what's the fucking point?
All right, let me roll this back into my wheelhouse, which is weeb shit, anime in particular, right? Dude, literally every other, like, for the past few months, like most of the year, every single adaptation of like a slice of life show that people like really like, or adaptation of a manga that they really like that stars like a cute girl and shit, Nagatoro, Komi-san, My Dress Up Darling, all these shits, y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. Every single body on Twitter or somebody makes some dumbass article about, oh my god, she's too sexual. It's like, bro, number one, where have you been? Number two, why is this an issue?
Didn't Twitter go fucking insane with what was that short stack woman in college with the big titties?
Uzaki-chan.
Yes.
Nagatoro. Yeah, what's her name?
Nagatoro's a Patanka. Uzaki was this short stack with giant fucking titties who used to be on the swim team. And I'm just like, and Twitter went fucking insane. And I'm like, really?
They keep calling her a child, but she's in college, man.
Okay. So, like, I'll put my pushback on that. There is a weird thing in Japanese shit that probably everybody is aware of, where it goes both ways, where it's like a character who has every presentation of a child, and then they go, oh, it's a 10,000-year-old dragon.
No, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean, but at the same time...
Here's the thing. With Uzaki, that does not apply here.
Uzaki looks like she's just short. And,
Yes.
It felt that, like, my best friend growing up looks a lot like Uzaki-chan, just in terms of, like, she had naturally, her hair was so blonde it was nearly white. And she had a giant double D set of tits. And was like 5 foot.
Like the running gag for the manga was like everyone in her family are fucking midgets. Her dad's a fucking manlet that's just jacked.
I'm just saying, I knew someone in my real life who looked like Uzaki-chan.
Yeah.
I know several white women that look like Uzaki-chan.
I know several black women that look like it. I know this woman who is 30 and she doesn't even hit 5 feet.
Not to mention, this makes even more sense because a lot of, Japanese people are pretty short anyway, so it's like, yeah. What the fuck?
Plus, you just literally described fucking Neurality's entire fucking issue with Kobayashi and Dragon. And now you're giving me fucking PTSD because you're making me remember that I have another one of those I have to react to.
Please don't remind me about Neuralities. I had a fucking stroke.
Every time I look at your channel, I get PTSD of that shit because that was the first video. The first video where you talked about her was what got me, was what brought me to your channel. What brought us together, Carl. Aren't you happy?
That you are here because of my suffering? Yes. Tangentially speaking, I'm kind of sad that I still had to suffer stupidity.
Also,
retardation, a gift that keeps giving.
A bit of exactly. A bit of an aside in regards to the neurality shit, because like at first, the first one I watched was of course the isekai video, and at first I was a bit more sympathetic to it. And then I rewatched it again. It's like, okay, there are a couple things that are like, wait a minute, okay, like the whole like, oh, all of these isekais are carbon copies of each other. It's like, I don't know about that. Then I had a third group watch with my friends talking about the issue. One of them being a woman, and I am absolutely raging that like, what the fuck is this woman saying? Like it doesn't even make sense. It's not only that she doesn't seem to understand how anime culture, especially in the West, works, but she doesn't even seem to understand how like media works, how people engage with that shit. Like, it just
She-
doesn't make sense to me.
She makes her videos to appeal to the teen mom anime aesthetic, which is her entire channel brand at this point, because she really just wants to watch gay lesbian animes, but nobody's making hardcore gay sapphic lesbian anime content for her to watch.
Doesn't she watch like really sexual shotacon anime?
Yes, she does.
Whoa.
Yes, she
Doesn't
does.
she draw-
Yes, she does.
Doesn't
But
she draw My Hero porn?
yes, she does.
Like the boys?
But
No, what's going on?
Neuralities, have you not watched any of my reactions to her?
No.
She is a fucking treat. You should try watching some of her shit
on
raw.
the Tumblr she posted. On the Tumblr link she posted, straight up, the first image I saw was Todoroki Bakugo like trying to fuck Izuku, and I'm like, okay.
Why?
Yeah, because she's one of those. And the wild thing about it is that despite the things that she's asking for exist in Dojin and also exist as full-fleshed formed mangas and light novels, she refuses to watch them because she specifically wants it in anime format. She is a victim of the laziness that is brought about by people being spoiled by fucking recap animations or by people like David's Productions finally being able to adapt and put into format in a long-form ability to skip the archive and recency backup and bias and terror that comes with getting to a long runner like Detective Conan or JoJo. She wants to have the ability to say, oh, I didn't read the mangas, but I watched the show, and that's the same thing when it comes to her lesbian anime porn. But when she goes into all the other fucking shit on recency bias, she has every negative fucking topical thing to say about it that is ripped from the same other topical shit other people have already said.
Like saying that ReZero is about yelling at women, even though that's not even true. Even as someone who has yet to see it, the group watch I told you
ReZero is about fucking depression.
One of them was a girl who absolutely loves ReZero, and the other friend was a dude who hates it, and both of them were at the same time all like, what the fuck is this chick talking about?
Let's not forget about how she feels about petite women in general, because she has the audacity take of, hey guys, you see Hana-chan, you see Hana-chan and Kobayashi's Miss Dragon, you see this literal fucking lolly, that shit's fucking wrong, dude. She's got the head proportions of a baby.
But let me talk about Larava's fucking dick fetish. Let me talk about how LeBron wants to ride that magician's cock and show him where the real magic trick is.
I don't want to take any advice about body proportions from a woman who's built like a 10-year-old boy.
And listen, there are probably some dudes. There are probably some dudes that are into that because, granted, her her animation profile is literally her now properly updated aesthetic version. And trust me, I get that. I too can be attracted to women that are made in the font of Kate Micucci. Okay, but here's the thing. I would go after women in the font of Kate Micucci.
So adorable. She is like.
Yeah, I would go in the font of the women like Kate Micucci, not that young, short Asian woman that voiced the ruby half of Garnet that ironically found her way into Lucifer, into big ticket items. No, that's what Norality looks like to me, and that's how she acts. She acts like she's quirky, but she's really just over here on some fucking weird ass shit.
All right, here's what we gotta do. You and me and maybe some other people. At some point, we got a group. It doesn't even have to be live. I have to show you the why I hate isekai video from her channel, and you will.
Don't make me do that.
God, I do not like isekais anymore. I'm so tired of them.
I mean, no.
Konosuba was the best isekai. Changed my mind.
I mean, true.
One of them. I will absolutely agree on that. Like, no, but here's the thing. That video will make you want to like isekai out of spite for her.
I don't remember how long Norality's videos are.
I see. Okay, because I'm bored with isekais. I don't hate them, it's an idea. I'm just bored with them.
With how they're
reading the Konosuba light novels, and it's fucking wild. Kazuma's a fucking degenerate.
Yeah,
it's great.
No, it's like great. Worse than the light novels because he's talking to Megumin, right? And she's like, Cosmo, I do love you. And he's like, I know, but at the same time, I already have a jailbait character in my harem, so I don't know what to do with you.
I mean, there's still good isekais. Like I won't talk shit about. Like, have you seen? Do you know? Wait, hang on. Let me type in what it's called in English.
Okay.
Is it Redo of a Healer or Rising of Shield Hero?
Oh, I love Redo a Healer, but it's not that. It's dude.
Healer isn't even.
Oh, Skeleton Knight in Another World.
Oh, I heard of that one. I read that. Yeah.
It's really fun.
Somebody asked me how long is the Cringe video of Neuralities, and that's the thing. When you're watching a Neuralities video, it feels like forever, but it could be as long as maybe like 30 fucking minutes.
Talking about Neuralities makes me wish I was emo so I could slip my wrist and not think about it.
Opinions on the live action Yu Yu Hakusho action teasers? I have not seen them. Post them in the Discord so I can look at them later.
I'm already disappointed with the One Piece live actions. I'm like, yo, this new Pirates of the Caribbean movie looked kind of ass.
Alright, let's get back into it.
Man to death before you shut the video off.
What did I? That's right, the hypocrisy. So every single time that there is a sexy woman in a video game that's supposedly being covered up, you know, kind of like Bayonetta 3 right now with that naive angel mode. That's the wildest shit to me. Yeah. That's the wildest shit to me.
That is fucking wild, right?
Because, like, give me a second. I'm gonna tap into the mind of Liquid Carl, and I'm gonna think of some shit he's gonna say. Well, you would say that, Carl. Don't you understand that there are some people that just want to be able to play video games and not have to look at sexiness? But you do understand that Bayonetta's entire life story and the entire arc of the series, on top of being made in a fucking temporal causal loop, is that Bayonetta inspires Cereza. Because that's not Bayonetta. What do you fucking mean? It's Bayonetta 3. Well, bitch ass, if you learn... Shut up! It's very important I keep this connection. I can't hold this shit for long. The cringe kills me from the inside. You see,
we prayed for Carl. Trying to kill Liquid Carl.
You see, Cereza, as a small girl, witnessed her temporally displaced self from the events of Bayonetta 2 go into Bayonetta 1, and encouraged her own self into the concept of the divine feminine. She's not sexy because latex and leather. Yes, aesthetically, that's what people would be horny for, but that's not the reason why. One does not want to fuck Bayonetta, they want to get fucked by Bayonetta.
Yeah.
They want to get topped. They want to get topped.
I mean,
because this shit is wild to them. A woman confident in her...
It's something that I've talked a lot about. Sorry, go ahead. I'll do my thing.
A woman confident in the divine feminine of herself to the point that a small young girl is encouraged by this fucking strutting shit that we only ever see from fucking Drew Rawls' Drag Race. The kind of shit that we want people to understand is the reason why people are addicted to that kind of character. You see the events of the first game encourage this small little girl, and then you see the events of the second game create the causal loop that causes the events of the first game. And now we're in the third game, and you're like, yo, we know this series is about this level of fan service, but you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put in an all new and improved game journalist mode with deboned vaginas. It's like we didn't even learn our lesson from Tokyo Mirage Session.
So fuck, they need to do that shit for people who are absolutely insufferable and don't want to play the game and don't care about it. And the thing is that too, is that like Bayonetta is a when people come out and say this shit like, oh, it's sexually exploitative of women. No, it's not. She's a powerful character, and her sexuality is part of her power. We should accept that this is something that is powerful for women. That sexuality can be part of that power, just as it can be for Geralt, by the way. You know, or anyone else. It could be for Rance, but that's a little bit different. But
I need to see.
It's made by a woman. It's their choice.
Designed by a woman, made by a woman, voiced by a woman. What do you want?
I now need to see Carl, middle-aged or old, fighting on top of the back of a Gundam against Neuralities with Liquid Carl's arm grafted to it.
It's something that's bothered me for years, though, is that, like, you know, my favorite female video game character of all time, unless it gets usurped, but it's been this way for 15 years, so it's going to be difficult. It's from Metal Gear Solid 3, right?
I wasn't coughing. I was exhaling the Liquid Carl bitchness out of my system.
Oh, he had to get it out. Follow that phlegm. But the boss from Metal Gear Solid 3, I think is such a perfect example of a female character being done in games, because even though her titties are out, like, I mean, not totally, but you can see most of them. I don't think that she does look like David Bowie, to be fair, in the face. But even though you have titties out, I don't think people have a lot of, and even though she's hot, I don't think people feel a lot of sexual attraction for the boss, because when you're playing that game and you're in that situation where you're playing as Snake, your respect for the boss is so high, and you're not seeing her as a sexual being, despite or a sexual entity. She's your mentor.
No,
and so you can actually have an incredibly sexualized even character who's got titties out, who's in a latex costume, like the case with Bayonetta, and doesn't have to reduce her efficacy or her agency in any way, as long as you write it in a good way. That's all it is.
That's why the main character of Ghost in the Shell is fucking top tier as a female character.
Makoto?
Yeah, Motoko. Yeah, like in the what was it, standalone Complex series, she literally just has her fanny out everywhere for all the world to see. And
what do you mean by fanny? I lived in the UK for 2 years. This means different thing. 3 years. That means
She had that ass out, bro.
She's walking with full cheek.
Fanny means something else over here.
These flips and kicks and all that shit on top of buildings, bro. But I don't give a fuck about that, because she is an interesting person. Like the
right, yeah. Her sexuality is secondary to how cool she is, right?
In fact, it kind of goes into it, because it's about her, like, what was it? Reaffirming her own control, her own, like, will, like, because the whole thing with Ghost in the Shell is talking about how the relationship between people and technology, and how integrated both together can change people either in positive or negative ways. And like, Motoko has dozens of different bodies, but in a way she considers all of those a part of herself in the way that she chooses to express herself.
And this is why my favorite episode is Blackjack.
It's a fascinating concept of transhumanism too, that I don't necessarily think we should get. Should we get into this surfs video that we've gone through about like a minute of? Because I got about like an hour and a half left before I gotta go. So I'm not trying to like rush it, because I'm enjoying just talking, shooting the shit, man.
We even have more shit.
I would also like to make fun of these people.
Yeah, we even have more shit, because the stream will stop at 4 p.m. because I have things I want to do today, like enjoy the rest of my day.
And not think about neuralities.
Excuse me, a little bit more of that bitchness didn't get out of my system yet. Just gurgle up from the deep.
Let it flow. Absolutely.
The soy is radiating through Carl right now.
Let the soy radiate.
Let the soy radiate from your balls.
Rage comments about how this is actually a soy cuck fest of beta male virgins, because joke's on you, internet.
Did you record a fucking scene of one of your friends in the tub with a laptop throwing a laptop into fucking water and
We've
rose
experienced
petals?
penetration before.
No. We gonna talk about that. Did you just show a matter of
all the stock footage is from a website called Shutters, not Shutterstock.
Rage comments.
Okay, because I'm like, this feels like he said, yes, we got a shell of a fucking of this fucking laptop, and we want you to
it's
fucking
from
just
Storyblocks. Oh, I've seen this. Yes, this video is from Storyblocks. It's the same website that I use for my stock footage.
Okay.
Why? Because it's cheap as fuck.
I was a bit concerned that they paid one of their friends to be like, okay, just get in the tub. You're gonna cover up your whole body in rose petals.
Dude, there is the weirdest ass shit on these stock footage websites. There's like one that I found that was the weirdest, where it's a guy with a he's got a balaclava on. He's dressed as a robber, and they're in front of a house, and there's a woman there next to him, and she has like her arm, like they're hugging, and one of them is holding a baby that also has a little balaclava on. I'm like, what the fuck is this supposed to mean? Who's using this?
That's like a really that's like an album cover almost.
I know. I'm like, but why? Because they had to have been like, well, we're going to make some stock footage today for people to use, and we would like to have the baby in a balaclava. I'm like, I don't know. For what? What purpose?
It's like a very experimental prog rock album.
It's super bizarre. There's weird as fuck shit on these stock footage websites. But yeah.
It's about how this is actually a soy cuck fest of beta male virgins, because joke's on you, internet, we've experienced penetration before. We've also got some more good news. Men are awesome. Don't listen to whatever fake arguments you've heard about the woke skulls who run the left. We love men and agree there are tons of problems that aren't talked about enough in mainstream media.
Which is why you're still not talking about them.
Yeah, I guarantee that the serfs are not going to talk about the problems that men actually face, but fine.
Let any combination of R and M and A come together in the correct connotation and boom! Cancel career!
Remember Wimexing?
The one person...
women fucking hate Wimexing? Or Latinx? Didn't the Latino community fucking hate Latinx?
Yeah, they overwhelmingly rejected that.
I have friends in Mexico that tells me every time I say the word Latinx, they will stab me at least once.
But the janitor said, but you gotta understand, guys. The janitor said he can be a cocky nice guy, but don't call yourself nice. He can also be like that sometimes, though. You know, cocky, not to cock knots. Guys, come on, not to cock knots.
Exactly. I'm interested. I want to hear him talk nice things about men and why men aren't evil, because he's not going to do it. But let's see where he goes. We're only 2.5 minutes in.
I want to see him do it in a
way
ball
worse
head.
than EFAP at this point, by the way.
I told y'all, this is a shit poster's EFAP. What you want from me?
This is an EFAP. This is EFAP.
Suicide, overdose,
It's every frame a rant for 30 minutes.
addiction, and homicides disproportionately affect the male half of the species. We think the patriarchy is shitty for men, and we're going to be frequently talking about how anyone vilifying men as a generality in this tale
This is all story blocks
to the
content.
problem. Now, make no mistake, the tale of the neckbeards is amongst the most salted and depressing rabbit holes one can go down. But it's an important hole to explore. Most likely you know one or two aspects of this tale, but to see how connected and complex they become is to taste the beard of God. So buckle down and pull out your red suppository, because it's time to mansplain the annals of internet history in...
Again, this is so weird.
I know what he's using that music from. That's from Secrets of Evermore. Or from Secrets of Mana. It's one of the secret games.
It's still super weird.
It's very gay.
Oh my god, guys, we just now got to the fucking title screen.
Yep.
Now let me rant about gaming.
Oh man! Hey guys, you know what's really good?
You
know
what? Slime. That's gonna be a great.
That's not the one I'm reacting to. You know what I do when I want to investigate who is responsible for a murder? I ask one of the fucking murderers. Why is Nathan Grayson a person in your video, dumbass?
Who's Nathan Grayson?
One of the people that were fucking Zoe Quinn.
Oh, okay. Many years. Oh, how cute. Interesting. How curious.
Imagine everyone there is just somebody who's fucked the Zoe Quinn. Imagine.
What if there was like an intervention? It's like, hi, my name is Mac, and I fucked Zoe Quinn.
Yeah.
Back.
Oof.
Fucking oof, man.
Hey, my name is Jay Quan, and I fucked Zoe Quinn.
My name is Jay.
Our husband's just listening in the background, beating off.
Yeah.
Gamergate. It's a word that conjures up both nostalgia and horror depending on whom you're speaking to. While the story has been told before, it's important to refresh some of the more important parts of it, and how the controversy in video game journalism gave way to an online explosion of testosterone and sticky socks.
Like strategy games and shooter games, play them because they love them, not because someone sold them a pink controller or put boobs on a character.
While most people believe it began with Zoe Quinn and their ex-boyfriend's blog post,
no, most people don't believe that. No.
To 2012, with a then relatively
so incorrect.
Sarkeesian.
He's already started off with like several fucking lies.
This is all BS. Like, either you weren't there or you just don't care. And it didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it's a reality.
I love how he's wrong in the own thumbnail because that video's from 2011.
Yeah.
This is when she didn't need makeup to make her eyebrows look that high.
Well, I know this is just insane. Like, okay, let's let it play because this is already wrong on every level. But we'll see how much wronger it can get.
Lance is being so bad at his job that he has unlocked the power of me using double time on his ass.
One thing that I've learned from watching science fiction and fantasy television is you never ever want to get pregnant on TV.
In May 2012, she launched the Kickstarter campaign to fund the production of a series of videos on tropes versus women in video games.
In addition to being loads of fun to play,
Do you want to talk about the Lance? Are you going to? Let's hope, Lance. Are you going to talk about the outcome of that campaign that she got $200,000 for, or $170,000 or whatever the fuck it was at the end?
What did she do with it again?
Oh, what did she do with it? She did nothing.
Nothing?
She bought a bunch of older video games at that point, like secondhand video games, and made like 5 videos about a couple of them.
And then
for $200,000,
and then made another fucking
and then made another campaign
to do more videos on it, and then she begged for $20,000 to make a Discord server.
What?
Yes. Yeah, she asked for 20 grand because she said she needed money for yes.
Yeah. Oh, wait. 20 grand for a Discord server. What? Why?
Yeah, not
Why?
to fund it, not to make it
really
an
well
official
explained.
place, even though it is official, but no, literally, I need 20 G's so I can make the server.
I'm
viewing interest from my audience.
I also like to grift people who believe in politics and spend the money they give me on crack cocaine and buying a new house.
Yeah, what? Obviously she did. I don't know if she paid on
It's
crack,
more,
but
for
yeah.
her, it's more like
I also like buying gold hoochie earrings and calling people who
Come on, that's a bit of her Latina culture showing through. She's appropriating them.
No, I know she bought gold hoochie earrings with some of that money because it's the same earrings that she fucking used to call Sargon a car.
True.
Oh, yeah, they are. They are the same hoops. She got the same hoops, right?
True.
Yeah, I will never forget that as long as I live.
It's just nuts.
Teamwork, creative thought, and multitasking, and improve hand-eye coordination and enhance perceptual and cognitive abilities.
Asking for only $6,000, she ended up making 6 times her goal.
So
There was an allegation.
something I would like to say real quick is that while she's bitching about this, we were actually doing in the background really serious research, and by we I mean like the people who are actually game studies scholars. We're doing serious research on like how you can use things like hand-eye coordination to improve people's cognitive capacity in children who have educational stuntedness, and how you can use interactive VR environments in order to treat PTSD. None of it had anything to do with Anita Sarkeesian's work. I've read Anita Sarkeesian's master's thesis. All it is I can't talk too much, but what I can say is that I had a good laugh with a bunch of my professors at the time over reading her fucking master's dissertation because we couldn't believe it was published. It's that bad.
Jesus.
Just saying.
Yeah. Send me the link low key though.
Yeah, is there any way I could figure out what
For a
this
master's
thesis
disc?
was?
You can totally find it. Okay.
Anyway, I think I'm going to go because I need food.
Don't worry, bro.
You guys,
take care.
You guys have fun cringing at this nonsense. Aiden, like I said, the offer to watch that video I told you we were talking about is open at any time.
Sure.
Something to witness.
Also, remember those links I sent you to AEW, bro. Don't forget that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna check them out.
More importantly, where is Dev?
I did post her thesis.
Dev has to.
You probably would have to sign up for Scribd, I think, to get into it. I have a Scribd account though, so I could probably get it. But it's my whole cohort laughed at her diss.
No, I'm just gonna ask this for a general feel of where this was. Does it have anything to do with actual hand-eye coordination, or is it just some sort of dumb ranty bullshit?
Video games.
There's been research on the hand-eye coordination stuff with like Wiimotes and things like that. In order to improve people who have, let's say, improve conditions for people who have, it's a form of physical therapy, right?
Yes, it is reason why many fucking senior citizen homes will utilize the Wii system.
Yes. We seem to find that it improves hand-eye coordination. It slows the deterioration of some physical health problems. So there are a lot of like actual beneficial uses of video games. We've also, again, like one of the things that we did was that my advisor was doing. She was working with the U.S. military to treat veterans who had severe PTSD, and particularly like who had burns in particular. And found that like if you put them into an environment in a VR that's like a big icy cold environment, it reduces their reported level of pain. So there's a lot of incredibly positive uses of video games outside of just for fun. And unfortunately, the Gamergate shit has stifled and stunted all that research. Thanks. I really appreciate it, guys. It's great.
Serious
I hate it.
asks, wasn't Gamergate the response to all the journals responding in the same anti-gamer way at the same time? Yes.
Yeah.
There's a wonderful video. It was a wonderful video made by PSA Sitch when he originally made videos and not just did live streams with Adam about the real controversy. And I can dumb it down for you. People assumed that people were having rumors about the Zoe Gwynn Five Guys situation that created Quinspiracy. And the journalists, in their infinite wisdom, decided, you know what we should do? We should attack the consumers of this consumer hobby and tell them that they're all shit and that they're dead and that we don't need them anymore. And then we're flabbergasted when people who were told they're not needed in a consumer hobby stopped consuming their particular websites, brands, blogs, and ideas and comments. Like, bro, what the fuck? You're supposed to fall in line! And people said, no, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. It was astonishing. To just, well, we told all the consumers that we hate them and we don't want them to look at our content, and then they stop looking at our content. What?
And now they're extra major sexist, racist
Surprise
pigs.
Pikachu face.
It's like this dumbass fucking picture that I'm gonna try and look through my folder for that I never gave a proper title. That has this fucking rant from a particular known journalist being angry that people would dare hold out Kotaku for being responsible for dumbass shit that they say. Where is it? Yes, here it is in my folder file for Kotaku to stop being shit.
I'm like concerned what Carl has on like fucking everyone.
Everything
Yeah.
at all times. Continue to remember that I'm an ex-Fed, but the Fed is not the X part.
Carl, what file do you have on me?
You've asked me this question before, and I already gave you my answer.
I'm like infinitely concerned because I feel like I take one step out of place and Carl's just gonna appear behind me. Nigga, I caught you.
Instant transmission right behind you. Be like, I see that you don't have a license for that.
Nigga, did I just catch you talking shit about white women? But yeah, this particular tweet that is now deleted from Ian Walker that I didn't properly archive in time. This entire godforsaken industry is obsessed with hating Kotaku, and I'm begging everyone to literally do anything else with their time than compulsively look for ways to shit on our dumb blogs. Dumb blog number 1, archived on the 9th of June. Diablo Immortal is far too good to be free. Archived on the 22nd. Vilifying Amber Heard shows that we learned nothing from Goobergay. Goobergay! And the more you make these dumbass things, the more I will expand on this image. This shit will become very big.
He's gonna make a whole collage.
Yes!
Just gonna slowly extend. That's just gonna slowly become his face.
we have more than enough of the man from the slaughter. But yes, I will act. That is actually what I'm gonna do. And remember when the last time I did that fucking corn cob got really fucking mad that I collaged every single one of his tweets about his random rant about, hey, let's make Antifa kids? Yeah, they don't like that. They don't like evidence. No, it's mismanaged and it's misinformed and also it's sloppy. I can't figure out what's being said even though you're drawing a line from conversation to conversation in real time. Okay, cool. I'll make it nice, neat, and clean. I'll have timestamps and dates and everything, and I'll make sure that your name is right there so you can claim credit.
That Antifa kid shit brings me back to like flashbacks. So you know that video will convert your kids?
Yeah.
Turns out a lot of guys in that video are straight up pedophiles.
Yeah, the men's square was full of multiple people who were on the sex offenders list. I actually made my own collage of their dalliances. I don't know if I can find it. I forgot what day I posted it on. Somebody can find it.
I have the 4chan version of that.
Shit, the 4chan probably has my version. Who knows?
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you.
I would make so much shit that people just take it and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna just repost this without giving Carl credit, to the point that I started making the thumbnails with my fucking thumbnail in them so that motherfuckers can't just steal the shit, and they still tried that anyways. That's how I ended up getting my first account lost to Illusory Wall and his fucking stand on me. They got fucking mad at me that I had a correct Elden Ring tank and then tried to tell me to go kill myself. And so I started mocking them by posting their TikTok videos, and they claimed that I was violently harassing and doxing them.
And they're trying to tell you to kill yourself? That's just fair game at that point.
I mean, I could have done a lot worse, but I said, nah, I want people to see what your real opinions on the internet are. Remember, it is never too late to find out how thin the gap between fucking around and finding out what Carl is, audience. Let's get back into shit.
Points and culture, and people were willing to pay for it. The industry was lacking in critical analysis and had already begun focusing on new ways to generate income.
Across the board, microtransaction games report that as soon as a player uses the store once, they're way more likely to monetize again. Many of you may have had this experience with Steam or XBLA. Think about how much inertia it took to get you to download Steam and make your first purchase, or buy your first pack of DLC. Second time came a lot easier, didn't it?
Well, the early days of Atari and Sierra had female pioneers like Roberta Williams. By 2010, women only account for 10% of the video game industry.
It was a trend that started with Nintendo marketing their video game products to boys after the gaming crash of the 1980s.
It's Game Boy. It's portable. It's in stereo. And its games are interchangeable. Game Boy comes complete with batteries and the outrageous new game Tetris. And for head-to-head...
Clearly, the game was... Clearly, the game was featured towards boys because it's called the Game Boy. Why not the Game Girl? Why not the lady?
Is that the argument, that it was featured towards boys because it was called a Game Boy?
He didn't give any argument. He just said this dumb shit and then leaked it on the screen like a dumbass.
I mean, I had a Game Boy when I was fucking 4 years old, so I don't know.
They're way more likely to monetize again.
Also, this is very funny that he's also, again, using extra credits from 2012.
Yeah.
Because how accurate is that to Diablo Immortal? Super fucking accurate.
For real. Yeah, exactly.
It's even so much worse. Because of how many of those details that people didn't know about. Because, you know, Quinn69 getting and spending... How much has he spent now? Is it 20... Did he spend a whole 20 G's, or is it more now?
It was the videos I was seeing of trying to see like how much it would cost for you to get up to a high level in Diablo Immortal. It was like $20,000. Yeah,
I remember there was this video made by the Act Man, and he's like, "How much money do you have to waste until you get a 5-star legendary?"
Oh, yeah,
and it was damn near 10K, and I'm like, "Nigga, for one."
And that's the thing, that like they're so fucking predatory, and they rely on a serotonin-based model dopaminergic based model where if I just do one more, which is the exact same way that gambling works. They know it's how gambling works. They were told not to make games this way, and they fucking do it anyway. They're just skirting the fucking lines under all of the gambling rules.
Which is why they gave up on Diablo Immortal the second that China banned it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's fucking wild, too, considering that this is something that is a patent with people like Riot Games directly guzzling the Chinese semen that Activision Blizzard has just been slowly sucking through a cup. It's basically the idea of Loser's Queue. Oh man, I really want to be able to go positives in this game session, so you're gonna put me into a lobby full of other people who have lost. This was so shocking that when Shroud was playing Valorant and asking people about it in his games, they had to finish his sentence for him, and he was like, bro, I can't believe that! Because it's such a flabbergasting concept. I lost a match, so you're gonna pair me with other people who lost, so that I can get a better dopamine rush from winning? Bitch, I'm trying to climb!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's all it's completely horrifically predatory. All of this stuff is.
I'm infinitely stuck in winner's queue, and I hate every second of it. I'm doing so bad this season because I'm an iron rank nigga fighting against gold and silvers.
Ew, good. How'd you get to iron?
Probably continue.
Because I couldn't fucking climb whatsoever. I got stuck in iron because they put me against diamond niggas for the first 6 placement matches. And then afterwards, they're like, we'll cut you some slack. Here's some silver and gold. And now I'm Iron 2. And I hate it so much. I told you, I've been doing really bad this season.
On the upside, you can be able to say that at some point in time, you did have Diamond match-made MMR, which is a very stupid concept that even Smite demonstrates how full of bullshit that is. They just show you points on the screen. They show you points directly on the screen.
Oh, no, I know. Because my friend, he peaked diamond, and I played a 5-man with him and some of my other friends, and I just fucking obliterated the top laner. It was bad.
You mean top laner or solo laner? Because Smite doesn't have top laners. We have solo laners.
I'm talking about like in League.
Okay.
I 5-man with him, gold players, a diamond player, and my friend who got to high diamond, if I remember correctly. and I just fucking obliterated top lane.
Good job, son.
You may have had this experience with Steam or XBLA. Think about
Thank you,
how much
Father.
it took to get you to download Steam and make your first purchase, or buy your first pack of DLC. Second time came a lot easier, didn't it?
Well, the early days of Atari and Sierra had female pioneers like Roberta Williams. By 2010, women only account for 10% of the video game industry.
It was a trend that started with Nintendo marketing their video game products to boys after the gaming crash of the 1980s.
See Game Boy. It's portable, it's in stereo, and its games are interchangeable. Game Boy comes complete with batteries and the outrageous new game.
He literally goes from a commercial in 1984 to a commercial in 1989. That's how quick that cut was. He doesn't show any substantiation that says, yes, we in the Japanese marketplace wanted to start targeting this demographic that we knew that we could service. He just says it. Just says it. Just says it.
This man has the IQ of a baked potato.
Appearing in the boys, tweens, and in-between sections, gaming and its marketing became associated with men, despite also being popular with women. Fast forward to 2012, and Anita produced videos
No, it wasn't.
women's present and
Back the fuck up.
generational gendering. And you, imagine the calm.
Yeah, pause. Sorry.
Back the fuck up.
Actually, we have the data on this. We have the explicit data on this.
Oh god.
Gaming was not popular with women.
It was not, no whatsoever. They're still very much the minority when it comes to gaming,
it's
right?
actually, well, here's what you have to. Okay, so here's the little game that they've played here, right? Okay, so gaming was not popular with women.
Mm-hmm.
When the data that he may be basing his stuff on, although he's put no graph on the screen, so I have no source. Now, a difference is that I've noticed is that I always source my shit. I don't see leftists source their shit almost ever. That's okay. I still know the data though. The reality is that when they conducted the original kind of first analyses on women versus men gamers in about like 2007, like around the Gamergate era, what they found is that, oh yeah, women play games just as much as men. But you have to go down into the data in that, what games do women play? Bejeweled. Farmville.
They play stuff like calming.
They play calming mobile games that don't require any skill. They mostly just require money, if anything. And so that was the analysis, the findings of those analysis, and it has been consistent for the last 15 years at this point that women do not play video games to the same level as men. It's something like a 20 to 80 split. But where you do find that women are more commonly playing games, it's in mobile games, and by that I mean like Bejeweled and Match 3 kind of stuff.
Candy Crush, maybe occasionally.
Candy Crush, yes.
Honey Pop. Well, that's if Honey Pop ever
Pop's
gets
different, but
that's if he ever gets around to it. But no, dead ass. I've seen a lot of women beg for a fucking mobile port of Bejeweled with tits.
Mm-hmm.
They want it. They want it really bad.
Yeah, because it's the best Bejeweled game we have.
The fact of the matter is that the vast majority of women who do play games do not play the kind of games that men play. Women who play almost, it's something like 80 to 90%, at least as of the 2007 data, and even the more recent data I've seen still show that it's still about 70 to 80% of women who play games play mobile games that are, again, they're kind of like passive, they're relaxing. It's not even Tetris. Like I play Tetris all the time. And the rate of women playing Tetris is actually really low, which you'd think would be something that would be higher in women. It's not. In terms of like, not that it's as high as men. The reality is that the games that women, when you get those statistics to say, oh, look, women are 60% of all video gamers, of all gamers, and you'll find a statistic, you can find the statistics say 60% of all gamers are women. You ask, okay, where'd you get those data from? Well, we're only using mobile game statistics. What kind of games? It's Farmville, it's Bejeweled, it's these simple like time waster games, right? Which is no shame at all on that, but it's not what we're talking about when we talk about gaming. We're talking about having a computer that can run, that can actually run these games, or a console that can run these games. So, we just have to be clear about this is lies.
It's kind of like car girls when they when they go to like drag races and shit to show off the modifications to the cars, and they're like, oh no, I pay people for that, but how are you a car girl? Because my car has modifications.
But you didn't do it though.
Exactly.
You didn't modify the car. Again, that thing is lies, damned lies, and statistics. Where sure, women play more games than men, but they don't play.
Actually, play the games or the CODs or anything like that.
mobile games. It's only when you include that statistic that you were able to find that result. And as a statistician, it makes me want to fucking blow my brains out. As someone who studies statistics specifically, it's like, you're lying. I know you're lying. Anyone who else knows how to process statistical analyses knows you're lying. You can't lie to me. You can lie to the general public, but you can't lie to me.
Remember when Natalie Casanova tried to fucking cancel my career early because she was mad as shit that I was saying real shit that she couldn't refute? And said, no, you're just jealous of my tits. Where is it? How did I name that?
Ew.
Your tits are bigger.
Yes, my tits are bigger now. see, it's because she's gotten older, and she's now past 30 when she was just approaching 30 back then. And now she puts in absolutely no effort to fucking hold them. Oh my god! Woo! But no, the entire situation of Natalie Casanova losing her shit at me wasn't just because of the fact that I went to Keemstar and he spoke on my fucking behalf to the point that it caused her to basically lose her career because she lied. Because she had a long-standing hate relationship against Keemstar. She did not like how he got his fame and was angry and jealous of it. And when she started lying, I immediately made this fucking explanation video within 2 days of time and work, while he just shouted me out. And then I guess either he was the only person that I could get as a journalist to tell the truth about me. I'm gonna drop this in podcast chat, and I'm also gonna pop this inside of the audience's chat so they can watch it at some point in time if they wish. But the entire situation was based around the fact that myself and Siren Cove were talking about how grid girls, the card girls that he was just talking about, and specifically the Bang shuffle dancers at that particular year's event for E3 were effectively being pushed out of their job by her saying, no, we don't do booth babes here. And she got her shit pushed in by a spokesperson for Bang Energy, who was the one responsible for the shuffle dance routine and the schedule that the dancers were working on, while they were surrounded by the managerial men, which are the equivalent of the photography guy. They're the guys that are paid to be able to handle the customers when the girls are doing their thing and they're not available to talk to the audience. Being able to actually get people to buy and use Bang Energy to the level in which Poe now uses it for his cum supplement treatments, in the first fucking place. The entirety of the shit was her trying to push women out of a job, and me and Siren Cove defending a woman, so keep that in mind, a male sex worker and a female sex worker talking about an industry that they are directly responsible and in the business of, talking from experience with an e-girl who doesn't do the business because all she was doing was painting her titties on stream for clout. She got mad that that guy called her by her real name and said, I want to have a serious conversation, got upset and angry, ran to the arms of her simps. This is all in the video, by the way. Ran to the arms of her simps, quoting, who the fuck do you think you is? You think you fucking know me? And the last thing she said was a tweet that she tried to delete within 10 minutes that I archived, to the tune of, it's really sad that somebody would be jealous of me like this because you think the reason I'm popular is because of a pair of tits. And now, and for everybody, I'm gonna put this on the up screen so we can look together, because I'm an asshole, and I'm a whole ass, not a half ass. These, not accounting for the Carl posts, are the views of my channel. Right? Right. Let's go to Natalie Casanova today. I promise you're gonna be fucking surprised when you see this shit.
He dead.
Now, let's put this into context. Let's go all the way down as fast as we fucking go, okay? I'm gonna be really fair. I'm gonna be really nice and charitable, okay? We're talking millions of views from things like episodes of Sims 4, Sex on the First Date? Question mark, exclamation, bikini pictures. These are at least 7 years ago, alright? Intermediate success, but not nothing for somebody with 200,000 subscribers. Right? Right. This is when her hair was still pink, by the way. Because she came from Smite. Along with her and Smitten, which were the only two female streamers in Smite at the time, when DM Brandon was actually still employed at Riot, or not Riot, excuse me, at Hi-Res Games before he was ousted from the company for being a sexual predator. She and Smitten, the only two MILFs in the audience size and community, they built their audience off of other people, and they used that to build their brand, right? So this was back when she was relevant, and I'm going way back. I'm even going back 8 years. Let's go back 9 years. You can see a consistency here. She picks up and becomes viral, right? And then gets that instantaneous success. This is what she's doing now. She hasn't uploaded a video in a year. These are her views. This is her shit.
I'm not shocked.
Neither am I. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about the shit that I do. This is what it looks like. A dead channel to a verified brand that is not uploaded for at least a whole year, that has playlists full of content from games that they either dropped or don't play anymore, for some of which is their most successful content. But they don't do anything else other than stream. And when she does pop up, when she is around, this is what she's posting on her timeline. No likes, 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 no likes. 13 likes, no likes. Verified account, by the way, no likes, no likes. I'm gonna leave it on auto scroll. Oh look, she might have, no, Yoshi, this is a nephew. She doesn't have any children. The hair is fire, the hair is fire colored, guys. Very few likes. Using a kid for likes. Photos of herself out at the beach. No, nobody's liking her shit.
Where is this?
This is Twitter.
No, I mean, freaking, are you posting this in Discord or?
Yes, I did.
Where? Which channel?
Non-podcast chat. If you're talking about me posting Twitter links, I mean, if you want to fucking torture yourself looking at it, like looking at her fucking feed, go right the fuck ahead. I'm not gonna stop you. I didn't think you were down bad like that, bro.
No.
Bro.
You say I haven't thought about this slash in a minute. Fuck me.
Did you just call her a slut?
No, I said I haven't thought about this last in a minute. No, your statement wouldn't exactly be inaccurate.
It's the bully hunter's bitch, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
The bully hunter woman who faked an entire campaign to try and sell feminist crosshair headsets from SteelSeries and was disavowed across the fucking board. Every single person is shit on about it. And she's tried everything possible to move away from it. That's the reason she started painting her titties in the first place. And it's how she ended up on my timeline. Not unlike how Asher Roboto ended up on my timeline, because she was bitching, crying, and whining, making scripted content about her reactions to her stream live on Twitter. Which even put Liquid Carl on my fucking radar. This is how it happens. This is how it started. But look at me now. Look at me now. It's the shit that doesn't make sense, but it's what is normal. These are the people who will pass judgment on other people and their content, and will talk shit about someone, leaving messages like this. There it is. That's from an archive from a website that's now been changed over and called Conifer, but I still have this fucking archive. Her words, exactly. And at the time, all she could get is 74 fucking likes before she deleted it. That's all she got. That's the level of shit that they're talking right now in this video from the serfs. Same shit. Same shit. But I don't think people are going to call them out about it. Except us. We'll call them out about it. We'll put our entire foot down their ass.
Just released a video 3 hours ago.
I mean, Dev's been working around overtime. Don't get to it.
Dev is really out here on that grind.
Right, now, let's get back to it.
Collected, measured response the internet had. 2010, there was a video, I think it was 2010, the video was recorded in black and white, her in university, giving a speech where she says, I'm not a gamer, I had to learn a lot about gaming to get into all this. And then come 20...
Oh, I know exactly what video he's talking about, because it's the video...
Maybe slow this part down, because Sargon already talks fast, much like myself, so...
Yes. I know exactly what video he was talking about, and I used it in my breakdown about her in my thing. And even though that banger is now lost to time from my old account, I actually found the archive to it. If Twitter will ever fucking update. For some reason, I'm locked out of my account. That's wild.
What kind of lockout? Like the...
No, I'm just not logged in for some fucking reason. It's just weird. Give me a second. There we go. That was weird. Caramel Cajun. And I'm gonna have this play while that's happening.
2012. I mean, that video wasn't released until after she did her Tropes versus Women in Gaming Kickstarter. 2012, May 2012, she starts this Kickstarter, and within the first few days, she starts posting updates on that. I'm being harassed. It's like, well, yeah, people generally react negatively to phenomenal bigots on the internet.
The second half of it is the social justice warriors we mentioned briefly. There is a sort of insurgent move in video games from a couple of wacky left-wing feminists, and these are sort of far-left, Israel-hating, socialist weirdos.
So because of those people, because of the few people threatening them,
Is he trying to say Chris Reagan's right?
I guarantee you, if the entire gaming community threatened Nina Sarkeesian, good lord. There would not be enough people to count how
intelligent. Fuck no.
Isn't Chris Reagan hard lefty?
He's been a Bernie bro, but I think he's gone more left now as he's trying to sanitize his image to get more people in his audience.
Oh damn!
I mean, maybe he always felt that way, but I think that.
I know he was.
Well, yeah, basically, it's like, what do people ultimately believe in? Did you actually believe in free speech, or did you believe in something else? Free speech and rights for individuals, but you have to look at. And if people are abandoning the freedom aspect, I don't know this about Chris Reagan or anybody else, but you have to see, are they supporting freedoms continually, freedom of speech most importantly, or are they not? And that's going to be how I judge people, honestly, based on how they were during the period.
I was a big fan of Chris Reagan back in the day, and God, it is terrible to see him like this now.
But he's not. He's more of what he is now. He's being the true asshole that he truly was.
Yeah.
Is he like anti-free speech? I haven't watched his videos in a long time.
I don't think he's anti-free speech. What he was always doing was he was a lefty, because remember, this is the guy who was fucking Lacey Green before she decided to move on, or they broke up to their next boyfriend. But he was
that and Nisa Jonas sends for him super.
He was that's because Anissa Jones is a hoe. He was always a moderate left of center centrist type that was a Bernie bro and believed in the ideals but did not believe in the methodology of how they went about them, to the point that was the reason he made Social Justice the musical. But as he started gaining more prominent audiences and started realizing that he could start consuming and cannibalizing the audience of a bunch of these other people that he could just simply win out against by nature of not having controversy about himself and not being iDubbbz, he started to go harder in the other direction, simply by nature of not pushing it back against the narrative, to the point that he decided that was more valuable and chose to give up the nature of his work, to the point that he took down his old work, which is why Dev reloaded the last Social Justice Warrior the musical, because it was all about this exact period that he created the music around. Milo, fucking Sargon as a whole, all that shit. Which is ironic when you think of the meltdown that was had by Rucka Rucka Ali, going on to that particular episode of Timcast. Because that motherfucker made multiple music videos about this series of things. The entire fucking song, Sargon, is all about, said ironically to the Beast of Starboy, this entire scenario, where Anissa Sarkeesian made him into what he is. And the idea of trying to demonize that and turn your back on it when you are directly responsible for it is the exact same energy as invoking the Goo Brigade when you are responsible for the reaction the Goo Brigade made. And regardless of that meltdown that he had, where basically, I'm not sure how many people are aware of Rucka Rucka Ali and his opinions, but he believes in the ideals of old fucking philosophers, because he's Asian, and also he wants to make music about it, so he's obsessed with it, the way that I would be obsessed with techniques of learning and pedagogy. But he doesn't know a goddamn...
Ali is an objectivist, he's an Ayn Rand stan.
Yes, and he was fucking out there with his takes, to the point that he couldn't substantiate them on the broadcast. That they weren't received well by Tim or the greater audience, just saying, what the fuck is this guy talking about? To the point it was a bad outing for him. I don't think he's been back since, but I remember that episode in question because of the reaction that he had. No, they are not still together. Lacey Grimm and him broke up because I guess they had unreconcilable differences, or she thought his dick was little. I don't know which one. Could be both. Let's say it's both. Whatever's funnier to you. And yes, Lakusi is exactly what happens when you let someone like Anissa Joma think that she's a fucking 10 out of 10 when she's actually a fucking 2 out of 5. And it's not because of her body. It's because of her fucking attitude.
Yeah, I know. It's bizarre to see what happened to iDubbbz. It really is.
Simply, this is what happens, boys. Not even once. And that's wild to think that she supposedly had a hand in all of the funny things that happened with Content Cop. How much of that is Ian? How much of that is Anissa Joma? We'll never fucking know, and we don't fucking care.
Well, again, according to her, it was like she had a huge influence on it.
A very huge
I don't
influence.
really believe that.
I don't think that she had as much of an influence that she claimed she did. Maybe she had a little bit of an influence, as in, hey, here's a funny idea you could use, but she's not like directing and telling him what's funny and what's not. No, she talks too fucking much and she doesn't know how to shut the fuck up. She's what happens when people think that I am more or less of what I am, instead of realizing that I'm playing people for a fool, so that when they go super hard on an idea, I get to start mocking them with how intelligent I am. She thinks she's doing that, but she's actually just that fucking stupid. It's wild to watch in real time. For the most part, though, to bring it back to Chris Ray Gun, if I had to substantiate an opinion and say, do I hate Chris Ray Gun? No. I barely hate many people. The only
of course not, yeah.
The only time I hate a person is when they have done either something directly personal to me in a way that is vindictive enough to try and ruin someone's life, or that they are so lazy that they are wasting their opportunity, time, and potential by being less than what they possibly are, and they have the capacity to do much, much more. But what I would say about Chris Ray Gun is that the direction that he is choosing is a direction that pretty much any person who wants to be a streamer would normally take. It is the reason why, for example, Sam Hyde was banned from Creator Clash. It's because Ian knew how fucking out of his depth he is fucking with somebody like Sam Hyde on Sam Hyde energy. It's like how out of depth Liquid Carl is fucking around with Carl on Carl energy. But it's not like a temporary thing in an event like, oh, if I just don't talk from this person, then they'll just disappear and become irrelevant on their own. No. This is not Rice Gun shit. This shit's not going away. I don't see Chris Ray Gun going away anytime soon. Because, number one, he made Sweeney, or Sweeney made him, or they made each other along with other people. And two,
Sweeney didn't have an audience. Chris brought Sweeney in because that's his best friend, and as a result, Sweeney kind of just blew up from there.
Well, that's just because he had somebody already helping him along the way. He didn't have to do it the rough-handed way that, say, I would have to do it. But, he's not going away anytime soon because he's been around enough that he is considered a part of that old guard of YouTube. And because of that old guard status, people give them excuses for why they are allowed to do what they do and transition the way they transition. Same thing happened with June. Same thing happened with pretty much every person that ever turned on JonTron. And the same thing, ironically, happened enough recently because of the fact that JonTron showed up inside of an Internet Historian video. And a bunch of people were screaming, saying, no, you can't platform him. I'm about to unsubscribe from you. I thought you were one of the good ones. That's what Chris Ray Gun represents, at least to the left.
I mean, I don't know Chris as a person. I've spoken to June, and she's always been like the sweetest person. So
I would say when it comes to Shoe-on-Head, her mentality has been warped by her time on the internet, and she has forgotten how vindictive the people she associates with are, and is now flabbergasted that they don't take responsibility for what they're doing. Because for her, it was literally, hey, look at me, I'm just a woman on the internet, here's a shoe on my head, to, oh my god, Ian, shut the fuck up, not Ian Kaczynski. Oh my god, Voss, shut the fuck up, why are you being this fucking wild? Not realizing that he's just he is the final conclusion from what her behavior and activities wrought. And
I
also,
don't think you can put that blame on Shu, but
I can't
yeah,
put it all
I
on her.
I get where you're coming from, though. But
like, it's born from the same school, but it is the difference of like, hey, back in my days, this is what our class pranks were, and here comes Vosh saying, "I got a prank for
very
you,
different
boys."
From Vosh, who, as I said before, is a person who doesn't look there's any bad tactics, only bad targets. That's completely different from Shu being like, "Hey, aren't SJWs kind of going too far?"
Yes,
you know that it's a very very giant chasmatic disparity there.
Many people would say that she's like them, but I would say she is more reserved now that she's entered into her witchy wine mom arc. But this also comes with the side effect of taking more of a back foot, and instead of being in the forefront of conversations, she is more... She's basically, actually, if I describe it in a proper way, she's actually now occupying the position that was originally held in place by the nostalgia chick. She is now taking the place that Lindsay Ellis has, and she's doing it differently.
I don't know about any of this. I mean, like, I've always liked June quite a lot. She's always been very nice and polite to me, so I don't want to talk shit. Not only because she's been polite to me, because but I just don't see this. I think it's a lot of theory crafting. Now, I couldn't understand why she decided that she wanted to hardcore go, like, back Vosh, who...
In order to understand,
I don't think he's a good person. I don't know how you come to that conclusion to all the things he said. I mean, like, I've listened to so many of his streams, and not just ones that are taken out of context or whatever, like all kinds of them. I'm just like, holy shit, the things this guy says, they're inflammatory and they're revolutionary in terms of, like, not just like, oh, we're gonna glorify people's revolution. I mean, if someone on the right, I don't mean to do like a whole like, well, what could you imagine if the right did it? No, it is important.
Yes.
If someone on the right said half of the fucking shit, like even a quarter, even a tenth, even a fifth of the shit Vosh goes on Twitch every night and spews, they would be arrested by the FBI 3 years ago.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. I don't understand how you can go out there and say shit openly about like causing the total upheaval of the government, and it's just fine because your politics are left leaning. That to me, I
don't remember if it was Destiny or Vosh who said that we should be able to use child porn to give to pedophiles to satisfy.
That is definitely Vosh. What the fuck makes you think that Steve Bono would say that shit?
Never have said something like that.
Yeah, and I think
it was Destiny.
Like, well, that's.
Do you think that it was Destiny that said that?
Yeah, but I remember Brittany Venti I remember Brittany Venti made a video about this, and it was like old Destiny back when he was on Soylent.
No, you're right. You're right.
Oh, it might have been. It was from a long time ago.
If it's from a very long time ago.
Yeah, I actually now I do recall this. Okay, so the argument was that okay, yeah, I will give the argument, which is that I believe the argument was that if you give pedophiles CP, then they will be able to take care of their urges and won't victimize people. But there's no evidence that that's the case.
When you explain it like that, I actually do remember that. When you said it the other way around, that was something that Vosh said. Like, Vosh has already made the argument that, hey, everything else is whatever.
Vosh's argument was that if it's okay for you to buy a computer that was made using parts that were collected via child labor, slave labor in parts of Africa, and that's okay, then it should also be okay to own CP, because both things exploit children.
What?
These things are not like the other. These two arguments are not like the other, okay? I don't agree with Destiny's argument, but by the way, also, that was like 5 years ago.
Yes.
I don't agree with that argument, first of all. Now, I think also part of his argument was if you shouldn't make that content for these people, obviously, but it already exists. The FBI has hundreds of gigabytes of it.
I'm sure they have terabytes.
Terabytes of it, right?
Googleplex is terabytes.
Yes.
So,
yes.
What if we found that it helped them in some way? Should we allow them to have access to that material? I don't think it helps them, but we'd have to conduct more research on it. And
I still don't think so, even if it does help them. I don't think we should, even if it does help them, because it still hurts the children.
The argument, again, I'm just saying the arguments. I'm not saying I agree with them, but the argument is the children have been hurt. The children have already been hurt. You can't undo it. Now, I would say, though, but if you're distributing it to to pedophiles, even if you're trying to get them to stop being pedophiles or reduce their urges or whatever, I think that every single time you redistribute that content, you're re-victimizing the child.
This is the exact same argument that I said when I talked about it in minority takes.
Honestly speaking, I don't think that it'll even like dull their urges or anything. It'll just make them want to do it more.
Maybe we don't have enough data on it. That's the problem because it's such an extreme case. We don't have a lot of good data on this.
Yeah.
But I do think that if you were to show the FBI collects terabytes of this stuff, this heinous material,
Mm-hmm.
and if you were to show that stuff to a pedophile who's been arrested and put in prison, well, maybe for one, I guess a good outcome is maybe more pedophiles would turn themselves in. I guess. Ugh.
Yeah, it wouldn't be for a good reason.
The idea was that maybe it would let them get it out of their system or some shit, but that's only a theory because the research hasn't been done. And overall, like I said before, the reality is that whether or not it would help them is that any time that you redistribute that material, for any reason, you are re-victimizing the person who was harmed by its creation. You know?
Yeah.
Even if they don't know it, that person is being re-victimized just in a small way. And I find that kind of sickening, you know?
Also, while the video's paused, I keep seeing this thumbnel for content.
Yes, because I'm trying to talk to them about the thing. This is the very thing that we're talking about. This is that class from from Melanie Klein's class at Santa Monica College in California on July 12th, 2010, where she explained it in her own fucking words. Because this is an archive of an archive, it only has the fucking first clip of the image here. But this was archived from her site, and it's also still live on her site to this day. But these are Vimeo links, so they might be fucking broken.
Okay.
Yes. First one's broken. All this shit here, the fucking videos she had there, the other shit as well. I would have to find another copy of this in question. In fact, I will see if I can find another fucking copy of this in question, because it should be all over YouTube at this point. Yes, right here.
Song, except I'm doing video games. So a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games.
For some reason, I have a very keen memory when it comes to people saying fuck
So
shit.
it's not exactly a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games.
Bro, I did this as a job.
It's hard to forget some stuff, man.
I do this shit as a job. Now I do this shit for y'all for free.
Actually had to learn
All I'm thinking is like, what did you say, nigga?
I don't want to go around shooting people and ripping off their heads, and it's just.
And it's just slowly but steadily becoming, now this is permanently printed in my brain.
You're talking over the archive.
This is her non-gamer thing about how like she doesn't actually like video games.
Yes.
Video games in the process of making this, and also.
So yeah, this is a classic video. I think most people have seen it, but if you haven't, Anita was very clear that she was interested in this from a political stance, not for, and maybe an academic one, but mostly a political stance and not from an actual interest in this topic. Which, okay, hello. I have actually conducted research on gamers and involving gaming. I have done it at a collegiate PhD level. I have published research on this, which I think is actually more than Anita can say. I don't think she's published anything besides her master's thesis, which is not actually considered a real publication. Okay. One thing that's a really big deal when you go into conducting research with gamers is that they're going to have a perception that you're fucking with them. I don't think that existed before Anita Sarkeesian. And her ilk kind of went in. Because when I went in a couple years later to try and do my research, it was like, you have to prove to everybody here that you are playing the game with them and that you're not just some weirdo trying to fuck with them. That was not an issue before Anita Sarkeesian. Gamers used to be more than willing to answer questions on surveys. They were not after Anita Sarkeesian. Thanks, Anita. You fucking ruined an area of research. You made it so it's very difficult for us to collect data. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
That's the reason why supposed gatekeeping exists, because it's not gatekeeping, it's shit testing.
It is shit testing, and you know, for me, someone who does play these games, it's really difficult though when you're trying to conduct a piece of research, because you have to be sterile about it. You have to be like, well, I don't, you know, because I can't see your data specifically. It would be unethical. I can't do that. But again, thanks, Anita. Now gamers will never want to respond to our fucking surveys and our research again. Even when what I was trying to do, my research, and okay, my stuff's nominal. My stuff was about getting people to like get along better and how to form social connections between different groups of people who wouldn't otherwise communicate. That was what my interest was in, right? My one of my advisors' research was again on getting people to use video games to deal with serious psychological and mental and physical health issues. Thanks, Anita, because it's harder for us to collect those data now. Because of your fucking bullshit and because of Gamergate, it's harder for us to be able to collect those data and be able to actually fucking help people using video games as a mechanism. You can go fuck yourself, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I'm so pissed about that shit. It permanently damaged my entire fucking area of research.
Ladies and gentlemen, Based Aiden has decided to make a visit to the stream.
Yeah.
Now, the most insidious thing about this, since this is not just me, hey guys, I'm putting screenshots together. No, this was a very big thing with links and articles directly from Troy Levitt. Remember Troy Levitt? The guy you guys chased out of the industry because you tried to mock him about his religious beliefs? Yeah, that guy was the guy who helped me crunch the fucking numbers on this, and I actually did the fucking number crunch on this. Because he did the number crunch, and then I took his data and I ran it through. I falsified it. That doesn't mean I faked it. That means I did the necessary effort to prove it was true by sourcing out as many things as possible about how it would be false. Dumbasses that don't actually know what these words mean. And out of all the games she was talking shit about, 2 to 3% of them, because she was only ever talking about the games that are supposed to be rated mature, right? And this was from that breakdown. Everything was 3.7% of E for everyone to the 1.6 of mature only in 2016, which was the basis and part of Troy's responses. Responses, by the way, that you can still find on his account on on YouTube, on YouTube, where this comes from, because they're all listed and all labeled. This also she tried to ignore, and it's the same thing that Jonathan McIntosh tried to ignore, because he was salty enough about the fact that I was 100% using their own takes from his account and her account and from Feminist Frequency.
Yeah, motherfucker went full Macintosh.
He got fucking upset at me and tried to block everything and say, no, this is an agent trying to ruin us. Totally, dude. Totally. Totally. Dude. Fucking Christ. For somebody who's supposed to be intelligent enough to manipulate.
For Anita Sarkeesian of all people, like, I'm not saying she's hideous, but I'm saying, like, guys, you can do better.
Like, I get why he's doing it. I get why he's doing it, because he made her, and I'm pretty sure they were fucking.
They definitely were. Yeah.
But
I think it's unquestionable. It's not confirmed, but you know what I mean. They seem to be fucking.
I take the exact words directly from Jonathan McIntosh out of his fucking mouth, and I explain it as they are using this to try and gaslight and antagonize Cyberpunk 2077 so she can get free money out of them as she tries to do what she is known for, which is where fucking known white supremacist shit from Mike Pondsmith came in, with people trying to cry-bully him on Reddit about his own development in his own fucking game that he wrote. And using her direct words from it, and then using the actual numbers directly from her account to refute her points as she starts cooking the books live. And this was before Melanie Mac blew up as big as she did. And I was sourcing not just this event and other events like it, but also the shitfest that she threw when she was employed at a company, all the way to the point of this particular quote that she had, that was actually given to me by somebody who now goes by Handsome Kate, originally Filthy Fujoshi. This is a link from a particular event where she says, quote, "We need to make, in quotation, content game developers fear that in some way that they're not going to sell their game. We have to make them feel that they have to do this, and that we do this by continuing to put pressure, to continuing to critique work, and make them feel that if they do not do this, they are going to miss out on money." Which is the reason why a lot of people hear us say this, but don't get it. The concept of wokeness isn't, oh man, they made it woke, now it's shit. No, it is what they are doing to rebrand themselves and syndicate the work so that they can make money on a larger scale. If you think small and say, oh, they do this because they want to be woke. Yes, they are woke, but it's not just that. This is culture.
Yeah, but the question is, though, is that what do you mean at a larger scale? I know that in the heads of these dumb companies, I think, oh, well, we're missing out on 50% of the market because we don't have women in it. But
on the larger scale, I mean selling themselves out to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and China. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Syndication,
Okay. Yeah,
broadcast syndication. It's what Riot Games did when they said, hey guys, we're gonna have an event at Vienna Blast. Fuck whether or not you can actually go to the UAE and they're gonna throw you off a fucking building because you're gay. You're our gay fans, guys! Stan Nico! We love fucking lesbian chameleons! What about them beheading you? It doesn't matter! Until they had to be put in the fucking place.
Of course it's all about money at the end of the day. Of course it's all about money.
It ended up making gaming into the establishment of just another arm of capitalism and corporatism. You could say late market capitalism, but no. This is just crony corporatism, where they lobby the companies, they lobby the businesses. In this case, they lobby the game developers, the individual people who would already side with them, ideologically speaking.
They have this idea too, because this is the fucking insane thing, right? As you said, Carl, they're fine with going to the UAE and China and all these countries that absolutely do not accept gays and do not like diversity and don't want black people on their movie posters and things like that. And who, in China, for example, have fucking concentration camps for religious minorities. Okay, but it's
still
fine.
Looking up years, by the way. Years are still locked up.
At the fucking same time, though, that they know they can also utilize social media to virtue signal and be like to the Western audience and go like, look how good we are. This is the shit like in Pride Month, and it's so fucking overt. Of look, we put our little rainbow in our profile. We made our stupid burger upside down, so it's a bottom burger. It only uses the bottoms of the bun.
Extra dollars.
I mean, like I don't know, like in that one, the worst one I think that was the Grub. Was it Grubhub or was it?
It is Grubhub if you're thinking of the animation.
The bottom menu.
Oh, the bottom menu. That was yes. I think that was
Postmates.
Postmates. I've seen jokes about it from the other brand accounts, but I don't think that they went all in with it.
It was literally like it's like if you would like to have butt sex, here's the foods you should eat so you don't get poopy all over your partner's dick. Yes, they made this ad and they aired it.
Yes, they made that.
It's a thing.
It's right up there with the fucking representative from Rhode Island twerking for intersex change and trans rights.
Where she got when she did the headstand,
yes.
The big fat
headstand in the sand.
Oh my god!
Let me see. Did I post that meme?
It's just like
we
live in fucking clown world, and it never stops. And who? I just don't like. Here's the thing: the people who use these services, I don't think that they're actually going to care if you do this virtue signaling or not. They're going to keep using your service. All this stuff does is alienate parts of the market. It doesn't draw new markets in. It's insane. It's bizarre, and it is. If you want to call it late stage capitalism, maybe it is, because you're not actually drawing in new consumers. All you're doing is alienating consumers for no apparent financial reason. It's insane.
I don't know if I'm safe to show it on screen, so I'll just drop a link to the Discord app attachment, and y'all can just look for it for yourself. Also, how does that edit? Because I tried really hard on that. I wanted to go for Neon Genesis Evangelion End of Evangelion vibes.
Wait, where'd you post it?
I posted in the chat, now I'm about to send it to you. You're a VIP, you get the VIP treatment.
Oh.
Yeah, let's go.
I DM the Cringe directly to your inbox.
Oh, did you?
I am about to.
Oh no.
Yes.
I need
to. Paleo-Angloisms. Oh no.
What you talking about? This is what we asked for, clearly. We asked for our Zoomer fucking politicians at the age of 30 to go out to the beach and, just get on the fucking hands. Just get fucking hands, just do a handstand. And just wiggle your butt cheeks.
I feel fucking brain dead. I just realized something, but I'll talk about it later.
I don't know why it's not loading it faster. There it goes. Now it's loading for you. Now you can see it, Aiden.
Oh my god. Oh, well, wow. God bless the USA.
Exactly.
The regime is not sending.
It sure is a monument, that's for sure.
A perfectly book with a hint of lemon.
Because you're gonna need some lemon water to burst that out your system.
That woman is someone running for political office with her ass. Yeah, with her ass spread on the internet.
If she gets votes, it's gonna be because some of her constituents will want to fuck.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Organizing sexuality for
we can have
political
that
things.
conversation, but girl, you gotta lose like 60 pounds, okay?
Well, hold up, is she fat or is she like deliciously plump?
No, she's fat.
She's fat, but there are some people that would lie and say she's deliciously plump just to hit.
Fucking gross.
No, she's fat. I won't play these fucking games. So no, she's just fat.
Someone send me the link. Someone send me the link.
It's in the chat. It's already in the Discord, and it's been in the Discord for a while.
Fuck. Where is it?
Body politics. Body politics. Hold on.
Body politics.
I'll just fucking cross-post it for you, lazy man. I was posting on the fucking the day after 4th of July.
Hold on 1 second. I have to actually search now.
No, I will repost the example of it inside a non-podcast chat.
Is that her?
Yes!
I've just looked at body politics. And that,
there it is.
That cyber difference meme is actually really fucking good.
It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild. That's the first thing that happened.
It's a beautiful image. It's too fucking real.
And you got the Bidens looking at the cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the economy went, guys. That's what caused inflation. It went her ass.
I mean, it's certainly an inflated ass.
That ass has no meat to it, only fat.
Yes.
It's got a little bit of meat. It's just not where it should be.
All right, back to this fucking video. You have to attempt to finish this.
It's not gonna get close. I gotta go again in an hour, but yeah.
Because they like to see you freak out about it. That's exactly what you do your trolls. Because they like to see you freak out about it. That's exactly what you guys do your
I mean, even your language, like freak out about, like no.
So, after the death and rape threat seemed to have maxed out and the dust has settled.
Guys, that's everything wrong with Gamergate.
Dev.
A man described a problem, and they got mad that they were being told what the problem was, and they chose to not stop doing it.
He sounded like Dev there for a second.
He did.
I think it sped up so much.
Maybe.
I was like, is it Dev? I thought they took a part of his video. No, they didn't, though.
You guys act like only women face harassment online. And look, the majority of the people here are the trolls because they like to see you freak out about it. That's exactly what you guys do your
I mean, even your language, like freak out about, like no.
So, after the death
You know it's trolls, so why do you care?
He's certainly exposed.
Because it gives them an opportunity
No,
to
it's
get
only
money.
because I heard one sentence, so yeah.
It's because they do it for the opportunity to get money. That's the only reason.
Obviously, that's why she got a chance to. Wait, do you remember also at that VidCon where Boogie was on stage with her?
Yeah.
Yes.
And she bullied the shit out of him, made him cry.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't.
She's
think
just a bitch.
I don't think it was the same one as Garbage Human. It might have been.
No, it was a different. It was a year afterwards because then Boogie was freaking out. It was a year after. Boogie was freaking out because he's got a lot of anxiety and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And he was supposed to be on a panel about cyber harassment and stuff, and she like screeched at him because she doesn't give a shit about this stuff. She's just a fucking opportunist and an actual grifter,
Do you remember that VidCon where it was like all the GamerTube the Gamergate YouTubers like fucking posing for a video for a picture and they and they have Billy the Fridge awkwardly on the fucking corner.
I don't recall who that is.
Billy the Fridge, he was like a fat rapper, then he got like liposuction.
Yeah.
Oh. Wild.
One of his best songs is 8-Ton Gorilla.
You should put that inside the music playlist so I can hear it later.
Copy.
That the video game industry was not prepared to take a critical look at itself. In fact, rather than confront many of the worst aspects of the subculture, it decided to morph and mutate into an entirely new online concept.
Did you just edit it like that?
He did. A new online.
Apparently.
That's
a new online Is that what you said?
Yes.
A new online
In fact, rather than confront many of the worst aspects of the subculture, it decided to morph and mutate into an entirely new online concept.
Yeah. All I come.
He was gonna say cum stain, but
if there is no white spot on the dress, you must not confess.
I posted it in music and playlists.
Oh god. So like, if it's supposed to be such levels of harassment, and you're willing to put the harassment on the screen, because this is a very important detail that Troy Levitt did in his research about her claims. He actually did petition the FBI to give them a list of how much harassment they were able to verify was a part of the Gamergate hashtag, and it was less than 1%. And of the harassment that existed, this is up there with fucking Brianna Wu's harassment of herself on her Space Girl Cat dev account on Steam and shit, right?
I can never forget.
It decided to morph and mutate.
And the wild thing about this is that when you post messages like this, which is, hey, friend frequency, I will rape you when I get the chance. Hashtag disavow, 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 disavow. Why are you hiding the identity of the person? Wouldn't you want to expose this person? Oh, it doesn't matter, it's doxing. But you're already willing to talk about the harassment. Is it important to know who did the harassment? Tell me their names. Tell me their names, and I, too, like Destiny, will do a cross-platform ban from every single thing that I ever have control over when it comes to my audience, because I will never allow that kind of person to have a platform. Name them. Name them and shame them. Use the tarring and feathering method that you've been happy to use against every single other person you've tried to use against people like myself. Oh, it's not about that? It's about saying that the victimization exists? Just like you should tell a man, oh, listen, if a woman accuses you of a crime, you should just accept it because that's the restitution you have to pay for us for all the victimization over the years. It's the same level of bullshit.
Bitch, you're just evil. Like, who cares?
When your job requires you to tell a lie a minute, you will do anything possible to try and prevent people from having an opinion.
Into an entirely new online concept.
I also like the fact that when he cuts off on cum, there's a picture of Steve Penn. Chapter 2. It!
The following story is so ridiculous and painful that perhaps the best way to tell it would be to do a scuffed impersonation of the internet historian. It's 2013. Zoe Quinn.
Oh, don't. Could you not then?
Depression.
This sounds racist.
It was an interactive fiction game based upon their own experiences.
I feel there is racism, misogyny, and bigotry happening all at once. I do not avow this energy. This is very negative, toxic, cringe energy.
Clinical depression was widely praised in indie circles as well as favorably reviewed by critics alike. Fast forward to August 15th, 2014. Shortly after the Steam release of Depression Quest, Quinn's ex-boyfriend, Eron Joni, published a lengthy tirade against Quinn on multiple gaming forums. He accuses them of having cheated on him repeatedly during their brief...
Well, no, he did not post it on multiple gaming forums. He posted it on Reddit, and then people from Reddit took it to multiple other gaming forums like NeoGAF.
Relationship. Seeing as how this activity had been used frequently in the past by MRI communities online to threaten and harass women, the threads would...
Can you name them, please? Show examples of them. No? None? Okay.
Deleted by the forums. But it's too late. 4chan and Reddit have already got hold of Eron's blog called The Zoe Post, where he accuses Kotaku Writer of exchanging positive coverage of their video game in exchange for sex.
That was confirmed as true because Nathan Grayson came out and explained that, yeah, I had power over her. She came and we consensually cheated with each other. And we did it specifically amongst this group of people. That's why it was called Quinspiracy and called Five Guys. Because she literally had sex with and or
Five Guys, burgers and fries.
And traded career opportunity for positive coverage of her game, which in itself was the problem. It's not, oh man, she cheated on me with these motherfuckers and they made the game popular. No, the problem for the consumer is I can't trust your opinion because you literally paid for good press.
Because you've lied, yeah.
And because that was the concern, that was the banner that people wanted to have under with having accountability in video game articles. But never you mind, clearly Ian from Kotaku knows more than SinglePlayerCarl. That's why I sourced my examples and I provided the evidence that I would use as the basis for why I think you're dumb.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's me doing my job. We don't do that in left.
The oldest quid pro quo in the book. You see, the core truth at the heart of Gamergate hinged on the assertion that Zoe Quinn had in fact exchanged sex, and yet it was having difficulty proving a single instance of it happening.
Bro, we have the examples where she was fucking the brains out of Alex Walker in Winnipeg. Yeah. We have the actual interviews that they did.
Should we talk about Alex Walker, the guy that she got to kill himself, which certainly didn't help.
We have the fucking posts from Alex Walker posting openly on Facebook. I don't know if I still have that particular link, but you could probably find it.
Didn't one of them leak the fact that they fucked her with like a video or some shit?
In the case of Alex Walker, she did entire live streams where she was fucking booed up with him in Winnipeg, getting his free help to code her next game. She went on to live streams that were interviews that people recorded the evidence for, and is still up there. I'm pretty sure
if you get fucked in the ass.
No, we do not have the picture of her getting fucked in the ass, but we do have the pictures of her side/cosplay work and alternative Suicide Girl photo shoots, where she was posing on those websites before she then tried to strip for money, and then quit it because, quote, a random guy came up to her and tried to touch her on her thong. We have that confirmation, we have those pictures, we had them for years at this point, and everybody has passed them around. It's not news. However, what is news is the fact that we do have those fucking live streams where she was with Alex Walker, because the idea is that if actually I came to him and I was dating him while he was doing free press work for me, that would be evidence that yes, we had a sexual relationship, and you can't say that you were victimized, because it doesn't sound like a victim when you're laughing and giggling and having fun with him while you're being interviewed about your relationship and about your working relationship with him. It is also not a lie when he then writes a Facebook post that I quoted myself, but again, Banger lost a time, and I'm not sure if they kept this on Facebook, so they might have deleted the thing as well, but I know plenty of people reported on it. Of him explaining, of him saying in his own words, I feel that someone is going to try to cancel me, and that it will push me over the edge. His exact fucking words. It's not a conspiracy at that point, and it's not hard to prove. You just don't care. It could be right in front of you inside of an article posted by Kotaku, published by Nathan Grayson himself, or Gita Jackson, or worst of all, fucking Jason Schreier. You would say, yeah, okay, whatever, and you wouldn't care again unless somebody was crying. You don't care about the proof. You've never cared.
That was until Nathan Grayson arrived. Gamergators, who at this point referred to themselves colloquially as Gators, had found their savior.
They never referred to that. You're just making a joke. Take the piss out of people.
In the form of Kotaku journalists, who strongly rumored to be
You shot to say we're reptilian.
not to be labeled as young or obsessive or frankly deeply resentful of women with no social boundaries. The Gators had a rallying cry of ethics and journalism as their public mantra.
The same ethics that I'd expect of a journalist to not behave like Taylor Lorenz or any of the people from the Washington Post or the Huffington Post, for example, or any website that copies the techniques of any Waypoint-style website or worse off, Gawker. It's the exact same concept. I expect my journalists to not dox private citizens because they're super mad and jealous that their doxing attempt didn't work the first time. It's the same concept. Don't fuck the source of your story, protect the sources of your story, tell the truth, and do the work, and show your work. Show me how you came to your conclusion. You cannot do this. You can't be a journalist. Anyone can be a journalist, because journalism is not something that you are, it is something that you do. You cannot just call yourself a gaming journalist or a citizen journalist and just tell fucking lies. You have to substantiate them.
But Carl, you're asking them to be real journalists.
Oh no, what an impossible request.
I mean, I know, it's hard. When I did that, I did the work, I did the evidence, and I showed it, and I said I was being used as a cudgel for the alt-right, for Gamergate Nazis, and worst of all, that I was using very disabled people like myself as a victim narrative, while the person claiming it used a cudgel against me to try and slam my career, while being a bitch about it, and not getting the views he wanted off of it. That's what real journalism gets you. Real journalism gets you targeted like Project Veritas. Fake journalism like this gets you. How many likes does this have on fucking YouTube? Gets you. Oh my god, you shouldn't even made this all fucking under 100,000 likes. Bro, that's not even likes, it's views. 3.4k views. Damn, sirs, what happened?
Son, why do you throw this in the trash?
You didn't even break 100,000, bro. Throw it away. Go back. Start over.
Damn, son, throw this in the trash.
Privately, they use codes online, such as #burgers and fries, titled after a slut-shaming joke used to spread illegal nude photos of Quinn. All justified, of course, because it was ultimately to fix the broken...
It's kind of hard to slut-shame a woman who is proudly a slut.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that just slut-shaming or just calling her out on it?
I mean, I would call that a ticket parade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
System. Except it turns out Grayson hadn't actually reviewed Depression Quest at all. Oops.
He suggested it to other people who did from the failed game jam, which was her attempt to try and make a brand for herself from it, which she succeeded at doing, which then put her into the arms of the journalist elite. So, yes, he did promote it. What you're claiming is exact wording. He didn't actually write an article about it. Shut the fuck up, Ian Hamilton. That's another bad one. That's another bad one. Who went around during the time of Sekiro coming through, trying to make arguments how actually, it's not that bad, and then using the exact fucking quote that I said to him a week after he tried to make a show of trying to block me and being a bitch about it. Because myself and Weaponized Nerd Rage raked his ass over the fucking coals because he was trying to make up bullshit excuses about haptic controllers. When the fact of the matter was, the reason why people respond to a disabled player playing a video game like that of Sekiro Shadows Die Twice is because it's supposed to be hard. It's It is dexterously hard. It is impressive when a person does it. But no, it's not, look, the disabled player can play the game too. That doesn't mean you have easy time. No. The words I used in my fucking takedown was not he played the game and he was doing just fine. He innovated! Innovator!
Exactly.
He became the gold standard of speedrunners. Oh, well, see, if he had control to the character, he could be able to learn over time. What was that? Run it back again to me, Carl, what'd you say? Well, he practiced, so of course he's good. He put in the effort and he got good? Wow!
Whoa, what?
What a new and an innovative concept.
You tell me that if a person does something they're good at long enough, they become a professional? To the point that they get paid for it? Shit! Bro, let me tell you about this thing. We throw a thing covered in pigskin, we call it a National Football League.
I thought hard work.
You awesome shit, boy! God damn!
I thought hard work and effort were just myths perpetuated by the patriarchy.
Apparently
I'm
not.
tell you about basketball and hockey and
Well, that's
soccer
so
and
fucking
football because they don't call it fucking soccer in
Yeah.
Europe.
I find it hilarious that if they say I find it hilarious that if they say that hard work and effort is just a myth perpetuated by the patriarchy, my immediate thought process is that's racist because you're just assuming that the black people who play basketball are only good at basketball because they're black.
Oh, damn, that's actually a good one.
Larry Bird walked so that Michael Jordan could dunk.
He's black, so he could dunk, right? Yeah. Of course, because I'm black, I clearly can fucking do 6 black flips in the air before I slam a ball over 16 people.
Dude,
of course.
That's the fucking shit where they betray their own insane fucking racism. It's just like, okay. Well, I mean, just show it off. Just, let your fucking flag fly. Let us all see what you fucking actually think. That, all black people can be fucking, boiled down to a bunch of stereotypes. Very cool.
See, this is exactly why I really like the Klan in comparison to SJW, because the Klan is fucking honest in comparison.
To this day, to the day I die, I will never understand. I don't need to have that fucking photo tape there anymore. To the day that I die, I will never understand the soft bigotry of low expectations from that of the left wing and from the extreme far left wing.
I will never understand why racists are very defensive of me.
Because the wild thing is that you could say that level of soft bigotry, not the, man, come on, you can't expect him to know that, because we all know that there is code switching that happens amongst the white leftist, not white liberal, white leftist, when they speak of other demographics, nationalities, and races in the connotation of a social concept. But it's the extreme far left racist that shocks the shit out of me with how just openly honest they are when they believe they have the freedom to do so. And it's almost always when there's a camera that is on them and they have the opportunity to virtue signal.
Is it like when Breadtube only had one black person and it's just a bunch of pasty white guys?
Well, it's partially that, but it's a weird, it's two different faces to the coin of racism, right? You can find, and there's not a whole lot of them left, but you can absolutely, let's not get it twisted, find racist ass white people living in the South who just I don't like them darkies. They do exist. There's not a whole lot of them left, but they absolutely exist, and they're overt and they're explicit. You go on 4chan and find people who are just I hate black people. They say straight up, and in a way, I almost find that more refreshing, because at least you're telling me what you actually fucking think. That like you're racist, you're overt about your racism. Okay, I get where you stand. While the left's way of doing it is taking stereotypes, applying them to groups of people, and then being like, oh, we have to help them because of this way that we perceive the entire group of being. You're still relying all your shit on stereotypes, and you're still making racist fucking reductionistic decisions on people based on stereotypical beliefs. So, like, I honestly, I'd rather someone just be like, I don't like no darkies. I'd prefer that, because at least I know where that person stands, than over somebody who's trying to like placate and be sickening about it and be like, oh, we have to be very polite because I hate that shit. I hate the latter one.
It's
it's trying to pretend that you're not racist. Yeah, you are.
Like,
you're racist.
It's like a combination of the moralism of white leftism, but then a combination of something I haven't seen talked about very often, except inside the second and third world context, of the idea of the noble savage.
Yeah.
It's a combination of both of them at the same time. Oh, we can't expect black people to understand how to use whole foods.
Exactly.
All these niggas got us Popeyes.
Yeah. Oh, we'll have to show you. Oh, do you need us to? Should we get some?
On the Starbucks.
Oh, you know. Oh my god.
Burn down the Starbucks. Those fucking animals.
Dude, it's so fucking insulting. Holy shit.
You have no idea.
I know I can't have any. I can only fucking guess how insulting it is.
That shit happened in my neighborhood. I fucking hated every second of it.
Like, they do that with women a little bit of, oh, women, we can't do, oh, we're so, like, and then women are very strong and able to do everything, but at the same time, we're absolutely fucking incapable without, because men are always getting in the way, so we need to tear down the patriarchy. And at the same time, like, so there's like these two contradictory ideas. It's like, okay, so I think that you think that women are stinky and incapable of fucking doing anything for themselves, and I can't even fucking imagine dealing with that shit in terms of how they treat black people, and Latinas and Hispanic people, like everybody from any racial minority group.
Because we're just puppets. We're just puppets to them. They will hate Asians because Asians out-earn everyone.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because Asians perform better than white people, so they're like, well, we still have to protect. We have to like protect Asians because they're technically a minority, but Asians tend to be more likely to vote Republican, and they do really well. So
my question is, what the fuck will happen with Jews? Because at this point,
I don't know, but
fucking minority, except for when they're not.
Look, I don't have the answer to that, but Aiden will give the message to Stitch, and then Stitch will get back to us within 2 to 3 business days.
Like, well, I'll put it this way: Jews are in a weird position where, depending on what the individual Jewish person says or thinks, they're total Schrodinger's minority. So if you're a Jewish person like Ben Shapiro, then you're Hitler, and you're evil and terrible and awful. But
that
if you're a Jewish person,
terrible to say. Ben Shapiro's Hitler.
But they've said that shit about him. They've called him a Nazi, and it's like, you realize how insane that is. But then if you are a Jewish person who goes along with the left-leaning politics, then you're you're a persecuted minority, and you know, you're victim of the Holocaust. But again, if you're Ben Shapiro, then you're Hitler too. And it's like, okay,
my question is, what the fuck do they say about Milo?
Nothing.
Well, yeah.
Because I feel
Milo
like
now is straight and Catholic, isn't he?
That is the concurrent drift. Yes, that is his current.
I thought he was gay. I thought he was gay Jewish with a fetish for big black men.
Yes,
he was.
Yes,
years ago.
The current arc of his is his newest way of trying to grift into attention, because after this was before he was exposed for what he did, but then after Lauren Southern made her video exposing pretty much all of these right-wing figures that she was supposedly in with, that had particular audiences and types around them, people have now seen through, yes, he is just grifting. He is grifting for attention still. Because since he's not on Twitter, he doesn't have the ability to command a poll-like audience.
Thank God for Lauren Southern. But Milo, boo, tomato, boo, you're corny, tomato.
Also, the way that you said what you said, you sounded exactly like Liquid Carl. You know what I'm talking about, nigga. Also, Dan, based. Popeyes is delicious.
Popeyes is delicious. Actually, let me ask you a question. Okay. All right, we're talking about Popeyes because I was having this question with people the other day because my friend's having a wedding in the South, and he was asking me like, what? Okay, he's bringing over someone from Norway, for example, and it's like, all right, if you're coming to the South, what food do you feed a Norwegian? And I was like, well. It's like, you know, like shrimp and grits and gumbo and fried chicken and stuff. And then the question became, all right, what is, now I have some people of color here with me, what is the best fried chicken? And I'm going to go with Bojangles and prove me wrong.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a good answer.
Bojangles, Jollibees, Popeyes.
Jolly Green's pretty good.
I have not tried Jollibee, but fuck, this is tough.
We're getting one soon.
Oh, fuck. All right, so... In my order, it has to be Dallas BBQs. Their fried chicken is fucking A1. Fight me. Popeyes.
Are Jollibees in the U.S.? Because I thought that was like a Southeast Asian brand.
They are bringing it to the South first because we are the mecca of foodies.
No, we have Jollibee here. I just never been to it. Fuck. It has to be Dallas BBQ, Popeyes. And, like, right underneath that has to be, like, Chinese food chicken.
Chinese food sounds good. Popeyes is really good. I don't know people go crazy for fucking KFC, because, like, I think of all of them, KFC's, like, it's good.
But KFC will get you through. It's not your first choice, but you can fuck with it even though they have a little bit too much extra breading, because they do an open-hand dipping technique.
Oh, yeah.
If you have any of you tried Dallas BBQ's fucking fried chicken?
I haven't yet.
I've never been to Texas.
No. Dallas BBQ is a chain restaurant. It's a chain restaurant.
Oh really? It's nowhere near where I've lived in the South. So
I've been to like 4 of them in like New York. So their chicken are about the size of like your fucking hand, like a wing.
Oh, nice.
Is like the size of your fucking hand.
Oh, so they have the Gross Hormone chicken then.
Yeah, and they're like really fucking crispy. And it's always been that size, and I fucking love it.
That's nice. You should bring me some one time.
I love Bojangles. It's totally my favorite. The only problem is that I used to go on this bus ride all the time because I'd be going from my college in West Virginia home to Baltimore. And there's a Bojangles in the bus station in DC. And every fucking time, the whole bus would smell like chicken and greens. The entire it's a 7-hour bus ride. And it's like, you're just going to sit there and smell it as it gets old and greasy in the air. It kind of turned me off from Bojangles, honestly, after doing it so many times.
All right.
Okay.
Let's continue.
Let's get back to the video.
Yeah, sorry.
To be monstrously unethical.
These breaks are good.
You had an appropriate question about fried chicken. You asked the right sources.
Oh my god, he just said manosphere.
The manosphere.
He's checking off all the boxes.
Oops.
It's crazy because most people on 4chan are like fucking MGTOW. The manosphere is only like a really big MGTOW thing.
Yes.
There's people from, by the way, MGTOW and manosphere is a diverse group of people.
They are
don't like to act like
they're
that.
diverse and separate in so many ways possible, to the point that the incel community, that fucking what was his fucking name? Headless Buddha, something Buddha, would fucking mock
Mouthy Buddha.
Yes, Mouthy Buddha would mock so fucking often with that fucking turban on his head, taking us to Starship Lockjaw. The fucking groups that he was mocking all the time were disconnected from what he claims the manosphere
I don't know if that's Mouthy Buddha, but it was like you have people who like Drex, Nick Ricada's friend.
Mm-hmm.
You have everywhere from like Drex, the guy who's Nick Ricada's friend, who I've talked to, who's really cool, to all the way to like the Honey Badgers, who's mostly a group of women who are just anti-feminism. So the manosphere is an extremely diverse,
Base
and I truly
shaman.
mean that. Group of
That's
people.
what his name was.
Shaman, that's his name.
Base shaman.
There's people all over the political and background spectrum in the manosphere. So it's ridiculous to just say like, oh, it's all just puas or something. No, it's not. It's a lot of women advocating for men's rights and shit like that. Fuck off.
There were a couple of people that I follow, subscribe to on YouTube. I think one of them is like Beige Frequency, and the other one.
Oh, I like Beige. Yeah, he makes really good documentaries.
Yeah, he does. And then there's this other fucking guy. I don't remember his fucking name. Oh god, he calls himself Joker, and he said a man with a face for labor and a voice for books.
It couldn't be think before you sleep. He couldn't be that guy.
I think it's think before you sleep.
Oh yeah, I like Think Before You Sleep a lot too. Yeah. He's. I just found his channel actually like a couple weeks ago. I like this a lot.
Yeah, and I like watching his videos because it's not even like oh fuck women this, that, and the third. It's more like just do better for yourself. Just get in the button by yourself. So this lifestyle isn't for everyone, but if you want to follow this lifestyle, this is what you do.
If it helps you, and everyone's got to make those kind of decisions for themselves because everybody is different. So I would say that in terms of that stuff of the fat activism shit, is that's not good for anybody. And accepting that shit of being like, just be a big fat fuck. And now hang on, if you want to be a big fat fuck, do it. You do you. You know, I don't care. And if that's what makes you happy, then do it. Even if it is self-destructive. I just smoked a cigarette, whatever. You know what I mean? But then don't act like everyone has to, like, everyone else in the world has to pretend that you're beautiful and perfect for doing that shit. Fucking stupid. I hate that crap.
You know who's really good at that? Bass FZZ. My nigga Zers! Out here curving hoes!
Free my nigga Zers.
Well, I don't think he's banned, but he has been through some shit, especially after the fucking Scooch incident.
Yes.
Did I tell you about the Scooch incident?
Yes.
No, I was asking Aiden. Aiden, didn't I tell you about the Scooch incident?
No, and I also just spilled over my drink like a fucking idiot. So that's why it took me a minute to respond. No, you didn't. Well, if you did tell me, I don't recall it.
Basically, what happened is this gold heartstuck content creator for League of Legends who's fully sucked down in Buzzle Society's
I think he's silver now, and he fucking griefs Tyler.
That's not shocking to me, but this content creator by the name of, I don't care enough to learn his government name, but content name Scooch, and his girlfriend, Serenade, real name Rebecca, got very mad at Zers because he had a tongue-in-cheek response to her using her body as a weapon in terms of content, because she runs a parasocial market scheme to try and get people to care about her so that they can have content of her while she's whole-ass dating and living with Scooch wherever the fuck it is they live. I think they live in New York, but it doesn't really matter.
They don't live in New York. They live in like Cali. I used to be a big Scooch fan.
That's whatever. But it's very much a thing because this is not like a level of, oh, well, he's just literally nobody. I'm not going to say that he's not relatively successful, but I will say that he's fucking stupid as shit and bad at the game. But you don't need to be good at the game if all you're there to do is be a part of a social marketing brand. And they use their relationship as a social marketing brand. They are the originators of the meme of the girlfriend in the bed with Scooch hugging a giant overstuffed doll. They're those motherfuckers. And Zers made a take where he was reacting to her fucking cosplay. And Scooch had a angry and upset, because I still have it on my fucking hard drive on my laptop, a 1 hour and 30-minute big drama stream where he got mad as shit and Rebecca talked shit in the audience chat that I made a reaction to, that somebody can find on the channel, that I never got all the way the fucking through, because I just stopped giving a shit, because it was very clear that he was upset and mad, and she was upset and mad, but instead of being a woman about it, and being on camera, because she's been on camera before, a whole ass fucking snack this woman is. Let's not lie. And she's not stupid either, because as Scooch made sure to make us aware, she got 2 degrees, and one of them is in finance and business.
Okay, yeah.
Their argument was, come on, bro, why are you simping over my girlfriend? Why are you making all these takes about me? Like, yeah, I know, she's super fucking hot, dude. I know, but you can't fuck her. And his entire response was, bro, she's hot, but I wouldn't fuck her. That is what caused the rant. Literally, the entire video that Zers had was, bro, your girlfriend's hot. I'd pump and dump, but I would not stick around. She looks like danger. Rebecca did not like the fact that a black man did not go completely bonanzas over a pog. So she went to her streamer boyfriend to talk shit about him for money on a live stream. And because Zers is on that shit, Zers said, alright, cool.
Meanwhile, fucking Scooch looks like a middle-aged e-boy going through a midlife crisis.
Oh yeah. But yes, he was so fucking upset about this. Oh, what was the fucking title of it? Is it She's Our Girlfriend Now?
Yes, she's our girlfriend now.
Scooch was so fucking upset that
the people's girlfriend.
The people's girlfriend. So fucking upset that because Rebecca said, no, you use my fucking pictures for likes, because he was clickbaiting the shit out of it. And hey, look who's there! Look who it is! Look who it is! Look!
The little bitty bitch, the baby bitch, the small dick bitch.
No, you should be able to see this. No, look! Who's that in the comment section, guys? Who's that? Who is it? There I am! Somebody get a screenshot of this. Wait. Let me get the good.
Where'd you post it?
Hold on, it's on the screen right now, but I'll post the fucking link to the thing.
Wait. Hey, no, I can just look at the screen and fine.
Yes, but get the links.
Oh, I see.
Because he sent me. He sent me. I asked him, and he sent me. and for content reasons, I gotta get the good thumbnail. No, I gotta make sure that Liquid Carl has some really good screenshots for his next hit piece. All right, gotta get the glasses down, bulging eyes. You know, let me get that damn pose. Like,
I'm not even gonna lie, she's like a hot mid girl. That's the thing.
Just push to the left. Like, let me try to fucking let me try to Crash Bandicoot this shit.
She's like a hot mid girl.
But his entire fucking angle and angst was that he was trying to criticize him for objectifying women when your girl is a whole ass woman with OnlyFans. And because he felt petty enough to say, listen, you only posted her pictures because she's hot and attractive, he said, aight, cool. I'm gonna take nothing but the most safe pictures of her, period, while you talk shit about me in this goddamn rant. Because you don't have arguments. And that's all that fucking happened here. Every single image that he uses in this context is the safe pictures. Because listen, you're fucking horn dogging her, you just want to fuck her, bro. That's all you want to do.
I mean, seems that way.
Listen, I've seen a lot of white women in my time. But, nah.
But the reason why I'm personally pissed at Scooch is because Tower 1 got this big Grubhub sponsor event where he got to choose like 4 people, and instead of choosing like fucking Nicky Boy or, you know, somebody who's actually good at League of Legends, he gets Scooch. And Scooch, the entirety of the games is showing us like, no, pick this pick these runes, these are broken, I swear to God. He has never played them before in his fucking life.
What happens with Scooch and his way of understanding League of Legends is the same way that many people who don't actually get coached properly, like somebody like myself or Nice or Coach Daniels does, which is they hear about something being broken and they abuse it without understanding why it's broken. So it's like, hey, play this character, is really broken and abuse this concept, but why is it broken? No, it's just broken, bro, but why is it broken, bro? Bro, it doesn't matter, just play it, it's broken! But then when he tries to dig into it, like his takes about Kale, let me see if I can find Kale 1v9's takes about him talking shit about his champion. This is what my day is usually consumed by, guys. I hear dog shit from people talking, and then I go research it. Because I don't know if he made this into a thing, but I watched fucking Kale talk about this. Yes, indeed! He has it actually here. What he'll do, what Scooch will do, is he will talk shit about champions that he doesn't play. And then actual challenger level players like myself, or people like the rank 1 Kale in the NA server, well, technically EU, but he plays on NA as well, 1v9, will watch it. And in the comments, they will dog his ass out. Quote, Scooch is coming from the point of view of the average low-level player. Please keep in mind he is definitely hyperbolizing for entertainment purposes. Do keep in mind that most common tier in the game is silver and gold. Some champions help the team directly to win games like tanks and support. Kales helps the team by winning by playing for herself and then 1v5 in the enemy team. Who was also going to react to this vid and put on my Discord, but I guess you beat me to it. It's a nice video. I lost count of how many 1v1 level 1s I won with Kale. I'm just actually using the tips you gave for the guy myself. Thanks for making this pseudo guide for it. When he talks about the 2000 DPS, he forgot to notice that at the end of the ult duration, her DPS skyrockets to 6k. So KO doesn't really miss out on damage in the 3 seconds because the character is based around, she's a hyper-scaling farmer. Her job is to be basically mostly defenses at level 1, then she becomes a ranged champion at level 3, and her DPS begins scaling because she gets active power from her passive kit that makes her a strong auto attacker. And he claims the ultimate that allows you to protect yourself, you lose all your DPS in this time period. That is not accurate to her character. She can auto attack while this is happening. The assumption is that you're spending time having to panic and ult yourself when actually you're just going to be microing this to begin with anyways. Because this is what the ability of a person who doesn't understand the champion says. And the comments keep going and going and going. And people who want to watch it, you can be able to watch this video. I will drop it in the chat here.
This is also the same Scooch that decided, yo, we're gonna theory craft getting fucking dark power stacks on Vhagar while using a Lowry Vhagar bot lane. With Dark Harvest, and I'm like, bro, that's kind of unnecessary. How are you losing as a Lowry and Vhagar and bot lane? You're not even fighting against anyone credible.
It's the kind of shit that comes from a person who wants to theory craft like King Sticks, who makes a bunch of guides and how to X champion, X role, and X lane in this season, abusing tactic and strategy that's also broken, and basically being a baby's first jungling, laning, or gameplay video to get them into shit. He takes the idea, he tries to create a concept that he claims is his own, and then he makes a concept off of that, and tries to get the clout that he gets from the clicks from it. And he ends up becoming a lolcow that then becomes fodder for other people to make content about his fucking meltdowns. And it's fucking bizarre, because when you hear that, and I think I should actually make it a versus chat. I think we're gonna watch the entire thing for a versus chat the next time I have a versus chat, once we're done with the Breadtube shit. But
if you do, try watching the Grandpub sponsored event with Scooch and Tyler One. It's fucking AIDS.
If I can find fucking video of it.
Right.
If I have to try very hard to go find something that's probably only exists in VODs, and those VODs are now gone, I probably won't be able to find it. But let's try to push through this shit, because we don't have Aiden for very long, guys.
Monstrously unethical. 4chan is a static. Finally, the deeply online manosphere had found direct evidence of women achieving favoritism over men due to their looks and their longing desire to corrupt and change the gaming industry as they knew it. And in ways only 4chan knows how to do, they quickly weaponized the online pepes. Soon they joined the fight, spreading Germany's manifesto, and soon they were enacting justice. Internet justice. They had their game negatively review bombed.
They spread the pepes.
And eventually uncovered nude photos of them that were shared with their friends, family, and employers. As if that wasn't enough atonement for their sins, they would also attack anyone who tried to stand up for them, including Phil Fish, a fellow game developer who had his finances hacked, prompting him to have to sell his company Polytron Corporation and disappear from the internet entirely.
That's not what happened. He got
that
mad
is not
that his
at all
game
what happened.
fucking...
Not even a little
He
bit.
got fucking mad about the audience of people he was around and that he didn't get more success for Fez, and he said, fuck y'all, I'm fucking off. And he is the only person to fuck off!
Yeah, he is the only person to fuck off, but let's not get this shit fucking twisted on this, is that Phil Fish's game, Fez, was universally lauded for being, like, an amazing indie title, but then he had to go around being a fucking little prick, and people didn't like it.
Like, I'm gonna say this slightly controversial thing. DMC wouldn't have been so hated if the developers weren't such dicks about it.
Exactly. I mean, like, the game, it's shitty as a DMC game, but it's not an absolutely terrible game all around. It's just because of the marketing and everything, and how they were like, ha ha ha, deal with it, nerds.
Dante's a gay cowboy, and Lady and Trish are strippers with guns.
Great, I love it. Thanks.
Well, I would say Lady is a daddy's girl recovering with a gun, a giant fucking rocket launcher. And she literally stabs her fucking... She literally stabs her own fucking father with her fucking rocket launcher, but yeah!
What's her... I cosplay Lady. I can't remember what her rocket launcher is called again.
Kalina.
Yeah, you did.
Kalina Ann, yeah. Thank you.
And meanwhile, Trish is just a walking Oedipus complex that fucking tortures Dante.
Yeah, obviously.
Meanwhile, Lady and Trish fucking steal all of Dante's money
while he's fucking
Yes.
Yeah, they fucking rob him of his money, buy like clothes and shit while he's at home alone.
He's out here trying to run the Devil May Cry demon hunting service, and ladies out here just spending his money.
Just imagine Dante's just drinking alone by himself when no one's there, waiting for Lady Trish to come back so he can eat this pizza with them.
I know.
Thinking about his fucking brother who he never saw for fucking
All he wanted to do was eat some pizza and get crazy.
The meme is that neither Dante nor Virgil actually know what sex is.
Virgil was told this was a new way to surpass Dante, and he's like, "Oh, what?" Dante, I gotta tell you about this new training technique that doesn't involve stabbing yourself with a sword. That's crazy enough to work. What is it?
Exchanging positive comments with a video game in exchange for sex.
The internet.
You stab women with your penis. What? Huh?
Very
That's
base.
crazy. That's crazy.
Here you go.
Meanwhile, no, the only non-virgin of the group is just like, these guys are fucking retarded.
Gosh darn it! Rifle, what are you doing?
Photos of Quinn.
I don't know what's going on.
Maple Pie was accidentally fast forwarding us backwards and then made the project reset.
Fix the broken system.
I don't know what's going on. It was at 12 something, 12:07-ish.
Act. Probably Quinn.
Ideas that like not syncing well for me.
For example, would later prey.
I'm sorry.
Quinn never traded
It's
sexual.
crazy the things that now is just Ichigo from Bleach.
They never did to try and boost sales to generate more money. Because the game's free. It always was.
It was one of those examples, a very, I think, early example of like a super disingenuous tactic that works, right? It works given the diffuse nature of like the modern internet. You can say something like that, make that kind of a claim to an already receptive audience, and they're not going to go digging for that review necessarily because like the person saying it to them, because they hold similar beliefs, they trust that person. So they're like, okay, yeah, I just believe that existence out there, and as a result, this is like a clear documented instance of corruption. Ideas that like the Trump campaign, for example, would later prey on, like the idea of the
right,
class
okay,
is like
sure.
lying to you, and is like mega corrupt and is all at once brilliant and bumbling. Which is, that's what they do with game journalism in the Trump campaign.
Oh, the search didn't have to bleep out him saying Trump. Interesting.
It is not the ones that Gamergate is targeting.
Yeah.
Just put a pin in this for now. We're gonna get back to that later.
He's a white male on their side. He can say it.
Mm-hmm.
Like a million no-nut Novembers culminating into a singularity of infinite time and space, Gamergate unveiled an often rumored but seldom seen result of mass male alienation.
Oh my
An entire
God.
generation of young men indoctrinated by society, imposing upon them a set of standards which were becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. The first, mostly online generation that had grown up with high-speed gaming and always online subculture, social media, with its highly addictive properties, have been manipulating entire generations of young minds without much critical thought paid to the consequences.
Driven feedback loops that we have created are destroying how society works.
Yes, let's interview the person responsible for the algorithms that destroyed those youths to tell us the true details.
Exactly.
Top notch. Top fucking notch.
No civil discourse, no cooperation, misinformation, mistruth, and it's not an American problem. This is not about Russian ads. This is a global problem.
With so much of our daily interactions being spent in front of screens with information filtered almost exclusively by artificial intelligence, the incentivization towards promoting more incendiary or conspiratorial links is only now.
Yes.
Gamergate,
AKA Facebook ban.
Yes, everything that's wrong about Gamergate, guys. TikTok, which honestly, that's not a better argument.
I'm not gonna deny that one.
Fucking hurts my brain.
Gamers are not inherently evil people, either for enjoying video games or participating in the subcultures that are derived from them. There is a tendency in the mainstream media when reporting on gaming communities to focus exclusively on the toxic atmosphere that men.
Oh, remember the CNN article that they, well, not article, the CNN packet that they made, where they made that very poorly made white supremacist logo of a clan member?
Oh, yeah.
Are you talking about the one where they're like, fucking Chris Ray gun? It has a direct tie to Richard Spencer.
Yes.
Yeah, if that's the thing I'm thinking of, yeah.
Uh-huh.
That was the most autistic and brain dead thing I've ever fucking seen in my
By the way, I actually went through, if that's the one I'm thinking of, I went through their data collection methodology. Of course, it's fucking bullshit. Like, I didn't really need to do that, but it's funny when you get someone like me who's fucking autistic to be like, oh, let me look at your data and see what you did. Oh, you're retarded. Okay.
Aiden, I have to ask, was your name on that list?
No, I rarely. Okay, you want my honest opinion? They don't put me on these lists. One, I fall under the radar because I just make like science videos, and two, I think that no, that definitely is not something because they like those people have gone after people like that Star Wars girl and stuff and called her all right, and all kinds of people who have nothing to do with politics, even just because they've been on the wrong side of the culture war. But I think that even these stupid people know that if they call me out on some shit, I'll be like, well, I'd like to see your research methods, and I will contact you, and I will ask for your data, and if you don't publish it, I'll continue to press for the data, because they know that I know how to analyze the data, because I'm a fucking social scientist. So I think they're a little bit... Look, I think the main reason why is I'm just not relevant enough, and that's good in its own way. But two, I don't think they want to fuck with me in particular.
I remember I talked to you about this like fucking years ago on my first Twitter before I got banned. And I'm like, Aiden, I've always wanted to pick your brain. What are your thoughts on the study that shows a lot of trans people have like really bad connections with their family?
Yep. Well, I mean, I could tell you.
You don't have to answer that one. I'm not trying to get you canceled, homie.
No, you don't have to get me canceled, because it wouldn't get me canceled. My honest opinion is that the reason why you find that problem there is because transgenderism is comorbid with a lot of other conditions, a lot of other mental health conditions, and mental health conditions are comorbid with problems with family satisfaction and family development. So it depends on what we think transgenderism is. Is transgenderism something that is just innate, that you can't help at all, or is it something that is a product of environmental factors? I would say it could be both. Now, you're not supposed to say that. It's supposed to be, oh, you were just born that way. It couldn't be any product of an environmental factor. Well, except for the data does show that it can be a product of an environmental factor or environmental factors. Whoops. Don't do bad science, or else you'll get called out for doing bad science.
The Carl take,
at least by me.
The Carl take is that transgenderism tries to recruit people the same way the army does.
Target people with either low intelligence or really low self-esteem.
Yes.
And then you say, and it's not just in the military, but they say, well, okay, any problem you have in your life, are you feeling sad? Like as many people do all the time, particularly young people. You feeling sad? You have low self-esteem? Guess what? We'll fix it. Now, we've already created the problem in society that probably led to your low self-esteem in the first place. But now we'll fix it. All you have to do is say that you identify as transgender. Now, every single person in your life, for the most part, will love bomb you. Will give you nothing but positive affirmations.
But they still won't suck your dicks.
Fill you with glorious purpose. Also, if you die, that's not on us, but we will use it as marketing points to try to recruit more people.
But we won't give you the proper position that we give the transgenders. Those are transgenders. Those are transgenders on level 3. To get to level 2, you need to cut your tits off or your balls.
Unless
it literally makes you an unquestionable protected class. Sorry.
Then once you get to level 3, you'll truly be protected and disfigured. You can truly then call yourself trans-abled.
It's fucked because like it's funny in a way, but it's also inconceivably evil. You know,
these
are young people whose lives are being ruined forever.
It's written like a joke, but it's actually real. And there are people that are coming away from it with horrible scars, mentally, socially, and emotionally. But hey, we have people like Ryan Barnes. We can literally say we have a legitimate doctor girlfriend. And she's funny. But at the same time, it could have been really great if nobody had fucked up her mind to the point she had to live like a man for that time period. Because you had told them that it was what they needed. When really what they needed was to be accepted. The one thing you weren't willing to do until they cut their fucking balls off.
Can we all agree that it's just really fun? Can we all agree that people who claim that they're non-binary or they're some sort of new age aesthetic gender, like fucking eyeballs or screech or fucking parakeets or whatnot, can we all agree that they're just not valid whatsoever and they need to actually seek mental help?
They do need mental help. Unfortunately, it's social contagion. So there was a study that came out a couple years ago that was on the social contagion of transgenderism. Now, there were problems with the methodology of the study. I made a whole video about it. I've talked about it many times. The problem was that the study asked parents and not children. They should have asked the children. They didn't do that. The scholars who were responsible for the study more or less got kicked out of academia. They were excoriated for it because what they found was that it was something called rapid onset gender dysphoria. They found that it was present in like 90%. The gender skew was like 80-90% female. And it was all happening after exposure to friends in their school who came out as transgender or exposure to social media posts. And yeah, I know. What a shock. And it turns out that if you make something that seem really popular, and we're seeing, it's so funny when I look at the publications.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
Didn't we stop using like the phrase transgender in like 2016?
Mm-hmm.
Can we just bring that shit back?
It wasn't because it stopped. It was because it was socially unacceptable. The reality is that it never stopped. And in fact, like, what I was going to say though is that I have to, well, I don't have to, but I read these papers every single day. I read, academic papers. And one of the things that I've seen happen is that they have become very, very afraid of reporting on certain things because the academics themselves are afraid of being canceled. So they don't want to even cover shit like TikTok ticks, if you're aware of that, of like people on TikTok who all of a sudden develop, all of a sudden for no apparent reason, I developed, what's it called?
Fucking not Asperger's. It's fucking.
Well, I can't think of the name of the disorder.
Can you describe it?
It's like
Tourette's. Tourette's.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden they develop Tourette's, and it's like, I have this horrible disease or whatever. And when you look at how they present with Tourette's, it is not how that disease presents, like ever.
I fucking love it. One of my favorite video series on YouTube is Guy with Actual Tourette's react to TikTok fakers, and I'm just like, bro.
Yeah, because they're total fucking fakers, and it's really disgusting, honestly.
Who's that girl on Twitch that was faking Tourette's? Sweet Anita, I think.
No. Sweet Anita legitimately has Tourette's. It's called tics and something like that. It was not Sweet Anita is legitimately a person with Tourette's.
Okay.
It was called like Ticks and something. I can't remember what the name of the account was. I don't know if somebody in the chat remembers, but she got called out and totally identified, and she admitted that she made it all up. She did say at some point that like she thought she had something like Tourette's, but she let it get out of hand. And the whole thing was, from my perspective, it was to sell her fucking shipping business.
Yeah.
It was really fucking disgusting. And other people with Tourette's, of course, were sickened by it as well.
Oh, yes.
Thanks to Roses. That was it. Yeah.
It's fucking wild.
Yeah. The same people who promote communism and socialism are also the same people that were willing to like actually do the sickest and demoralizing shit possible for like money. It's crazy.
For sure. It's insane. Yeah, like that. Some people were just okay with just lying like that. And again, it was like, oh, I didn't know that it was so wrong at the time. I didn't understand how bad it was. Blah, blah, blah. Of course it's for attention. But it's like, I thought I was raising awareness about Tourette's. No, you weren't. You knew you weren't. God, that's the thing that I hate about that shit, man. It's fucking infuriating. But
all I'm saying is that in poor black families, you never have kids like this. Like, poor black families. No. Yeah. Because we get our asses beat.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just poor black families. It's like poor families in general.
Yeah.
If you pull that kind of shit, it's not just get your ass beat. It's like you're gonna be told to fucking stop being an asshole. It's a total privilege thing, and I do mean that. Like, that word gets overused all the time, but that is a complete privilege thing of someone who's never had shit to ever actually deal with in life. It's like, my life sure is easy. What can I do to make it to get more attention? Because nobody gives a fuck about how easy my life is. Oh, I know. I'll pretend to fake a fucking mental disorder.
Like, just get your ass beat, and it's like, son, stop wasting your fucking time in class. You know you're not autistic. You're just fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Facts.
You better not bring your friend Tyler up in my house acting the fucking fool. He might have Tourette's, but you just have dumbass. I just got canceled twice.
Probably.
Once for the joke, and secondly for being right.
Stop fucking taking out the belt.
Oh my.
Like, oh, you want to see a Twitch? I'm gonna make you Twitch. Every single time I whoop you, you're gonna say this word.
What you crying for? Stop crying. I want to give you something to cry about.
When you develop a crying Twitch, stop crying. Why is the black experience nothing but non-stop abuse?
Objective awesome. The gamers and the alt-right share common ground.
As people who are fighting for equality, those who traditionally had privilege, especially white men, feel that they are being oppressed by these people who are trying to just be treated as equal.
And that
is it treating somebody as equal when you try to use your position and power in the industry to oppress those that you once found yourself either oppressed or equally treated by?
Important points.
If anything, I would say that
you can't ask detailed, complicated questions that put nuance on these things. No.
If anything, I would argue that not only are they accepted for the most part, they would seem to be like highly elevated on the social totem pole than most people, but still claim they're oppressed.
Yeah.
Oppression is when they're not allowed to simply lie and nobody question them.
Because I'd honestly say equality is fucking apathy. Oh, I'm gay. Okay.
And two, that much of the blame for online radicalization or recruiting does fall on a uniquely single factor.
Zardoz speaks to you. His chosen ones, the gun is good.
Why do you say the gun is good and then cut out the part about the penis being bad?
Yeah.
Why would you quote this well-known fucking film for something
Because I don't want to have the whole fucking clip.
Even I haven't even seen the full movie, and I know the clip. Penis bad, vagina good.
Yeah.
Why is this so common?
Because I don't want people to see the whole thing. Because I can't. Okay, the left can't meme, as we all know, so they have to steal memes. So they had to cut that meme a little bit short before that people would maybe hear the whole thing.
I'm really starting to sincerely, from the deepest of my heart, believe that a lot of these fucking these hard male feminist guys are really just pick-me guys.
For sure.
Yes, the word we use now to describe them, along with finish line girls, is finish line guys. These are finish line guys.
Cool.
No, it's not Zardoz. This is a bit. It's just that there's so many different factors that go into how exactly online radicalization works. No one who was in 40 is going to understand a fucking.
You see, Gamergate was also a YouTube content goldmine that turned many skeptics into men lords. Familiar faces today, like.
I'm sorry. Did you show a picture of Armored Scavenger and call him a man lord?
Yeah.
He looks like Shrek. He looks like a Hispanic Shrek.
The gun is good.
No, it's not Zardoz. This is a bit. It's just that there's so many different factors that go into how exactly online radicalization works. No one who was in 40 is going to understand a fucking.
You see, Gamergate was also a YouTube content goldmine that turned many skeptics into.
We all know he wears a fucking girdle.
Oh.
We all fucking know Skeptic wears a girdle.
I can't hear him if you're yelling over him.
Sorry.
A YouTube content goldmine that turned many skeptics into men lords.
Man lords.
I don't think that man lord is the word I'd use to describe Mike Cernovich.
No.
Their faces
Nor
today,
I.
like Sargon of Akkad, Thunderfoot.
So, from list
Thunderfoot's like a leftist, by the way. I don't.
Yes.
Didn't Thunderfoot dox a lot of people?
I don't know about that.
Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Alright. I don't know. I don't remember who said. I think it was like a morning stream with like Sargon or like Bunty King back when Bunty King was cool. And it was like Thunderfoot talking. It was like Thunderfoot and somebody talking, and they were like, "Oh, you're not a centrist because all the doxing shit you did. That's definitely not what a centrist does." And I'm like, what? Who the fuck is Thunderfoot?
Thunderfoot is like a. The reason he started to break away was because of like he started to become break away seriously when the EU referendum came out in Brexit's favor, and because he's a scientist, he gets a fuck ton of subsidies from the EU. So his bias was just very plain to see. He wasn't basing his opinions at all on like the cost benefit analysis of like being an independent country or being part of the EU. He was just basically purely on his own self interest. And a lot of people called him out on it, and that led him to start having fallen outs with people like Sargon and that.
All right. Now that I'm handled the government worker that had to come into my house, very nice life. I should have asked her where the fuck she got her sandals. God damn it! I'm sorry. I was having a French moment. She had a really good pair of sandals on, and I wanted to ask where she got them from so I could get a pair in my size. So the quote that he just said
works. It would just like
Christ.
No one who was in 40 is going to understand a fucking thing.
You see, Gamergate was also a YouTube content goldmine that turned many skeptics.
So we have Armored Skeptic. So Gregory Fleur
into Minlords.
We have Mike Cernovich.
Familiar faces today.
Alex Jones.
Like Sargon Abacad. Thunder.
Carl Benjamin. British Carl. I don't remember Thunderfoot's first name. Thunderfoot.
Mike Cernovich. Chris.
I used to remember. Jeez, I can't recall anymore now.
Mike Cernovich again twice for some fucking reason. Chris Raygun. Which is Chris Saldonado. I'm pretty sure he's somebody.
Where's some black guy?
He is not in here apparently.
Interesting. Some black guy has been omitted.
Some black guy, Bunty King, Mutahar, Billy the Fridge.
We can't put Bunty King in here. He's disgraced and a cuck. We can't put Mutahar in here. He's too popular. We want to be on his good side. We can't make a hit piece on him.
Because alright, so the reason why I got like initially red pilled was because some black guy made the video BLM doesn't care about black people.
Oh yeah.
That's what I used to be a hard lefty like around 2016, right after Trump got elected. I was a hard lefty, saw that video, life changed. Now I'm sitting at the center saying fuck both sides.
Honestly, understandable. Have a nice day.
It's also weird that
fucking suck.
It's also weird that they left out Ruined Leon.
Yeah,
but
Leon's still making videos.
Maybe he wasn't there at the center of the Goober Gaze, so they don't want to put his name in this. But it's weird that you leave him the fuck out, considering he's been hard on y'all motherfuckers' asses for this particular fucking reason in question. He got into an argument with you, Lance.
Oh, it's clear that this is a very selective people, you know.
Also, I feel like they're gonna say Chris Raygun is white. No, he's Puerto Rican and Native American. So
It's as weird as in fucking cap as people saying, look, that black fucking shit poster SinglePlayerCarl. It's like, bro, I'm not even black in that way.
I don't like the way they say. I don't like the way they said black there. I don't like the way they fucking said black there. Hold up.
Well, I personally didn't like.
What did he mean by this?
I didn't like the fact of how they said male monkey lover and how dare you and this one was special because this was in reaction to my fucking BBW post the other day. You know the one where I kissed a stick of butter because I said God bless fat white women. I don't like the fact that he's fetishizing her size and the object that oppresses her arteries.
Bro, dude.
I don't name search myself very often, guys, but you gotta understand, when somebody says to me, Carl, look up this term under your name,
the main thing fat people sexualize about themselves.
I mean, what I usually
is that they're fat?
Yeah.
I have to get on my channel like 30 minutes, and I had to name the new stream, and I went to go use the restroom real quick, and I asked my husband, what should I title the new stream? Because we're talking about AOC getting quote unquote arrested, you know, and he said,
"No, I think this was when she and Elon Omar got arrested for something."
Was arrested, but she pretended that she was being cuffed. And then went and raised your fist in the air like 2 seconds afterwards. So he said I should call it, and then everyone's cheeks clapped, and I was like, "Yep." That's why I love my husband. He's the best. So the other reason why, but
So, get back to this shit so we can get as much as we can squeeze as much Aiden as we can into this.
Yeah, sorry.
Yo, this is my fault. You have so many white people here who you're claiming are supposed to be part of the problem of basically being alt-left chuds. But all of them, all of them are either key players to the problem, or people who made content that was critical, or was at least sardonic and maudlin during this time period, including people who still support you to this day, if not are directly on your side, or are irrelevant. And that's all you have to fucking say? Wow.
Even Milo Yiannopoulos.
There's a theme in the men's rights world, the red pilling. You sort of take the red pills and your eyes are open to the realities.
Of course, you didn't mention
Of course, part of Gamergate, was he?
No, he was not. Not at all.
No, he was like tertiarily involved, but yeah.
Like as a talking figure who would have jumped in and be like, "Oh my god, what's that over there?"
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird that they say all of that, and you show a clip of him from on Louder with Crowder before his account got banned. Like before before the remodel that he did to his studios. That's weird that he chose this one. Weird. It's weird, bro.
Of the relationship between men and women and how they should both behave and all the rest of it. I've noticed a similar sort of effect in gamers where they suddenly realise, well, actually, wait, I think it was yesterday, I saw a tweet, somebody said, I just watched Fox News, and for the first time in my life, it's starting to make sense to me. You know, and of course, a lot of them come to Breitbart and my stuff, and I think there's obviously an inevitable bleed into elsewhere on the site.
There's an ongoing debate as to how much the content creator influences his audience versus how much their support influences the creator. Many channels who weren't household alt brand names yet had suddenly discovered a digital goldmine.
They go hand in hand. A person's content. Is that your mom shouting in the background again? I'm hearing somebody.
Not me.
It's not mine.
Sorry, I thought I had the volume low enough.
Oh, that's alright.
But it goes hand in hand. A creator can influence their audience by means of their sardonic behavior and antics on the internet, and a audience giving them attention and giving them success from said antics can amplify them to push even further. But that's assuming that the person has absolutely everything corrupt about them, which says more about you and how you think of your audience than what it says about other people and their audiences. Because I was supposedly a fucking factory of alt-right chuds, and yet somehow I continuously come away as a liberal, even as I hate everything to do with what people who call themselves liberal represent and are. It's wild how I don't support doxing despite having been doxed.
Talking about Gamergate was an internet oil rush that the right had been looking for, and as newly minted member of Breitbart, Milo ran with it, pushing the entire thing directly into the culture wars.
Yes, I'm very sympathetic to it.
Because if the culture war is about getting ground, him gaining ground by taking an example that is certifiably your fault is a tactic that you have used as well as other people using. Why are you upset at people using tactics of war in times of warfare? Oh, that's right. It's because you guys aren't actually smart. You're not scholars and shamans. You're fucking warriors.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So the Gamergate side of all of this.
And even if you were fucking shamans and scholars, it wouldn't fucking matter because you're still pseudo-intellectual for one. And two, I don't need a fucking shaman to deal with the problems of this issue with a destroyed building. I need fucking builders. What the fuck is your goddamn mystic potion supposed to do for me, goddammit? Are we supposed to do the fucking Rain Man dance and sit here like we're sitting in Tingle fucking Forest and Rain Man 2, The Great Escape, going, what the fuck's supposed to do to me?
My dude. Bruh.
I swear to God, some people are born without brains.
Someone's gonna clip that, and they're gonna make a techno dance remake for it, and I can't wait to see it.
Heck yeah.
So let's explore that.
Still waiting for the full version of your Teriyaki Boys.
What's going on here?
Ideological consistency is not one of my values, exemplified by the fact that he had written an article prior to Gamergate, literally the day before the Zoe post was released, about how Elliot Rodgers' murder spree was influenced by violent video games, a popular anti-gaming right-wing talk.
What?
The excitement a heavily online reactionary mob was having towards
Pause it! Pause the fuck up!
Wait, I didn't know about this.
What?
Of what's going on here.
Elliot Rodgers, the incel, his murder spree was by sex, drugs, and video games?
Consistency is not one of Milo's talents, exemplified by the fact that he had written an article prior to Gamergate, literally the day before the Zoe post was released, about how Elliot Rodgers' murder spree was influenced by violent video games, a popular anti-gaming right-wing talking point. Seeing the excitement a heavily online reactionary mob was having...
I didn't actually know that. That's interesting.
This is where him being an opportunist became clear.
Yeah.
I was aware of this the way that they phrased it made it sound like, wait a minute, whoa. Because it sounded like you just said Elliot Rodger is a part of Gamergate. And immediately whistles went off in my head saying, retard alert! Yeah. And I'm unfair to say that because that's insulting to those with a learning disability.
Retards will actively call people retards, okay?
Yes.
I don't want to hear it.
They will.
It's like talking to military men about divorces. They know what the fuck they're talking about. They'll call you a future divorcee straight to your face.
Yeah.
Calling. Milo's hatred of both the left and feminists.
No. So it was different people on the panel. It wasn't me. Because I had no interest in going to Austin, but it's about the only bit. This is really good. I swear I'm not doing this. I swear I'm not doing this.
Got a lot of good points according to the robot. Found a perfectly harmonized duet in Gamergate that propelled him into stardom.
Everything's great being a woman because I'm a woman. And then suddenly, oh my god, she's oppressed and picture.
He would crowdsource or outright plagiarize posts from Kiwi Farms or 8chan and target anyone who opposed Gamergate.
Oh no!
Naturally, mostly women. Due to the low quality of his research and writing, Breitbart's legal team would often spend days correcting his slanderous and baseless accusations, regurgitating most of what Gamergaters were posting online about their critics.
So isn't that the same thing that left-wing media does and never actually gives retractions to unless they get caught?
Yes, and they never give a fucking retraction to any of it. Huh.
It's the reason.
How weird.
It's the reason why James O'Cree created the Retracto Llama, and he has a whole wall full of your retractions. Because it's a scalp.
Whose fucking Amber Alert is going off?
Who is?
That is mine.
That's scary. Those noises spook me.
It's the monthly test of our system.
Sure. Still scary as shit. Oh no.
Oh, I hate those things, dude.
Me too.
Better known as Sargon, the online skeptic community began to overlap with the anti-feminist one. A failed game designer himself, Sargon found a particularly lucrative home in producing.
No. That's not fair either. To call him a failed game designer. He tried to make a game.
Does that make Scott Cawthon a failed game designer?
I guess.
Probably,
I mean,
I suppose.
I guess so.
Is it considered failure when they walk away and move into another venture, or is it considered failure when they succeed at it and then you try to dox them for their personal beliefs? Because if we're using the standard of point one, sure, okay, he's a failed game developer and he's a successful news person. But
yeah, I mean, it's just because the serfs have absolutely no politeness, so...
Okay, so this is interesting. I'm gonna put that one in the mental banks, Lance. Failure is when I stop doing something, even if I have had some modicum of success at it. And success is when I keep doing something, even when I'm failing at it.
Interesting. Maybe it speaks to Lance very personally, that definition, huh?
Then we all be able to consider this video failure, because how many likes does he have again?
I don't know. Maybe he's using a different grading schedule for that.
I don't know. It sounds like a major fail, bro. I don't know.
It seems to be a very small modicum. I don't know. Hold on. Let's try this. Let's try this theorem, okay?
Okay.
We're gonna use our favorite asshole to do this.
Oh boy pussy. Fox loves boy pussy. Let's go.
No. Okay, so let's use this level of modicums of success. Okay? Alright, so
here on this channel,
we have a video that has
we're comparing Lance to Sargon, I suppose?
No, we're about to compare Lance to Liquid Carl. So,
okay.
God.
So,
everybody, it's your
we have a video that is technically tangential to the same ones I have lined up for FD Signifier, what we're going to be watching next time. One is 73 is over, let's be fair and go a higher number than lower number, 70k views with 50 plus k likes, compared to your 50k likes and 3.4 or 50k views or 51k views. Let's round up, 52k views and 3.4k likes. On a hit piece about me, he has a little over what I can round up and say is 2.4k views and 126 likes on a channel size of 75k viewers, where his most recent releases get between 13, 34, 29, 37, 38, 16, 16, 34, 29. Do we call this hit piece a success? Is that what we do, Liz? Is that what we do, Liz?
I'd put that as that probably at a no, at a hard nope.
This is the reason why I write this shit down in a notepad file, because when you listen to it come out of their mouth, you can't believe that they're saying it, but he's saying it.
Do not give a shit about ideological differences. A lot of other people are in the same boat as me. Not everyone is on an ideological crusade. I mean, I am.
Carl's particular hatred of online feminism combined perfectly with his...
Not everybody is on an ideological crusade. I am, Hardcut. This does not matter to me if people are judging me for a crusade. I am on a crusade because ... you made it personal, but not everybody is on a crusade. I am in a fight for my life, but not everybody else will understand this fight. That's why I'm fighting. But why are you fighting back? Why are you fighting back?
Yeah, exactly. Completely, like, not understanding what he's saying whatsoever. Jesus Christ.
I know we're coming at you with a fucking knife trying to stab you in your chest, but why are you trying to hold my hand back, bro? Why are you trying to hold my hand back?
Just let them stab you. Come on, it's a knife of peace.
It's a knife of peace, or a truck of peace, or an airplane of peace.
Right. Exactly.
Or a
I'm
mail.
genuinely kind of sick of this shit.
Yeah, I know.
Me too.
His inability to do substantial research into any of the topics he discusses.
It's afraid. When people say
he does no research into any of the topics he discusses, guys, listen, he does no research into anything at all. Not a single bit of it. Not once. Ne'er, not never. Ne'er, not never. He never does research. He never does interest. He never looks into stories. What are you even talking about? What stories does he look into? Like, what the fuck is he even
on Lotus Eaters, the fact that he fucking does a weekly fucking stream where it is all sourced and cited that he does these obviously, like, whatever you think about Carl's beliefs, in terms of, he's clearly well read in philosophy. He's read Greek philosophy. He's read classical literature. That's overtly, evident. Despite his, have you even read Locke faux pas? That aside, he's clearly, versed in classical literature. So yeah, he knows what he's talking about in some of this stuff. That's the stupidest ass shit. And again, this is one they can't pull with me. It's like, oh, Aiden's never read anything. Well, they can just say, well, Sargon's never read any of it. Yeah, he has though. Oh, they said he doesn't know anything about the politics of the Starship Troopers. That's one of his best videos ever. It's super well sourced. And it's so good.
Making the comparison that many people do, saying, listen, I watched the fucking movie. I know what it's all about. No, the fuck you don't.
Yeah,
you know what?
you should read the book. Yeah.
You know a version of what somebody made up as they tried to take the piss out of something.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I watched the adaptation of The Boys. I know all about what's in the books. but you see, also, Black Noir is not a clone of the evil Superman. But we also have him in here because, guys, Axel Foley and 80s and Deadpool character being beaten into unconsciousness into becoming a Batman character because animal cartoons where he's going off into the arms of Christ the Lord.
So that the blind black lady in Deadpool is supposed to be a fun comedy character, not a totally tragic character whose entire life has been uprooted by Deadpool as he slowly and brutally everyone to try to save her. Clearly.
Obviously, yeah. Goddamn.
Deadpool's supposed to be haha funny man, not oh my god, please kill me now, man.
I mean, it's a big problem was that it was Daniel Way was the author who really rewrote Deadpool in like the mid 2000s to late 2000s of being like, this. Yes, he's funny and wacky, but his life is extremely tragic when you see like stuff like that in Cable and Deadpool. And then Daniel Way comes in and goes, actually, I'm just going to make him a meme. He's just going to be, ha ha ha, so random, so funny. Okay, well, I don't want to read about the character now, if that's how he's going to be. That's not interesting.
On top of that, he stole most of his jokes from fucking, what's her name? She-Hulk.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like the fourth wall breaking.
Yep.
Also, we're going to turn She-Hulk into the Hulk with tits.
But the She-Hulk jokes, the fourth wall breaking with She-Hulk, that's been it since the 80s. Daniel Way stole that in the mid to late 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, with She-Hulk, we're just gonna make her Hulk with tits and make her all have an on-and-on relationship with Thor.
And imagine if Ryan Reynolds did not exist as an actor, they wouldn't have had a person that could have been Deadpool.
No, I think it's why they put off Deadpool for so long was trying to figure out an actor who could get away with it and actually pull it off.
Yeah.
To be completely fair, when Ryan Reynolds plays Deadpool, he's not acting as Deadpool. He's playing as Ryan Reynolds with immortality.
Yes. Because that's effectively the problem with Wade Wilson. People are like, oh, Wade Wilson? It's kind of like hearing fucking Slade. And it's like, no, Deadpool, Deathstroke. Do you not? No, I only know Slade. I watched Teen Titans. My God. Then,
well, I mean,
then there's the whole problem of fucking X-Men Origins. We don't talk about that film for a reason. Only one appearance of Gambit, everybody.
Oh, I am being called away, friends, for my stream. So I will have to leave you, but thank you so much for having me on. And hit me up anytime, Carl. And thanks, guys. It's always fun to hang out. I had a really fucking fun time. We had lots of laughs.
Next time is Signifier. We're gonna have fun.
All right. Try not to die from the rest of that Surfs video. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. But it's wild because you consider that and you think, oh wow, the first time we ever got Gambit and we never had him in a scene doing fucking Cage and shit with Rouge. It was the actor for fucking John Carter of Mars, and y'all butchered that fucking franchise too. But that's another story for another day.
Can we have one Nightcrawler that's fucking consistent?
No, we can't. Cringe.
Because in X-Men Origins Wolverine, he was played by Will I Am. Yes, I will fucking talk about that.
Wolverine wasn't played by Will I Am. He was playing...
No, I said Nightcrawler.
Yeah, that one.
Nightcrawler played by Will I Am. That wasn't Nightcrawler, that was a different character called Spectre.
Oh, okay.
Similar power set, but different.
Also, can we agree to never let, Daredevil run into Nightcrawler? Just never.
I don't think they will have the respect to do that, because look at what they did twice with Bryan Singer and X-Men.
No, the reason why is because whenever Nightcrawler teleports, he has to teleport through hell, and he smells like sulfur, and Daredevil just goes fucking ballistic whenever he smells devils.
True.
So can we just not fucking have them interact? Saves us a lot of headaches.
But Marvel.
And Nightcrawler was almost a pope once, so let's never talk about that again.
But Marvel.
Fuck Marvel. I'm waiting for the Ripperverse.
Okay.
Say something like, well, the humans provoked them by entering into their habitats. They're assuming that the bugs are merely mindless animals that act on instinct and are not capable of moral decision-making. Rather than informing the Mormon extremists that this planet was actually inhabited, and at least delivering a demand that they leave, the bugs instead massacred them all without mercy. And if this wasn't enough, the bugs then began launching meteor attacks on an unprepared and unsuspecting Earth, with the first attack wiping out nearly 10 million...
Sargon actually made this, as we take him out of context and miss the point of everything he's talking about. Because instead of actually analyzing what we're saying, look, he made it. Thus creating the eternal struggle of the leftist. We don't care, and we're going to demonstrate how much we don't care by demonstrating how much you care. Lol, why are you mad?
Million people and destroying a major city. Why do I want this unironically? The answer is because Starship Troopers is a manifesto for Jordan Peterson's utopia.
Not in the success of...
Did you say Jordan Peterson?
Yes, they made that entire bit about Sargon just to say... and get that last clip from that video about Jordan Peterson's utopia, about responsibility, and how the world of Starship Troopers has accountability and authority in the tantamount system of their society. Which, again, is them trying to say, hey guys, remember that film that's supposed to be a send-up of fascism and Nazis? This is what Sargon thinks about it. They're very stupid. They're very, very stupid.
Brains. They have no
YouTube
brains.
Gamergate content led many popular figures to pull in even bigger audiences if they continue to pour gasoline all over the fire that was being created.
Braithwaite has analyzed the particular narrative dimensions of Gamergate technoculture, emphasizing how these feelings of victimization and alienation...
Gamergate's technoculture. Technoculture is not the word you'd use there to describe that, because all it sounds like you just said is the fashion of cybergoths. Which, I'm fine with women wearing skin-tight latex outfits with corsets that define the silhouettes of their bodies. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Honestly speaking, I'm really hoping for the Warhammer future where we have en masse political corruption But at the same time, hot inquisitor bitches and Sisters of Babel. You know what I mean?
I would like to have the dystopian future where I can be the head of a CEO and I can finally implement my technique to employ the e-girls into an empire of call girls at my beck and whim. Not for my use, but so that I can make money while giving them the lives they've always wanted.
No, me. Another thing, can you please hire me?
You want to be harvested for your semen?
Yes.
Sure.
Yay.
There's so many people that just went, bro, what the fuck? Nobody tell them. Nobody tell them it's funnier that way. Hi, Ellie Williams. Isn't Nightcrawler Catholic? Yes, he is.
He was also raised by the Catholic Church, the Vatican, and was almost a pope.
Remember Crank 2 with the character who was a male to female with a full body Tourette's? What an age that was. Bro, look, that one scene out of Crank 2 is like a fucking acid dream. You know the one I'm talking about with the big fucking head.
Is it like Die Hard 3?
No.
You know what scene I'm talking about though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But you remember how Crank was, right?
I remember the first Crank. I never watched Crank 2.
Crank 2 is them doing what they do with all those kinds of Jason Statham comedy action films, cranked up, ironically, to 11. Because, like, a lot of people do not realize that Jason Statham is really good in action comedies. Like, unbelievably so.
Crank 1, the whole concept of Crank 1 was here's a virus, keep fucking moving or you die. Which is like infinite setup for stupid shit to happen around him.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that was fucking wild that people didn't remember that, and it was fucking bizarre. Which was why I am surprised that they never made a fucking Crank 3. They really should.
It probably bombed.
No, I don't remember it bombing. It probably didn't get as much commercial success as they wanted.
Well, no, I mean, like, it probably bombed like Ultraviolet bombed, where it did decent, but people couldn't really get too far behind it, and as a result, it kind of went straight to Blu-ray.
Yeah, that's what we call a commercial failure.
Yeah.
It's still a sleeper hit, kind of like Ultraviolet, because man, I really cannot fucking stand Mila Jovovich now.
Are you calling someone?
Hello, small child.
You were told hello. You were told hello.
Why is there a small child here?
Because
I can't say
I'm around the child for the moment. It's my kiddo.
I can't say poo poo caca anymore.
Well, you see, the reason why there's a small child around him is that a very long time ago, he loved a woman very much, so much so that he couldn't. I'm sorry, I won't finish that. I won't finish that joke out of respect.
Keep going.
No. What you mean to say is that one night he got very, very drunk. The common bill.
No, I was very sober for this. Actually, thank you very much.
No.
Okay. Okay. So you made a mistake, loved the wrong woman.
I will not be responsible for the ruined thoughts of this child!
Just be lucky she can't hear anything.
Yeah.
I've got AirPods in, so she can't hear a thing.
That's adorable. Daddy should have pulled. Daddy's pull-out game was weak.
Oh, look at that.
Your mom was a spitter, not. Your mom was a spitter.
My God, you're wild.
Go now.
When Carl hears a MILF, he starts flirting with her. When he hears a small child of either gender, he tries to make fun jokes about the parent. When Deus hears about someone's kid, he says that they have weak knees and ankles.
When Chris hears about children, yes, let me ruin your future.
Bro. Anyways.
By online misogyny. In the analysis presented by this paper, the cultural and technological aspects of Gamergate merged with the technological rationality described by Marcuse. Gamergate's abuse campaign became endemic because its underlying rationalities were evident in the design, governance, and communicative culture of a range.
Less than 1% of actual harassment, and none of it cited to the people who were being lauded as the figures that led, quote-unquote, the pro-Gamergate side. But it's totally a abuse campaign. An endemic
Totally.
abusive campaign. Systemic, even, in this abuse campaign.
It's almost as if they're racist. Almost. Maybe racist that want to put people in the camps. Maybe militaristic racists. Maybe Nazis. Maybe they're all Hitler. Adolf.
Online platforms.
Oh no.
There's no coincidence. The architecture and administration of those online platforms emanate from the very same geek cultures and related industries as Gamergate. In online abuse, this paper.
You know there's gonna be a rap in the future where someone's gonna rhyme Madoff with Adolf?
No. I just realized something. I fucking realized something rather fucking weird. If by their own definition we are all like Adolf Hitler and whatnot, then they made us. They're the ones who made us react this way by trying to say that we're all toxic fuckers. They forced our hand to react, and ever since then started a large culture war.
Correct.
If we're Hitler by their definitions, then they're the monsters who made Hitler.
Correct. Them constantly harassing us for merely existing was our denial to the art campaign.
Suggests.
Wait a minute, that makes them Hitler's
Worse
parents.
than Hitler.
Yes.
That makes them worse than Hitler because they brought Hitler into this world.
Masculine aggression.
Milo Yiannopoulos' tactics of attacking people involved and outright going too far would earn him the reputation of being a Joker-fied bad boy in the field.
Dislike the new Ghostbusters movie, or you have the audacity to dislike the work in...
Well, you guys seemed to cheered and shouted for Keffels when she was doxing and harassing people off.
Hold on. Milo was not the fucking bad boy. If anything, the figureheads of this were Shin, Sargon, and Skeptic.
True.
Those were the big figureheads. Those were the big names. And for some reason, a lot of people who were like anti-Gamergate brought up Bering, even though he played a very minimal part. They brought up Bering and Rags. I don't understand why they said Milo was the big name about this. No, the fuck he wasn't. Milo really didn't have much to do with this. He was more focused on his own politics, which led to the creation of the alt-right. No, Milo didn't really have shit to do with this. If anything,
I wouldn't even say that Milo had a hand in creating the alt-right. He had a hand in propagating it. Gavin McGinnis is the one responsible for that. Well, actually, no, that's even worse. Because if you try to say, well, who created whom, Milo did not create shit. He propagated and took messages and monetized them for his own fucking politics.
Yeah.
Gavin McGinnis created the Proud Boys, which over time, much like any group that started and strayed from its fundamental core basis, became nothing more than an extension of the right-wing Death Squad that was to counter Antifa's left-wing Death Squad. And when you get to the deeper meanings of who created the true alt-right, that is squarely on the shoulders of fucking people like Catboy Fuentes and, worst of all, Master Octoroon Catcher himself!
Okay.
I just love saying Octoroon. My God,
no,
what a
that's
fun
fair.
word.
But like the point I'm trying to get at is like I don't understand why he's bringing up Milo
Because
as
he
if
doesn't-
Milo was a big player in this. Milo wasn't.
Because he can't say Richard Spencer. Because if he says Richard Spencer, people are going to say, but isn't Richard Spencer on the right now? And they're going to be like, bro, shut up.
Not even like one of the bigger like names of game, like the biggest like the main three heads of Gamergate were like fucking Shuon Head, Armored Skeptic, and Sargon, and Shu didn't become that big of a head until she started dating Armored Skeptic when she did the live stream with Skeptic and Sargon.
Yes, and this is also when she started using her relationship as a cudgel to effectively antagonize and bully people while they were having themselves their dom-sub relationship.
On top of that, didn't she get cut by Skeptic?
For him liking pictures of Kiwi Sunset, that is correct.
No, I remember hearing that there was apparently like a threesome or some shit, or that he was fucking other women while in the States, or it was some weird shit like that.
Something along those terms, but I don't have the information on hand because I did not look into them because I don't care about them like that.
Fair. I was a really big fan of them. For a while. Chris Rayburn was my favorite, and then ever since he started his podcast, he just became H2H3.
Correct. But that is the actual timeline of events. Before, during, and after his Twitter ban, Milo Yiannopoulos did not create shit. Still hasn't. He's grifted more than he's created.
He wasn't even a big name in fucking Gamergate.
Gavin McGinnis creates the Proud Boys and has a hand in Rebel Media. And outside of that, he is a pundit and a figurehead that doesn't have any real connotation or control over that because he has stepped away from the group as a whole to try and save his career. And the Anglo-National Indian, who was the co-founder of the current iteration of the Proud Boys, is the kind of person that was the figurehead being lambasted in all of the articles about the interracial face of white supremacy, because they really needed to have their black people are the white people of racism, which, wow, wild, very fucking wild times, wild thornberries.
Very retarded take.
And then, you left over, you have Richard Spencer, Master Akram Catcher himself, screaming at the top of his lungs, being outed because, ironically enough, that's right! He gave it to you because Milo outed it to try and fuck him over so he could have a limelight because he gave that link to you to ruin him. And where's Richard Spencer now? Like I just mentioned, he's on the left, on your team, and you let him be there! But yes, totally, bro. I believe you.
It's weird that someone who seemed very white supremacist, that is Richard V. Spencer, could switch gears and be welcomed so handily, and yet anyone who is supposedly right-wing and says anything that could be even remotely misconstrued lightly as almost white nationalist is Hitler.
See this is why I want Jordan B. Peterson. He doesn't fucking flip-flop. He doesn't wait until the dust settles so he can change his political alignment. No, he's very consistent. He only cares about people's well-being. See, when it comes to Ben Shapiro, I just want to fuck his sister. With Jordan B. Peterson, I don't want to fuck his daughter. I want to give her a happy life.
Would that include
Michaela, like,
you
I wanna
having
marry you.
animalistic sex with her? I feel like that would include animalistic sex. Passion. You have to have that in relationships.
No, I understand that, but at the same time, I want it to be very wholesome. I would just fucking dog Shapiro's sister, bro.
True, but at the same time, wow. Anyways. I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, somebody's already dogged it out.
Yeah, bro. Like, with Michaela, I just want to see her and Jordan happy. That's it.
Cool.
I just don't. Fuck. I fucking hate the idea of Milo being part of Gamergate. He wasn't. They're just saying it because he's a right winger.
Happens to be a woman, and then you get suspended.
Especially when he was one of the more prominent early figures to be kicked off the platform.
One day later, Milo Yiannopoulos, a conservative writer for Breitbart.com, was permanently suspended from Twitter.
Meanwhile, Weird Mike Serenovich, a man who is known for writing one of the creepiest blogs on the internet, selling a self-help regimen called The Gorilla Mindset, with supplements to go along with it, not to mention falsely accusing anyone he doesn't like of pedophilia.
Mike Cernovich? Okay, Mike.
You might shed us some light on that.
I guess there's a theta at the end.
Had also enjoyed a rising profile thanks to InfoWars' interest in the conspiracy side of Gamergate. After his takedown of Sam Cedar, Serenovich had also launched the stigma of his sexual
Back the fuck up. No, let's not start with fucking Alex Jones, because for almost everything he said, he's been 110% correct, and I hate saying that.
But that's the power of hindsight, baby.
Because he's not a right winger. He's centrist. Because he was one of the few people that was talking when Bush stole the election against fucking Al Gore. He was one of the first people to bring that shit up. Alex Jones doesn't give a shit about what side you're on.
But you see, all the things that he's talking about makes them look bad. So he has to be evil.
The only reason why they paint him as evil is because he's right. He is absolutely right. It's how he portrays it. He doesn't go about saying everything I'm saying is true.
The Sandy Hook shit crossed the line and he wasn't on his meds. I'll give him that. I'll give him all that.
He is an entertainer mixed with a journalist. He gives the journalism, he says this is happening, and then he goes instantly into entertainer mode and makes things South Park exaggerated.
There's a word for that, and it's called opinion.
Alex Jones.
He gives a editorial that then begins and ends or starts in the middle in medias res with his opinion. And for some reason, we love doing that at Washington Journalist and at the Washington Post, but we don't want to seem to give that same leverage to Alex Jones because, he's not the ephemeral aging Taylor Lorenz.
Yeah, it's because they don't have fun with it. They don't South Park it. No. They try to medical drama that shit. They try to make it. And here's Alex Jones just fucking going full Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Oh no, Trey Parker and Matt Stone. He is making a hilarity out of something very, very serious to get your attention and to make you think, "Oh God, this guy is fucking stupid." And then when you do your research, you're sitting there like, I can't believe I have to agree with Alex Jones. Fuck.
Whenever people say Alex Jones is crazy, they always bring up they're putting chemicals in the water to turn the frogs gay, and I'm like, right. He was right, but it's not turning the frogs gays. It's turning the frogs into hermaphrodites.
Mm-hmm.
That was the whole article, and he was correct. And it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, don't leave a fucking dead horse at this point.
But they have to beat the dead horse. How else are they going to get 41% out of the trans? Okay, that was foul. I'm sorry. That was foul.
They need the trans frogs votes, bro. They're not gay, they're just trans. They're straight trans.
Techniques and recruitment tools that had been proven successful during Gamergate, while on the other side of the right, things were getting a lot more alternative.
These are typical diversity images. I don't think these would be much surprising to anyone.
Oh, now you mentioned
Around 2013, the Nazis went online. Hate groups in the U.S., as tracked by the Southern Poverty Law Center, had been growing.
The outright playbook had it.
2012 and 2014, they dropped by almost a quarter.
Pause it. I saw this video.
Hate crimes stayed about the same. Radical conservatism was not shrinking, but decentralizing. Still radical and still often violent, but now full of white nationalist nomads unlikely to join a formal organization. This didn't make them harmless. What it did was protect their asses from the typical hate group cycle of getting the public's attention, making allies in conservative media, swelling their numbers, and then eventually disgracing themselves with failures in fighting and...
No, it would mean that you would have a lot more lone wolves, but even then, you dumbasses will say lone wolf shooters are not a part or separate from white supremacy. They are a tool of white supremacy, and I know because you dumbasses wrote a fucking book about it. In fact, I'm gonna look up that book.
They didn't say that. They can't be that retarded.
You underestimate the power of journalism.
Oh my fucking God, these
names. The Real Origins of Lone Wolf White Supremacists like Dylan Roof, written on June 24th, July 15. And there is a particular book in question that I'm looking for in these images. See if I can find it. There we are. Southern Poverty Law Center book, a special report from the SPLC. Age of the Wolf, a study in the rise of lone wolf and leaderless resistant terrorism.
Oh my fucking God.
Oh, that sounds like it's Antifa, but of course we know it's not.
This is a 44-page book.
I would sign up for Antifa just to rob them.
We should probably do a dissertation, or we should do a dissection of that book some other time.
Like, I want
maybe...
Possibly. I'll have to waste time to find a fucking version of it, but these things exist.
Go on.
These things exist, and there are people who claim that what I just said was not true, but no, I literally have the TikTok saved on both of my accounts in question of what I directly remember this quote coming out of the mouth of. Because the idea here is that lone wolves are supposedly important to the inculcation of white supremacy, despite the fact that it is more attest to a ritualistic sacrifice than it is anything close to basic concept or reality in any concept of social circles. But rather than actually addressing the problem, they'll say the gobbledygook sentence and then just say, yeah. What, you doubt me? Like, oh,
they'll heresy it.
Like, do I doubt that lone wolf supremacists can help the idea of white supremacy if what you claim white supremacy is that they want to take credit for the problem while trying to create a counterposed solution? Because that's really bizarre. Why would you waste white lives on that? Why not create the radical of a black centrist movement and have them tear apart their own citizens and their own governments and their own power structures, while also blaming the white man for it, and then the white man not being responsible for it, if not even just being an assister to solving them, and nothing still being done? Because that sounds like what Black Lives Matter did by fleecing the entirety of the Black campaign staff, instead of simply just calling themselves, instead of the Black Lives Matter global organization, the Black Marxist America. It's almost like two queer lesbians and the baby daddy of one of those lesbians ended up fucking around and finding out that you can't just steal $90 million in a year, as well as all the other monies that have been collected throughout Blue, and then say, listen, I am enriching black lives, my black life, by buying large mansions. It's almost like that's not something you can do on a professional level, and it be a successful means of uplifting communities. And then those same communities turning around and saying, why aren't the white people helping us? Because you told them to stay the fuck up, shut the fuck down, and stay the fuck silent, as you trample all over every single social movement ever. It's almost like there's actions and consequences. But
White people, stay out of black people business.
Nah, it can't be that. Nah, it can't be that. It's racism. They don't fucking talk about it because they don't care about him. Clearly.
Often enough, members committing horrific acts of violence.
Richard Spencer, the Lord of Cringe Lords. The answer to the question, what if Cat Urine was personified? He's a neo-Nazi parading around as a libertarian nationalist. He rose to prominence for coining the term alt-right,
also,
branding far-right fascist beliefs with the help of those feeding plausible deniability.
Fake news, which is the idea of meme magic. Yeah.
Right. I pressed pause in the wrong menu. So, unfortunately, as the chat just informed you, Jordan B. Peterson's daughter, Michaela, is married.
Glad to hear it.
That actually might be more fortunate, because he said he just wants to see the Peterson family happy. And if he's married, mission success.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm happy for her.
You see? Mission success.
Cool.
Things into reality. Yeah. I don't know. Do you really think that it's real?
Yes.
Do you have Steve Bannon's ear? Can you call him on the phone?
No. But in terms of meme magic, yeah, I think there is something about, I would call it like a self-fulfilling prophecy. We meme alt-right into existence.
The alt-right successfully co-opted internet culture with the rejection of what they perceived as a progressive or woke shifting of the Overton window. With the rise of
If the adaptation and adoption of Pepe as a meme to be inculcated in whatever side used Pepe the most, which the left tried to claim until they just outright got swamped by sheer volume, if you can claim that this is what it is when something is inculcated into a concept or a culture to the point that it represents them in their memes, this is the true factor every single time somebody quotes Boers, every single time somebody quotes trying to remember the shit artists in question. There's a lot of them. This is what happens when you try to quote Sweet Beans. This is what happens when you try to quote Bread Pains. This is what happens when you try to quote The Right Cannot Meme. This is what happens when you try to quote, what's that other fucking one that's not Boers? Ben Garrison. This is what happens when you quote every single leftist artist and say, listen, my art is for the people. And then turn around and try and sell it for $1. Kind of like the owner of Pepe. If that's what it's like, then that's exactly what you guys do too, and you're just as guilty of it, if not worse, because you tried it and it didn't work, and so you said, damn, how dare you take our idea?
Gamergate and the acquisition of Pepe as representation of Islam meme culture, the line between those acting out in legitimate racism and those doing it for lulz was blurred.
I saw it as an opportunity to put an end to these alt-right claims that has been thrown against me. It wasn't to try and clear my name or save graves.
Oh no, you didn't use a joke post that was about how he's not a Nazi to call him a Nazi, did you? Man, I'm pretty sure that's getting really close to defamation. I don't think you want to get bro-fisted, man.
I think he does. It might be a kinky like.
Critical race theory, trans and gender issues with a heavily alienated generation. A generation that was beginning to be plagued by existential dread towards an unstable economy, climate change, and a continued transfer of wealth from the poorest individuals in society to the richest. Well, I mean, not to mention all the things that teenagers think about. While people like Dr. Carl...
Wait, hold on. What did you say about Scientology?
It was the YouTubers who dominated the...
I don't know.
Okay.
Culture war.
Everybody, the media and journalists, everybody's telling us the problem with Twitter is too much trolling, too much meanness, too much quote-unquote abuse and harassment. I see the problem is exactly the reverse. When Twitter started cracking down on free speech, the platform started failing, and that is the history of social network.
Of course, CNBC.
Spencer and the alt-right's rise coincided with the presidential campaign of Donald Trump, as did the rise and fall of Pizzagate, and its eventual rebranding.
The files are raping children in underground dungeons. You're gonna do nothing. Pizzagate is real. Pizzagate, call it pizza, is in the It's some sort of database that lists all this child sex.
Pizzagate was real, though.
See, it's really funny that we have these edits now, because, what's Ghislaine the Maxwell?
Mm-hmm.
What was Jeffrey Epstein?
But what did she do? Remember, she was the only person convicted for trafficking children to no one.
True.
So, yeah.
On top of that, wasn't one of the princes under heat for like an interview, and his only explanation was I remember that night specifically because I went and texted I was going to go grab pizza and grabbed a large plain pizza by myself. And she was like, "Why would you do that?" Because it's something I would never really do. And I'm just like, nigga, is you dumb?
Probably. Maybe.
The only reason why a lot of people got away with Pizzagate is because not only are they high-leaning political figures with a lot of political buy-ins, but at the same time, they are too rich and expensive to take down. Sorry, my ringtone.
Trying to get through this because it's getting close to 4, and I'll probably have to go overtime to finish this.
I'm sorry.
Who become a celebrité du jour amongst alt-right circles and propelled his minor internet fame to a growing men's rights movement, complete with seminars and supplements on obtaining the guerrilla mindset taken directly from the Alex Jones playbook.
50% off with promo code SUN, S-U-N.
Oh man, that's everything wrong with the right, guys. Promoting merchandise.
At InfoWarsStore.com. It's selling out, 50% off, promo code SUN at InfoWarsStore.com.
When his customers weren't enjoying overpriced vitamins or learning how to get away with sexual assault,
He was actually physically touching me. You have a guy in a gas mask and another person in a real mask. And they said they're violent and they want violence. We've got push and shove. Let's get it in mind. I love it when they attack me. They're touching me. I'm being assaulted. I'm being assaulted.
they were engaging in Pizzagate, a conspiracy theory made famous thanks to Mike and Alex.
Now, Mike, sorry, what's good to have you here?
Oh, my pleasure. We're definitely approaching the singularity because our time is becoming belated now, where I always ask people, how long ago was it when Kathy Griffin pulled her little ISIS beheading stunt? How long ago was Scaramucci fired? Everything is happening.
Seems like 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. So our time is becoming belated because we're approaching the singularity.
At a time when hatred for Hillary Clinton was a blend of justified, war hawkish, Libya, super predators.
Man, that's everything wrong with the right, guys. They never ever substantiated the reason why we hate Hillary Clinton. As you start playing the greatest hits of the reasons people hate not just Hillary, but the Clintons as a fucking whole. Along with Joe Biden, considering that he's the one who penned that 90s super predators fucking lobby that was put into act about racial violence. Man, I love black people so much I decided to start calling them super predators in an urban fucking jungle. Bitch.
On top of that, didn't Hillary also laugh at the face of a rape victim while defending a pedophile?
Yes.
I believe so.
Drug cartels, they are not just gangs of kids anymore. They are often the kinds of kids that are called super predators. No conscience, no empathy. We can talk about why they ended up that way, but first we have to bring them to heel.
Children!
Lousy president. Mike decided to take down the Clinton empire with the only currency the internet accepted. That's shittery.
You're a fraud. You're a fraud. This call is over. I'm going to post the audio, obviously, because we both recorded. I'm going to read so, you're a fraud. You're a liar. So this is over.
Isolating the word pizza and numerous private emails of Hillary Clinton that were now public knowledge courtesy of WikiLeaks, many corners of the dark weed began to suspect that pizza may be in fact code for an international pedophile ring. And in all the trapping of the best conspiracies, a few elements of truth, in this case a verifiable series of emails, and a mountain of completely fabricated in basket fiction.
People actually believe a conspiracy theory that Hillary Clinton and her former campaign manager, John Podesta, ran a child sex ring at a pizzeria in D.C. This is a lie. We all know the only people who are trapped in a pizza place are those robots at Chuck E. Cheese.
Not that people shouldn't have noticed that this was one of Mike's signature moves.
So now they're saying, oh, you must be...
Stephen Colbert doesn't know shit.
But, I don't know.
Yes. He continues not to know shit, even in the nighttime position.
Like, I'm cute. I look cute. Got a little son. I don't understand now.
Having performed a few KOs versus James Gunn, Vic Berger, and Sam Cedar, which were eventually reversed when they discovered again to be completely taken out of context and had zero evidence of actual pedophilia. Eventually enough people took
Man, what's that? You said that people use cancel culture to attack somebody and they didn't work out. So that's a danger that the right did that, and how dare they do that? I wonder who gave them the idea to do that, Lance. Wild. Wild, bro.
I think it might have been. No, hear me out. It was the gay frogs. The gay frog did it.
Clearly, it was the one-armed man that was licking Toad.
Honestly speaking, it's fucking amazing thinking about how the left has given itself so much power that it never realized it was auto-cannibalizing itself this entire time.
They still don't know. They still don't know they're auto-cannibalizing. They don't.
As they proceed to lie, blackmail, and fuck kids to the top.
Let's see. Yep. Let's see here. Moon asked, wasn't Jordan Peterson's daughter getting ran through or running out on her husband? I do not know that. I have zero knowledge of that information. That is wild if true. That is wild if true. Wild if true.
We probably should get that sourced. But yeah, if it is true, that is pretty nuts.
You made me think of Nancy Reagan.
Hashtag Pizzagate seriously, that someone went into a pizza parlor armed and ready to kill pedophiles he may have identified.
He actually thought initially that he was a staff member because he was walking straight for that back room. Staff member, kind of looked at me and indicated that this was a gunman.
Edgar Welch appearing in court this afternoon.
Pizzagate wasn't a direct one-to-one evolution with Gamergate, although there was significant overlap in the communities thanks to figures like Cernovich being the propagandists promoting both.
The media is claiming that this is because of Pizzagate. This is very dangerous fake news. Anybody claiming that the gunman today at Common Pizza had anything to do with Pizzagate?
I'm gonna take a look at that screenshot that just went on the screen there, because I'm pretty sure I just saw Aaron Gioni in that.
Indicated that this was a gunman.
Edgar Welch appearing in court this afternoon.
Pizzagate wasn't a direct one-to-one evolution with Gamergate, although there was significant overlap in the community thanks to figures like Cernovich being the propagandists promoting.
Tiny Pixel Block, Mike Cernovich, Aaron G. Ah, there's his Twitter. I'd be happy to talk with you, Aaron, and at least give you some general legal guidance. At the very least, I can give Aaron Gioni some strategy advice pro bono, and yes, I am a real lawyer. Okay, so he had tweets directed at Aaron Gioni. Did Aaron Gioni reply to them? What conversation did they have? What is the substantiation of this fucking attack? Because this also, too, would be slander. What? Whatever.
I don't believe this could be slander if all he's doing here is positing opinion.
This is very dangerous fake news. Anybody claiming that the gunman today at Common Pizza had anything to do with Pizzagate is lying.
After a firm crackdown on Pizzagate shut down Reddit's, Discord's, forums, and some legal woes for InfoWars, remnants of the fractured conspiracy theory slowly overlapped with the other side of the culture war in the meme war theater.
Hello, ethnic Kyrgyzstanis. This is Big Man Tyrone, Supreme President of Kyrgyzstan, here to brief you on a special mission for all battle-ready meme warriors.
Pepe, the lovable frog in Kyrgyzstan, a subculture built around the world.
Are you trying to say that Big Man Tyrone's racist?
Just bear with this, okay? This is the internet. It's not exactly going to
be. I think he's talking too fast, even on double time, that it makes no sense what he's fucking saying, and even if it did, I don't think it's supposed to.
Let's just keep moving through.
Like the battle getting big, memes became the currency in the online culture wars. Belonging to a certain group like an alt-right community in 4chan was also so anonymous that the ability to demonstrate belonging came to the relevance and efficacy of memology. To this effect, the creativity and diversity of Pepe memes grew in both their scale and racism. There was also a belief online that memes themselves had the ability to manipulate life itself. While they were certainly in the minority.
A meme is the ability to manipulate life itself because it's a living concept that is able to incept itself into your mind. Because that is how memes evolve, adapt, overcome, grow, and proliferate by spreading.
The Study of Memetics by Carl.
They talk about this in, one of the Metal Gear games, too.
Metal Gear 2.
Have you ever heard of memes?
You're thinking of Rising of Vengeance, but it started in Metal Gear Solid 2.
Like I said, it was in one of the Metal Gear games.
Yeah, Metal Gear, you're quoting Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
It was popularized there and originated, you said, in 2.
No, in Metal Gear Solid 2, the whole game subplot is just memes. That's the whole plot.
Interesting.
Metal Gear Solid 1 is about genetics. Metal Gear Solid 2 is about memetics.
Curious.
All
right.
Well, look it up when you get the chance. It's actually a very interesting study.
I might have to, yeah.
The biggest upset in modern political history did lend some life to the magical powers of the internet. Remember how we said Milo Yiannopoulos had capitalized heavily on the Gamergate movement?
I wouldn't say that it was all the internet, as I'm pretty sure if you had 77% women come out and vote for Trump.
Yes, it did. Hello, Mom. How was work?
Was that also an extension of white supremacy? Hi, it's Chris's mother.
Mom Carl says hi. She says hi, Carl.
Did she say hi, baby, or did she say hi?
Wrong Carl. Coach Carl. Mom asks how you're doing.
I'm very good. I'm trying to entertain your son in an audience full of people with some very horrible videos made by some very, well, what's the nice word I can say about this?
He's trying to say he's doing very well. He's entertaining me and an audience of people while I'm watching a bunch of videos made by idiots.
Yes.
Misguided or intentional, we'll see.
Also, they're lying, just straight up lying about us. Like, it's crazy.
In real time.
Yeah. Key talking point of the conservative culture wars? Well, that wasn't by accident. It was by design.
It was Bannon. It was Bannon all along. It was Bannon all along.
Of course. Bannon.
Gearing up for an election, Donald Trump was apparently making a deal with the devil, according to Joshua Green. And the devil's name was Steve.
They think you're a big, powerful man who will bring an end to their way of life and all life on Earth.
Am I really that powerful?
Of course I am.
Von Bannon of House Harkonnen has a really weird story, explained in the book Devil's Bargain, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, and the Storming of the Presidency. He made his early wealth through the licensing rights to Seinfeld by negotiating a deal on behalf of Ted Turner. He then got Golden Sachs into video game mining, and no, we don't mean that kind. This was way before Bitcoin. We're talking about gamers playing games like World of Warcraft for hours just collecting gold so they can sell it off for real cash in the real world. It was a highly lucrative business until tens of thousands of gamers rose up and raged at people cheating at something they had worked so hard to accomplish themselves.
That still happens to this day, to the fact that when I'm done here and I get back to playing RuneScape so I can keep my bond alive, since, again, guys, negative bank balance. Make that cash roll it.
Wait, what the fuck? How?
How? Very long story.
How much porn did you buy?
None. I bought some diapers.
God fucking damn it, Carl. You can barely support yourself. Don't think you can support a kid.
It's not my child.
God damn it, Carl. You can barely support yourself. Why are you trying to support someone else's kid?
Because this person is a lifelong friend of mine, and they asked me for my assistance.
Hands off on that one. We understand.
Oh no, pop off. I thought you were dating a woman with a kid.
I mean, if she asked me for help, I would still help anyways, but I think a interracial child and his white mother asking on behalf of herself and his black father to help them with their kid, and they trust me enough to ask for that, especially considering how much it would mean to another man to have his wife ask another man she's not fucking for money. It means they need my help.
No, we understand. We understand.
Bro, I was joking to try and like.
I know you're joking. I know you're joking, but remember, there are eyes watching, and they're looking for opportunities to call me a simp. And it's kind of hard to insult somebody who's not letting a child fall between the cracks.
No, I understand that. I understand that entirely. I was trying to make a quick joke to like ease like the tension a bit.
I know, it's okay. I have to swallow this fucking throat spray every single goddamn day for my tooth. If this was white, I could be making a fucking killing right now.
Okay.
There's your joke. It's me! I'm the child!
God fucking damn it, God!
Damn bitch!
Just open up your OnlyFans already. Post it on your Twitter.
No! Not until I can bang the juiciest of thoughts!
God damn it, Carl! We talked about this!
Until they actually force multi-billion-dollar major corporations like Blizzard to put an end to the gold mining in World of Warcraft.
The problem with the gold mining in World of Warcraft is that it's not gold mining. If you want to talk about some gold mining that's illegal and fucking dumb as shit, why aren't you talking about the Diablo 2 storehouses? Why aren't you talking about them since they're still open to this day? So constant that it led to them wanting to create a new version of the game running on modernized code so they could just simply abandon the classic game and all of its online servers that were still being paid for out of pocket from Time Warner and fucking AT&T. That's how old that game was. 20 at this point year old fucking game. That their ability, if you want to be fair, let's say 15-year-old in terms of fucking online gameplay. A game so old that they paid Vicarious Visions.
20.
Yeah. Like, I'm thinking in terms of when people really started getting deep inside and lost in Diablo 2. Not when it was released, but later when...
I thought you were talking about World of Warcraft.
For World of Warcraft, a little bit longer than that. But the levels of fucking gold farming and D2 storehouse bullshit that proliferates the marketplace to the point that was the reason why they closed down the real money auction house. Because they said, no. You want to monetize this shit? FCC guys gets involved. And they said, nah, fuck that. We want that Chinese semen. We don't want their fucking American fucking businesses in my fucking pockets. That's why we're fucking swallowing Chinese semen. When that shit happened, where the fuck was that fucking energy? Also, it's not really gold farming in that terms. You want to see gold farming? Jagex and RuneScape. There's your fucking gold farming.
No. In the World of Warcraft, it's like actual gold mining. They set up Chinese bots.
Oh, no,
to like actively go through a dungeon.
I know.
You know, right?
Yes, and they do the exact same thing on every other fucking MOBA too. But when we're talking about people that you can monetizably track and it becomes the basis of it, fuck all the goddamn World of Warcraft memes. When you have Portuguese people being hired by Chinese gold sellers to play a video game for real world money.
Yeah.
Bro, that's wild. And they have to use and abuse all the techniques possible to get a free account so they can be able to do it quickly because they get banned all the fucking time. Bro. Woo! But we're not talking about that. Nah. Instead, you have some cringe fucking shit with a handshake from somebody wearing a SteelSeries sponsored shirt for his team at a LAN event. Yeah, that's the story. That's the untold story of Gamergate, guys. Awkward handshakes.
While bruised, but not defeated, Bannon learned the power of the quote,
rootless white males who spend all their time online.
5 years later, when he joined Breitbart, he immediately began working on hiring those rootless men to radicalize the masses into populism. He had been an independent documentarian, if you want to use that.
Man, a person in journalism who was hired to start weaponizing and using a tool of propaganda to get more viewers for the website and thus more supporters for himself and his works and efforts started using people which were, what was that image you used there? Was that League of Legends? Was that a League of Legends player? Yeah, League of Legends player playing Twitch. Well, apparently, just flashed away from fucking nothing in lane when he was all the way up on the wrong side of his tower and shouldn't have been there in the first place, versus fucking Blitzcrank. I'm pretty sure that was.
Game mining, and no, we don't mean that. This was way before Bitcoin. We're talking about gamers playing games like World of Warcraft for hours, just collecting gold, so they can sell it off for real cash in the real world. It was a highly lucrative business until tens of thousands of gamers rose up and raged at people cheating at something they had worked so hard to accomplish themselves. They organized digitally on forums and collectivized until they actually forced multi-billion-dollar major corporations like Blizzard to put an end to the gold mining in World of Warcraft. While bruised but not defeated, Bannon learned the power of the quote,
rootless white male.
Doesn't matter what he's facing, but that looks like fucking old, it looks like old Irelia for some reason. No, that's Heimerdinger Blitzcrank. He's justified in flashing away. So on an image of a white male who I'm pretty sure is not tied to anyone anywhere at all, which you can prove this man on the screen right here with the fucking ginger hair is a Nazi. I'd love to see it.
I think I see Kane's passive going through.
But you're telling me that the rootless white males who spend all their time online are being lured in deceptively through the hands of Steve Bannon, and you can prove this to be true, so much so that you're confident to use this image. Sources, please. Soon. Sources soon.
Online.
5 years later, when he joined Breitbart, he immediately began working on hiring those rootless men to radicalize the masses into...
And also, wow, I can't believe that man tried to do something to enrich his business based on the audience that he wants to bring into his business, which is any fucking body who wants to listen, even fucking leftists. Man, I can't imagine what would lead that man to make such a business decision. Completely flabbergasting, guys. Get away, Mr. Fly. I don't want you to view my camera.
We all know it's the pooper.
Populism. He had been an independent documentarian, if you want to use that term in the loosest possible sense, meaning not at all, and was interested in transforming online activism into something that could take shape in the real world.
Bannon refers to it as
the Third World War, the longest global conflict in history.
Bannon is saying that there wasn't a Cold War. There was a real war that the Soviets started, but that most Western leaders didn't want.
Milo Yiannopoulos bridged that gap and was one of the major assets to transfer the Gators into Pepes and eventually into MAGAs. Milo's already positioned as one of Bannon's
How did he transition them from Pepes into MAGAs, if not just repeating the rhetoric that already worked, which means those people were already going to be won in, and all they did was now get themselves behind a political figure with a large audience, because as we have learned many times before, big bank take little bank, big audience member attracts even bigger audience member.
Pop culture warriors, and was also beginning to talk about other conspiracy theories that would help cross-pollinate the groups. The big enemies that were targeted were third-wave feminists and social justice warriors who dyed their hair into neon furry expressions of soy.
Surprise, motherfucker! Free TK, free Palestine. You ain't this shit, TK. What's the last you got bars?
Outrage at the mere thought of being outraged on the internet, demanding that everything be censored and no one have fun. While various corners of the right-wing circle would attack them in the form of YouTube rants and college eviscerations, hatred of liberals, Democrats, and their associations with a globalist pedophile cabal had taken a life of its own.
Man, you know what proves that our points are not ridiculous and dumb? When a right-winger has a speech and talks to the very indoctrinated minds that we rely on to get our points across, and demonstrates how unwise they are, and when a right-winger makes an event where people are allowed to speak of their own free volition, and he makes fools out of them, not because he surprises, shocks them, and attacks weak people, but because the regular everyday person of these opinions are just so uninformed, they never considered the opinion of their rivals.
Correct. Also, Carl, it's 4, and I don't want you to lose that bond.
Let's see here. I'm pretty sure I have another day and a half. RuneScape has been updated. Please update this page. God damn you, RuneLite. You didn't censor Trump. What are you doing? You're saying Voldemort's name. No.
I am here.
Every poll and data point and projection was showing Hillary Clinton to be a sure thing.
I can't do a Trump voice. I can do a fucking Spangler voice.
Back
in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please clap.
He was still a rich elite that had no sign of changing, but he was crass and open about his nationalism and uncomfortable love for the country. a reality TV showman who was beloved by a cult-like following, and the jingoistic power of a monster truck. Trump's presidency played out pretty much exactly as bananas as you'd expect. But even more shocking was the mutation taking place from Pizzagate into the final boss conspiracy theories, the Shang Tsung, if you will. One that combined multiple other favorites through the years, like evil cabal of Jewish bankers, evil cabal of Jewish media, Illuminati, rich elite families, mostly Jewish, secret Calvin cult and pedophiles, evil government conspiracies and collusion, and of course, the most evil being in history, George Soros. And that's not even the most batshit part. Hinging at the center of this was Donald Trump.
Yes, it's batshit. It's batshit to assume that George Soros has a hand in the activism that is also destroying things that we happen to care about. Yes, I have, assuming I'm counting today in this, I have a day and a half. Pooh.
Also, it's crazy. It's crazy to assume that George Soros, who is actively documented talking about being part of the Nazis and having a blast, the time of his life. It's crazy to think that he had something to do with this.
It's almost like you don't know what you're talking about, but hey, that's not me, man. That's not me.
Trump being the savior of humanity, working behind the scenes with the top-level informant named only Q, who spoke oddly like someone in reading Alice in Wonderland on ketamine.
Mockingbird, HRC detained.
Yeah, that's not a thing that was actually something that the majority of people really gave a shit about, which is the reason why you notice that that was not something that normal people discussed. It was what truthers discussed. The left discussed QAnon more than anything else. And ironically enough, the people who got onto that shit the most was leftists and liberals. What's honesty and truth?
Let's just be honest. Let's just be real.
Oh, like no. The H and R words, like that, honest, real, those are no words.
You're right. You're 100% right. Those are no words. Let's one overly dramaticized point and have everyone clap and applaud us at the very end. Of course.
Today I shall be drinking one of my ocean waters.
Was that okay? Was that so, Sierra? I expect my shekels in the mail.
Would you accept a sock, lightly used, no semen, but pungent of my toe fungus?
Take that happily.
Son, you might be a little bit special.
Of course. Ma, you got mail. It's a check. I'll put it in your room. Yeah. What did you...
Not arrested yet. Where is humor? Follow humor. This has nothing to do with...
No. I mean, what was in the bag?
Generals. What is military intelligence? Why go around the three-letter agencies? What Supreme Court case allows for the use of MI versus congressional assembled and approved agencies? Who has ultimate authority over our branches of military without approval conditions unless 90 plus in wartime conditions? What is the military code? Where is AW being held? Why? POTUS will not go on TV to address nation. POTUS must isolate himself to prevent...
See. This is the time where we're gonna substantiate what we're saying and put it on the screen. But every other time when we said some really sus shit with no examples, not even an article, we just let that shit fly with absolutely no goddamn basis.
Negative optics. POTUS knew removing criminal rogue elements as a first step was essential to free and pass legislation. Who has access to everything classified? Do you believe HRC, Soros, Obama, etc. have more power than Trump? Fantasy. Whoever controls the office of the presidency controls this great land.
This is QAnon. He rarely states specific facts.
QAnon was not a monolith, and it overlapped with numerous individuals who were either devout believers or happy to be part of a decentralized cult. Roger Stone, while not allowed to share the president's inner grace anymore, was a firm believer arguably until this day. Seeing as he's an opportunist in most other respects, it's also entirely plausible he enjoys the myth more than the man. Now, Q as a story is way too vast on its own to even remotely tackle here. We recommend watching Colin Hoback's incredibly thorough documentary, Q Into the Storm, that exposes the entire history of the movement, including possibly outing Q himself. It's hard to over...
So why would you mention Q in this video about Gamergate the Untold Story if he's not relevant to the greater opposition of the Goober Gay, which has to do with these evil alt-right Nazis you're so scared of? Since the majority of them are supposedly following Bannon, and you didn't actually connect Bannon to this, and you certainly didn't connect Milo to QAnon either. You just said one after another in a slew of unsubstantiated claims, and then flashed things on the screen as though they were supposed to be untimed or well-timed jokes. Not your best.
Overstate how far this whole thing went. From being an obscure online theory to being Instagram by the president's family and his inner circle, combined with Trump eventually lying that the election was stolen, the whole thing is perfectly positioned to reach a critical peak.
It's not possible for Trump's family to lie. No. When they repost and retweet this shit, that's how we know they support him. What was the last thing that happened with that shooter that happened to do shit specifically because he believed that Rittenhouse killed black people? What was his political affiliations? Oh yeah, that's right.
The left. What about that? What about that guy who drove a car into like the public, killing like a bunch of people just because he could?
Pretty sure that was the left too.
Yeah, crazy, huh?
And they weren't. Most of them weren't white, at least. The one in question that y'all motherfuckers didn't want to talk about was black, but don't let that stop you for some good ass racism.
So it's crazy to think that a lot of school shooters are actually black. We just don't report it as school shootings, but gang violence.
True. Also, J6 guys, everything wrong with the Gamergate, the untold story. January 6th. They came for the video games, then they came for the Capitol.
Gamergate, Trump. Wasn't Gamergate going for like 4 or 5 years after, like, before he became elected? Trump! It's like 4 or 5 years down the line. Like, the fuck?
But he has the essence of the Goobergate. It's not that it was the literal thing, it was the essence, otherwise known as the consequences of our dumbass actions. I find it so wild that they're showing raw footage from Freedom TV News, and yet we have footage of Tomahawk Man in the back there. I'm pretty sure that was him.
USA! USA! USA!
Right there. That photo there wasn't done from the breaking and storming of the Capitol, as you say, because I can see clearly the footage here. A reporter's footage from inside the Capitol siege, the New Yorker 2021. They were escorted inside. In fact, the first thing that happened, because I posted the video myself. The first thing that happened is he came into the room and said, "God bless Americans, and you good fine man. Oh my God, what happened to you?" With a police officer that's out of frame for some reason, not that one, another one, saying, "Hey guys, we don't want you guys to be in here. It's like respectful and sacred and stuff." And they're like, "Oh no, we're just going around, you know, we just walked into place, click, 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 click." Not to mention them letting them into the Capitol. Footage that seems to be missing.
Actually acquitted because the charges couldn't stick. There was video proof of the officer letting people in, and he was one of the fucking people let in. Videographed.
And let's not forget to mention how y'all just don't have any video footage of Ashley Babbitt being shot in the back when she was not with the group that was at the front heading into what would have been the innermost chambers. But, yeah. All that shit, so convenient, has left the fuck out. I wish I could say I'm surprised by how often they lie and then use lies and omissions to cover up the shit you're saying. Lies, damn lies and statistics.
The dust had settled on the Capitol. The glass repaired, the families have grieved. The culmination of so many different groups united together by a common thread. Or post. Or retweet. We've seen what the radicalization of a single individual on the internet can do in terms of causing damage in the real world, but never in numbers this large. Most cults or
and yet you still continue to do doxing.
Religions met in real life, trained in real life. Or more importantly, they knew they were part of a collective group taking orders from a hierarchy. Q may have been that hierarchy, but he was still anonymous. And when people decided to do with that information was polished by outside agents.
Trying to affirm the massive landslide Donald J. Trump, are we going to turn over a constitutional republic to the forces of, what did Vigno say? The forces of God. Through in the fog of war is that have clarity. It's to have clarity that no, January 6th was going to be the day, or one of these big days, and you had to converge everything down to January 6th.
You could point the finger at the corporations for allowing it to grow to such dangerous proportions, specifically big tech, who knew well before it got out of control that it was going to be a problem. You could blame some of the adolescent gamers whose ruthless rage was manipulated into revolutionary action once they had grown up. You could say it was the
So, you're going to blame Facebook because Facebook did what corporations do, and they burn it down to the wire on whether or not they're going to be held accountable. Which, wild, how you aren't also disavowing all the fucking things that have been allowed to happen because Facebook didn't immediately ban a stream and stop you from being able to see violence as it is enacted, which then leads to you not having the sources to use for these wonderful, lovely events that you're fucking hyperbolizing out of the fucking wing-wang.
It's almost as if they have no real set of guidelines, conscience, moral beliefs, but instead just want to oppose the enemy.
I have a question.
Yep.
Do you remember the Capitol riot on May 29th?
Yes.
Where are their videos on that? I know that there have been stuff reported on by Crowder, Poole, all these other figures, but where is theirs? Oh wait, I don't think they want to talk about that because it A, is damaging to their case, and B, not relevant to the bullshit case that they're trying to make here.
I mean,
what did we talk about? No words.
I mean, there were plenty of feminists who tried to storm into federal buildings and federal courthouses concerning so many other fucking things on the congruent level of what was done to Kavanaugh, but you ain't gonna find that footage because it's not relevant to their argument.
Exactly, and they'll either welcome it or just ignore it and let it keep festering because, well, they don't care. They never did care. It's all about one side.
And what about this
keep
bullshit
fighting the war
about
against the one side?
It's about usurping the current political party so that they can rise to the top, take over, wage war against each other, and politically silence the dissident. Meanwhile, they amass so much power that it's almost ridiculous. And on top of that, they want to craft an authoritarian state in which they have final say, control over your life, everything you do, and every action you take.
Now let's see what this bullshit is about the gamer.
Those who vilified every single gamer as if they were misogynist or racist.
There was also all these accusations of sexism and homophobia. Yeah, you didn't toe a line. You were a misogynist. You were sexist. And suddenly, like, the people that we've been reading for, like, years at this point were saying, like, hey, you fans who've been reading us forever, you're sexist, you're misogynist, probably racist. And it was just like, what is happening?
It saves the crony corruption between the publishers and AAA game producers, selling reviews and throwing journalism out the window.
What was that? I don't see you calling your boy a fucking racist, evil Trump supporter. He just said that the Gooba Gay was definitely something that happened, and that what happened was the journalists fucking shat on people for no goddamn reason. Are you sure that he's not a member of the alt-right? Lance, help me!
He's our boy. He's right. He's our boy, Carl.
You don't understand context. We don't need it because it's poison. Context is poison.
If context is poison, I'd like to have several more cans of this kind of poison, please.
Context is poison. Common sense is just racism established by the patriarchy.
Critical thinking is racism.
Critical thinking's for white people. Come on, Carl, you know better.
And common sense is for men. And that's bad. That's bad. No women are allowed to have it ever.
It's toxic masculinity to have common sense.
Toxic white masculinity.
That was an actual argument someone tried telling me.
With that
common sense is toxic masculinity. Because it's crazy to assume what makes sense is common for everyone.
Remember, critical thinking, bad. It's very bad. Critical theory, it is good. Best in world.
Window. You could say it's the mods or the programmers behind 4chan who allowed so many conspiracies to flourish. You could say it was the pundits and influencers who spread the idea to the masses. You could say it was the politicians who embraced this new cult-like approval of their strongman, or perhaps even the president himself cheering them on. But what really lies at the core of all this? After the shooting in Columbine, both parents and politicians began to spread
my fucking god.
atrocity.
But enjoy, blowing your opponent's head off is a problem. I bought this game because it contains the blood and violence that was represented in the arcade version.
And violent video games became the focus. Titles like Night Trap and Doom and Mortal Kombat were seen so grotesque
that was
they were actually affecting
funny.
children's minds. When actual studies and research revealed something
that was most likely not by him.
Hours mowing down aliens, monsters, sometimes even literal Nazis in various games, is that video games themselves, even action or violent ones, don't radicalize a person or cause them to become violent or aggressive. But one of the core lessons from psychology is that sometimes our gut instinct can be wrong. So, what does the literature say? I couldn't find anything, published literature-wise, linking video games to extremism, radicalization, or other things of that nature. Now, me not finding it doesn't mean it's not there. But given the ongoing moral panic about and the abundance of studies arguing for a link between violent or action video games and aggression,
So,
I would have expected to have at least stumbled across
I remember Penn and Teller got invited. Penn and Teller got invited to the Wendy Williams show, and Wendy Williams is going on this huge tirade talking about what's this game called? Final Call of Duty or some shit like that. When instead, how about we turn off the games and give our kids hugs? Let's give our kids more hugs. And he's like, no, you're fucking wrong. Video games don't make people violent. Violence makes people violent. Like, what you're doing is the same thing what the ancient historians did. when they persecuted Galileo and Shakespeare for the jokes in his comedy, for his tragedies, saying that it makes people more violent, but you're just objectively wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
I would have hit the point that she's trying to say. She said that there's no studies that prove that, for that show, whether or not being a gamer playing violent video games, it makes you violent. Weren't there actually studies done on this? And it was proven that no, video game violence does not make you a violent person. It wasn't there. I believe there were studies done on this, actually. But this video is probably like years old, so I don't know. But I believe there were studies that said that, no, it does not, which would make Penn right.
I'm just happy that Wendy Williams is out of fucking job. That's all I'm happy about. That shit was a fucking blight on existence.
What I did find was an examination of U.S. youth violence and general homicide rates compared against movies and video games. And there was a stretch of time in the mid-20th century where there was a small-ish correlation between movie violence and homicide rates, but eventually that reversed. And for violent video games, there's a negative correlation between youth violence rates and video games and video game releases, especially violent ones, where you see a release and there is a decrease in youth violence. So if anything, it seems that violent media is actually reducing real-world harm, not increasing it.
There you go.
Probably because they're not outside committing crimes.
So, was everything going to lie? Of course not. There were so many competing groups and ideologies and pent-up frustration that at the time nearly everything became hyperpolarized. I believe that's no longer the case in modern society. Gators were completely correct, for example. Linus Sarkeesian didn't come from a gamer background.
It's a soundtrack of one song, except I'm doing video games. So
Oh wow, I can't believe you used that very thing and just demonstrated that what you said at the beginning was a lie. Are you gonna go back and say that you lied? No? Then shut the fuck up.
Pulled out.
Fandom. I'm not a fan of video games. I actually had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making this.
So she was effectively an outsider, critiquing a group that saw it as an attack. She didn't get everything correct in her analysis, like the fact, for example, that Hitman doesn't actually require you to murder a sex worker to get through a level. You're in fact punished if you complete the mission that way. And there was absolutely a monstrous problem with the relationship between video game companies and reviewers, just not in the way you think.
There's always been far.
Yes, it is in the way we think, because Nathan Grayson to this day continues to try and simp after Scamaranth. He is probably the #1 reason why there's so many fucking articles written about her, because he really wants to get right up in there, right down the tramp stamp.
He's not a Twitch mod, so of course she's not into him.
Or too close of a relationship between
Jesus fucking Christ. Nathan, you want to fucking become a Twitch mod?
Or like early access to it. You're probably going through PR people. There would be pretty clear conflicts of interest going into like people's coverage of games. And that's just like by design. And also, over the years, I think we're at a pretty subservient press.
Shit, game companies today are massive corporations that spend huge budgets on developing software. Their flagship series need to generate even larger returns for their business models to make sense. To this aim, they force their employees to work excessive hours in a process known as the crunch in order to meet deadlines. They also spend very large amounts of money on advertising directly on the very magazines and websites that will be reviewing their titles later. When game
Yeah, but that's not what they used to do. You know what they used to do, Lance? And I'm gonna go get my fucking bread from the fucking oven. What they used to do is they used to put gambling there in place. Real world gambling, gambling of video games, and then also sex work ads. They can't do that no more. So instead, they had to fucking sell ad space in a way that is normal. They couldn't literally just offload fucking CSGO lotto scams on their audiences.
Because
you literally supported Diablo Immortal, you dumbasses.
You're expecting Nathan to use his fucking brain.
Sounds like they were trying to Team Morton the fuck out of it.
Honestly speaking, Diablo Immortal was a heartbreak for me.
The thing is, oh god, the press release.
I already knew what to expect because I knew it was going to be on mobile.
Don't you?
But it was a heartbreak for me because it actually has some good writing, some good storytelling. It's just the paywall is fucking ridiculous.
But you know, when I even saw parts and clips of the conference, I just sat here like thinking, game journal or game companies are at it again, and you know it. I was right. They were all right. The audience was correct. And the mindset of you have a phone, therefore you should definitely get this thing. Doesn't matter if it costs like $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 to get. the essential gear necessary to level your character well enough. If you have a phone, just take it. It was a problem with Activision with Call of Duty. It was a problem, I believe it was with Ubisoft. Was it? It became a problem with every game company until government started cracking down, and the players especially started cracking down. And for the most part, they said, let's try to scale this back. And then Diablo Immortal came out. And I know there were probably a few games that were fit with their pay models, with their DLC and microtransactions between then and Immortal. But Immortal came out and said, yeah, you know what? Fuck you. We're doing what the hell we want. And we are going to enjoy every penny. And by God, they're enjoying the few pennies they're getting.
The fact that the article was even written and the fact that I have the ability to get the screen cap for it means you can't talk shit. Now, I hope that if I go back and I look at who wrote that article, that I better not see Nathan Grayson's name on it.
Gaming outlets such as Kotaku take a journalistic approach to reporting on game companies, either on their abysmal treatment of workers or insider accounts of development troubles. They can be met with a blacklisting, as was the case with Bethesda.
A type of game we'd never done before. Had a lot of difficulties at launch. And we got a lot of well-deserved criticism.
Or the case of the Dead Effect 2 developer who leaked that they had formed a blacklist in a direct response to negative reviews of the game. Most large publications will get early copies of games so they can review its contents to time exactly with the release of a title.
What's that? There is a literal campaign full of journalists that work together to try and silence businesses. I was definitely told that Sophia Norwitz was lying. What are you talking about? It doesn't exist. You made it up. It's an untrue. It's not true. Are you saying that she was telling the truth? But that means you lied. And you're not a liar. Yeah. She's just an evil alt-right schemer who's trans. Because alt-right hates trans women. They never support, they would never support her like that. It has to be a trick. It's an illusion.
Blair White, Sophia Norwitz. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. I know there are a few more.
You forgot Lilith.
Oh my God, how could I forget Lilith? I love Lilith's voice. Oh my God, how did I forget Lilith?
You mean lesbian Tran Amy? Amy's gonna hate me for saying that.
Amy? Like aimbot Amy?
No, Amy is not trans. Amy, horny woman. Lilith Lovett, horny trans woman. Trans Amy.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fair, yeah. I fucking love Lilith's voice, bro. It's like, fuck it. I don't know, I think I have a thing for, like, voices.
I mean, if you want to be an audiophile, there's porn for that.
I have it.
The game negatively could potentially lose you that privilege, allowing your competitors who aren't as savage to gain a legitimate advantage. If we're being honest, capitalism, and more specifically the endless pursuit of higher quarterlies, has destroyed so much of what made the early video game industry incredible. Massive multiplayer games with microtransactions that don't include in the first place, or bloated collector edition sets, free-to-play games whose profit motive lie in using the exact same techniques as casinos, and most importantly, the never-ending shopping for aesthetics that used to be included.
Okay, so that is dishonest what you just put on screen with Mortal Kombat, because even though I can dislike... No, I'm gonna say it for you. Even though I can dislike the methodology of how Mortal Kombat is just like many of the other AAA titles that have sold themselves out for the buck, while at the same time trying to claim themselves as the more mature option as akin to an Arc System game, or the newest motherfucker on the line, DNF Duel, born out of one of our favorite dress-up fighters, Dungeon Fighter Unlighting. God bless Koreans. They, at least, in the newest editions, have made it possible for you to be able to get those costumes by simply grinding. And not bullshit levels of grinding of you must buy these power-ups in order to do it. No, you need to grind the same way you had to do on fucking Killer Instinct in the Shadow Lords mode, in the fucking towers, to get your unlocks, as well as going to your interactable unlockables dungeon, which is what I'm pretty much going to call the crypt, because that's what it is, and get that content. And since the majority of the game is play the game and play ranked to get said coins, and then play towers to get coins and unlockables as well, you're fucking lying right now. You're telling a very bad lie. The fact you even put them in...
Yes, you can spend money to get shit in Mortal Kombat, but the only thing you get are easy fatalities, skip fights, and coins. That's it. That's all you fucking get.
Not to mention cosmetics, which have, what, barely an advantage?
No, that's MKX.
That's MKX.
MK11, no. MK11, you don't buy cosmetics. MKX, you buy cosmetics. Like the Brazilian pack and etc. But MK11, no, you work for it. I know because I bought it because I wanted to fucking play Marina. Because I simp very hard for Marina.
Very hard, guys. Very hard. Rock hard.
Like, no, like, it's actually wrong. And just saying the name Marina makes me a diamond.
That's wild, son.
Carl, we talked about this. If you could do a pinup of Marina for you, I would pay you.
Okay.
With your original purchase.
This is fantasy. This is not reality. And I don't believe people could punch somebody's head off if they tried.
I know, it's a wild concept. You spend over $50 on a game, and you get the whole game at once. So then, the other question remains. Were gamer gators all incels, or at the very least misogynists? There's no question there was, and still is, a large number of individual actors engaged in behavior like online bullying, hate speech, death threats, rape threats, and swatting. The fact that they were largely anonymous and connected globally 24/7 fueled the scale of abuse. Many of the points raised in feminist frequency in the industry were same.
Nigga, what?
It's no secret that fighting games often feature sexualized female characters.
Every game has an incel.
Wild.
Okay.
Hold on. The character in the front left, Cammy, she's American. The woman in the center, she's actually African.
Yeah, well, yesterday.
And the guy on the right, well, he is Native American. That's his choice. Like aesthetically, that's his choice. But you're gonna make fun of Balrog now because he's black. Is it the gold chain? Is it Balrog's gold chain? The gold chain that Mike Tyson around? You fucking bitch. Go to hell. Go to fucking hell. I hope those hoop earrings get more action than you fucking do.
Elena wears, well, she wears almost nothing. But the bands that she wears on her arms, legs, and neck vaguely suggest African tribal culture. And she possesses that stereotypical character trait of a mystical connection with
To the original question. No, of course not. The problem comes in when people attempt to simply draw lines from each one of these phenomena, like their natural linear evolution.
Nobody but you are drawing lines from these things. Also, what the fuck is elevator gate? Oh my god. Also, while we're on this topic, what you need to stop doing is stop using Watergate as a jumping off point for all your conspiracy theories and or public controversies. You need to let this shit the fucking die.
Gamergate makes kind of sense because it was gamers gatekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
And gatekeeping is actually very healthy. It's the equivalent of having an immune system. By telling people gatekeeping is bad, you're telling them to catch AIDS.
What if they like to be pods? But what if they like to be pods, like their favorite rage pig? Ethan Ralph.
Like, seriously, no, gatekeeping is actually a very necessary thing.
True.
That's how we keep shit like Star Wars from fucking becoming what it is.
True. I wouldn't want to let Ethan Ralph have sex with anyone. Not just because he's a horrible slovenly pig, but because he also has AIDS!
Doesn't Ethan Ralph have a kid after raping someone?
I'm going to say it was probably a situation of traumatic disorder.
He was like, I think she was like 16, 17. I don't remember. It's been a while since I looked up Ethan Ralph. I know he wanted to get into a fight instead of paying child support.
I mean, I know that he committed not child porn. Excuse me. That he committed revenge porn.
Yes. And I've seen it. It's the ugliest shit I've ever seen.
Along the way, learned that they can manipulate it all for their own nefarious purposes. And the worst part about all this is that the whole thing is a sleight of hand. What I mean to say is that secret pedophile cabals, or elite liberal pizza enthusiasts, or even women and non-binary gaming journalists are not actually threatening men. If you look at the current leading causes of death in men, it's first accidental death, a category that combines drug overdoses and car accidents. Now, the leading cause of...
Why are they choosing to commit suicide, Lance? Why are they
because life is hard for men?
And that's the untold story of Gamergate, guys. The reason why men are dying isn't really because of the things that it's talked about. It's actually because this.
Overdoses is from opioids, and the epidemic that swept across North America.
Let me say I'd kill myself before I'd watch this video again.
Oh, guys, the untold story of the Goober
Threatening men. If you look at the current leading causes of death in men, it's first accidental death, a category that combines drug overdoses and car accidents. Now, the leading cause of overdoses is from opioids, and the epidemic that swept across North
The first problems is methamphetamines and controlled Schedule II substances that could put you away in jail for 25 years, like Oxycontin and Concerta.
Also, he's also taking the accidental death things out of proportion. Well, out of context, actually, because it's not drug use, you dumb silly bitch. It's actually workplace incidents. Workplace incidents are a very big major cause of death for men.
But that's context. We don't like context here. Context
of course,
is white supremacy.
Context is the no-no word. Context is bad, very bad. Don't touch me, bad.
Context raped a woman.
Literally the devil.
Literally Hitler. Hitler devil. Devil Hitler. You know, he's like Devil Cosima or Devil Jin. Except
Devil Heihachi.
He has an eye on his forehead, and then the eye itself has a Hitler stash right under it, so it's like he has a third eyebrow.
I wonder how Heihachi feels being the only person that's not technically a devil. His dad became one, his son became one, his wife became one, his grandson became one. And I'm about 90% sure his great-grandson is going to be one.
Companies like Purdue Pharma incentivize doctors to push their products.
The company, one of the three brothers who originally
I think he feels tucked.
would regularly be asking for sales reports. He would be coaching people on how they should go out and push OxyContin to doctors. When you started having people dying of overdoses, he is very involved in emails saying, look, the way we're going to spin this is that it's about drug addicts. These people are criminals. This is not our problem. Blaming the victims. Blaming the victims, absolutely.
On top of which, many of the biggest names in the game spend more money on advertising than they do in R&D. Massive corporations like Walmart and Walgreens were accused of ignoring red flags or addictions and fueling the crisis. Next is suicide, and the leading causes are
I just thought of something.
Healthcare systems not adequately addressing.
Then in 1988, President Reagan slashed federal mental health spending.
Which is?
So Jordan B. Peterson heavily combats men who are on drugs in order to help them raise their life. The left hates Jordan B. Peterson because they hate men. What if the reason why men on the left really hate Jordan B. Peterson is because that if the guys who do drugs die, they have a chance of having less opposition in order to rape women.
Seems big if true.
I know, right? It's a fucking crack.
People end up, for a lot of them, jail. In 2012, there were 10 times as many mentally ill people in prisons and jails than in state hospitals, and close to 400,000 adults with untreated mental illness are in jails. In effect, prisons are the new mental institutions.
With number 7 being unemployment, and number 8 being social isolation.
I'm surprised that here are the greatest top hits in men today still has a job at Al Jazeera Plus, but then again, Soros paid money.
Another large unspoken problem is our addiction to social media. Programmed to keep users on them for as long as possible and reinforced with AI that continues to promote more incendiary content. And we keep going back to this. The profits to shareholders are more important than the health of people.
Facebook surveyed its own systems and found many levers where there were many possible ways they could have been set. And Facebook found that the setting that had been used before, which was optimized for hypergrowth, was potentially dangerous.
So we doom scroll and we hate post, and we don't feel any more fulfilled for doing either. If you're watching this and you're conservative, you may come into it with a bias knowing we skew left, just as we would have done the same had we been watching a conservative documentary, which all naturally tends to serve those in power, profiting off all of our social interactions.
Listen, you would have hated us if you came from this with your perspective, but you see, we're left-wing. We're saying true things now, but we're also not telling the actual truth of this about them, so we're not really being true.
Aren't the left still trying to say that the Republicans started, like, slavery and that they freed the slaves and Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, Democrat? Aren't they lying about that actively?
Yes. There was only 2 people out of the, 119 people who were Democrats that had switched over to Republican positions, never held a position of office again, and then all those other racist Democrats that were all for Jim Crow and all the other laws of slavery and abolition died in the fucking Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Fucking wild shit.
So let's recap. Gamergate was provoked by 2 key incidents that grew into an internet subculture that directly targeted multiple groups. Middle Platypus under the guise of Steve and...
Funny. You don't seem to have the myriad of articles that said the gamer's dead there. Weird.
And was quick to weaponize the phenomenon and turn it into a mainstream culture war. Mike Cernovich at the time became known as the, quote, based lawyer, who approached Gamergate from a legal perspective and rapidly became one of the Gator's heroes. He garnered so much attention that he stopped practicing law to become a full-time men's rights advocate, with pills to boot. He was also a key figure in shifting the online anger towards a new conspiracy theory called Pizzagate. Milo also began promoting Pizzagate once it became popular, going as far as even lying publicly in a speech in LA that he had insider information on it being verified at the highest level of government.
We are going to talk this evening about a few things that are close to my heart, Milo told his audience. Although, I have one announcement to make, which is that sadly, when I announced that I was going to be speaking about Pizzagate this evening, I got a number of phone calls with Washington, D.C. area code saying, not yet.
Eventually, Bannon became the president's chief strategist and rode the wave of patriotism and through QAnon all the way to the insurrection itself. This whole story ends up being less about a singular event, but more about the evolution and mutations of online outrage being synthesized and funneled into real-life action. The media ran around and still runs to this day like a headless chicken, furiously trying to keep up and only observing small pieces along the way. Anyone who's cashed in on the process can have possible deniability.
It really is. It's a magician's trick.
But they never personally advocated for hate speech, or revenge porn, or doxing, or even calls to violence, even if the effects of their work result in it. Jeremy? Oh, wait, did we forget to mention Jeremy?
Why Jeremy?
On a podcast with all the biggest names in outrage, we're going to explain firsthand how lucrative the moral panic over Star Wars The Last Jedi had been.
200,000 subscribers during the Fallout 76 debacle. Another 100,000 during the Battlefield 5 debacle. We all gained big during The Last Jedi, right? And there hasn't been something like that for us. The closest we had in the last year was Kevin Smith's CNET. But like, there hasn't been a big push in the last year. And if there isn't another one next year to kind of refresh viewership, I've already kind of started planning my exit plan. So I'm maximum grip. I mean, you got a mobile game you want me to talk about? Just email me. I'm
How profitable and lucrative it was, and worries that we'll never have a gold rush like that. For those unfamiliar, Jeremy's the host of The Quartering, a popular right-wing pop culture channel on YouTube. He's come a long way from being kicked out of Magic the Gathering for harassment.
Because this video does not show I doxed any female cosplayers. What this is, okay, is a tweet. Not one that I made.
Magnify that death sphere. Now Hannah is spreading false information. I was not banned for harassment. I never was. It was Pepe memes and mild banter with another creator. Now apologize as you have received evidence. Magnify that death sphere.
Why is it still blurry? Yeah, I'm not going to sexualize you. I mean, fuck me if I'm going to say that I wish there was a little slut down here, for me to, for us to pleasure each other, because that's not what you're intended. I mean, oh yeah, look, totally non-sexual here. I mean, who would, in their right mind, ever make a comment about your cosplay giving them an erection? Because fuck you, 13.
Listen, guys, we love when women have sexy clothing, but when women wear sexy clothing in public and sexualize themselves by wearing sexualizing content, by sexualizing themselves and appearing in a state of undress, as long as Jeremy of The Quartering is nearby, we're going to treat it like it's the end of the goddamn world. What's personal accountability? I got tips, bro.
14, 15-year-old kid that doesn't have social skills. Please, everyone on the internet, come and support CS Sprinkle Run on Twitter. Let her know how totally unattractive and unsexual she looks. And maybe she will avoid these digital rapes.
Exposed for his numerous transphobic, racist, and homophobic comments.
Trans people always get lumped in with women, and for example, and people of color, okay?
What's wrong with these
From a biological standpoint, they're still male. Boyish-looking lesbian takes this and turns it into this? You mean to tell me that there's not some agenda there?
Excuse me, Jeremy the Quartering, but you'd actually now committed a hate speech. That is not a young woman. That is a man.
She-man!
For people who don't get the joke, Noelle Stevenson has come out as transgender.
And has made a self-insert of themselves as She-Ra.
We really have come full circle on the Zero comments. Marvel did it again!
Marvel's Stan Lee rises from his grave just to T-pose and radiate heavenly light before going back to the afterlife.
Not that Marvel. Marvel boy. Marvel guy.
Is it like that Star Wars girl?
No.
Because I love that Star Wars girl.
No. It was a deplatformed creator that had years and years on the platform where they were basically not spoken about, except by me. And when they came back, they changed their handle. I believe I believe now they go by a femboy style, but they are the ones that created Zero. If you want to go look that up, you should be able to find it.
Okay. Also, another thing. I think It's a Gundam loves that Star Wars girl.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I thought he was gay, actually.
No, he's straight. He's 100% straight. He jokes. He talks about it all the time. Like all the gay jokes are just him joking.
Wild. I can see it. It's attractive.
Like he keeps saying, a lot of his jokes are straight up just, I can't relate to this because I'm apparently a black straight male, which makes me the enemy.
Wild.
Trying to shield himself by saying he has two gay black dads, being exposed for revealing his father is in fact white, only to double down and say his biological father isn't a gay polycule with his other two gay black dads.
My family is none of your business, and it's really shocking to see how openly phobic you are. Hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon.
To pumping the outrage button on every woman or minority who ever finds themselves in a lead role. And let's not forget Brie Larson.
You mean doing the same kind of clickbaiting that you did?
Yeah. You made 20 videos on Brie Larson. Are you obsessed? No. I was giving the people what they wanted. And because of that, look at what Brie sent me. A beautiful Brie shed.
See, this is the shed. This is the Brie shed he bought to taunt her.
While currently making a living off trying to fuel the very same animosity women in the non-binary.
It's a flex.
He's also simultaneously upset how anyone would suggest that he had anything to do with Gamergate.
My very first video on this channel is from 2017. 3 full years after the peak, 2 years after the valley, and several years after anyone ever cared about this.
Jeremy, no one is accusing you of creating Gamergate.
Correct.
You cultivated an audience using the very same form of moral panic.
We're not accusing you of creating the problem, but we're accusing you of creating the problem.
I remember us saying this back when Aiden was still in the call, back when we had Paleo in the call, back when we had we had everyone in the call, like, earlier. And we were talking about this, like, the quartering wasn't fucking there. Also, it's crazy to me that he doesn't mention Chris Raygun. Because Chris Raygun really didn't do shit. Or Armored Skeptic. Like, he's just been talking about Milo.
Yes, it's the untold story of Gamergate. A constantly told story about Jeremy of the Quartering.
Yes. The fucking... Gamergate, the untold story. Can you start talking about people who are actively involved in game? Hello? Who was part of Gamergate? Richard Spencer wasn't. Milo wasn't. Jeremy from the Quartering definitely fucking wasn't. Who here?
You know what I'm seeing that's not untold that I'd like to talk about? I'd like to talk about the transgender activists. Like the one in New York City that immolated themselves on a park bench. The name escapes me at this point in time, but I've talked about it openly before. A transgender woman...
That is, please do not...
A transgender woman who immolated themselves on a park bench because nobody supported them in their Gamergate struggle, and they simply wanted to end it all. And they were cited by the witnesses that watched them commit this gruesome act by saying, "I didn't know that it would hurt this much," while screaming in pain. I'd like to talk about the young Asian woman who threw herself in front of a bullet train because she too, dealing with the fucking fallout of leftists not supporting them in their fucking activism, simply allowing them to shove off this mortal coil and into the tracks of the A train.
Like, these people have, you know, actual fucking problems and concerns.
I'd like to hear about any of those stories, or how, ironically enough, because they were there, how you're not talking about the Honey Badgers and how they actually had a hand in that with a whole-ass porn star. A whole-ass porn star in Slave Leia outfit that was more than happy to be on the front lines and do her due diligence for the fellow gamers.
Funny thing, I want to talk about how a lot of Japanese AVs are fronted by the Yakuza in order to collect debt from women while they actually rape them.
True. And yet, none of that shit was spoken
about. We can't talk about that. That's too depressing a topic. How about we talk about Gamergate for the 90th time? Come on, guys. Gamergate, we found a new component that was never there in the first place, but we'll pretend like it always was. Does Gamergate have connections to Putin?
Maybe.
It's connections to Nigerian prince.
Let the inflation rise another 1.5. We'll find some collusion.
Did Gamergates cause the rebellions in Shanghai?
Really, past couple months.
All hail Mao Zedong.
That's what happens if the inflation goes another 3 points high.
I know.
Shocking similarities. What's going on in Magic the Gathering, how it parallels with a lot of the core issues of Gamergate.
And he's not alone. Conservatives will continue to push whatever talking point is either the most politically effective or...
And he's not alone. Conservatives. Yes. The image of conservatives.
How it parallels with a lot of the core issues of Gamergate. And
he's not alone.
This is also early, like, hold up. Is that the Nerdist?
Nerdist, as of Heel vs. Babyface, Ryan Cannell of the RK Outpost, OMB Reviews, Comics Division, The Quartering, D-Day Cobra himself, since he's hosting the stream on his channel. 1/4 quarterback Garrett, who is a member of Nerdrotic, which means by an extension, not only are you talking about D-Day Cobra and Geeks and Gamers, you're also by extension talking about the entirety of Nerdrotic, which now throws in a bunch of people like Piper Perry and Chrissy Mayer. No. Piper Perry is X-Ray Girl. The tech person for Nerdrotics, because Quarterback Garrett, before he was done working with and moved on to greener pastures from Crowder, went to Geeks and Gamers. So you're talking shit not just about the Quartering, but now throwing extension hate on pretty much, well, let's see how many connections of Carl we can make here, guys. You're throwing shit on the Quartering, and you're throwing shit on D-Day Cobra, I mean, you're showing shit on the entirety of Geeks and Gamers, and then you're throwing shit on Gary of Nerdrotic, which means you're throwing shit on the entirety of Nerdrotic's Productions and Friday Night Tights. That's a lot of people to call part of Gamergate, bro, which also now includes $2.5 million hold, Young Ripper 59, which now is a connection.
No. Let's not forget it's a Gundam.
Well, I haven't forgotten it's a Gundam. I'm getting there.
Okay.
You're including people like Honor, you're including people like Gundam, you're including people like Heels vs. Babyface, because he has his own fucking publication as well. You're including the Arcade Outpost. You're including all these people individually as people, so that's a lot to do with, and that includes the women too, including people like Chrissy Mayer, who's just a fucking podcaster, who, ironically enough, is probably one of the few ones that have made me have the ability to not dislike Brittany fucking Venti out of my goddamn mind, because of how fucking annoying she is. It also means you're doing this extension to Destiny, which you're not gonna fucking own that. But you're not gonna fucking own that shit the fuck up. All of these people, you're just slandering at a distance because, guys, we really don't fucking like the Gordon. He's a part of the problem. Better slap that yellow fucking label across the rest of the screen, fucking Lance. They're all part of the problem, according to you.
I'd really like to hear how they're going to shit on the latest Nerdrotic, when he has lived a fucking metal life that has deserved some very well due concern. Like, this man used to inject heroin into his veins and worked on that shit by himself before starting a YouTube channel. I want to hear how he's problematic when, technically speaking, he is an individual minority by himself, because he is a demographic of ex-junkies, which I thought we cared about, guys.
We don't care about those demographics. It don't make us money. What makes us money is pandering to women. Fuck these men. There's not a single woman here. Although we can't assume their gender. They might be able to present differently than how they're on camera. But fuck them guys. Yeah.
Either the most politically effective, or from a content creator side, the most lucrative.
This is one of these things where I realize sometimes we all want to think that we can sort of get a story and understand the story, and I want to think that I can sort of read enough about something that I can understand it and explain it in a kind of simple way. This is one of these things that just goes beyond everything. It is truly a rabbit hole of information and misinformation, and one of these things where you can't make everybody happy. I really, at this point, the more I know about it, the less I actually know.
Liberals will continue to eat.
So let's see here. That's the entirety of Geeks and Gamers, the entirety of Nerdrotic, and every single person attached to Friday Night Tights. Ooh, you know what that means? You actually are now talking shit about Every Frame of Pause. Oh shit, is Mahler connected to the Goober Gay? Is Rags connected to the Goober Gay? Is Dishonored Wolf connected? Is Fringy connected? Is JX connected? Oh no, now we're hitting the trans people. Is the trans individual who existed before all this shit and never touched a single fucking touch of it, are they too connected to the Goober Gay?
J Long is connected to the Goober Gay.
J Long's connected to me, which means I'm connected to the Goober Gay, and I wasn't fucking here for any of this shit! I investigated it into my own!
Just because we know you, all of us are now too, including the viewers.
We're all Goobergate. I'm Goobergate. You're Goobergate. We're all Goobergate.
Either enable or ignore the systems that foster inequality, while the please catch it, or ignores what's really happening until it's too late. When I was young, I used to take every part-time job I could get, neighbor's yard or cleaning the dishes or something like that. Just
why are you standing in front of this fucking projector screen, Lance? I don't fucking care.
And get a Nintendo just one game and do it all.
Wait, that's I thought it was part of the Impractical Jokers.
No. He does look like the friend they sent out on the shit fucking pants. Oh, fuck.
Had an Atari Jaguar at one point.
But why are you saying this in front of a projector where it's very clearly hurting your fucking eyes, and instead of just standing in the fucking room while this is playing in the background? Why aren't you just doing that voiceover, playing the video game and enjoying the video game? Why are you using video games as a literal backdrop to your sob story after you just lied for an hour and 3 minutes?
Because you can't afford a green screen or a green blanket.
And that ended up coinciding with the time that was really bad in my life, where, you know, most of my peers in high school would be partying on a Friday night. I would just be sitting at home trying to pull the sword out in Secret of Mana, or running around terrified of the Pyramid Head in Silent Hill 2. And if someone had come up to me and told me that the only thing in my life at that time that was making me happy was wrong, or evil, or made me misogynist or racist just for enjoying it, I honestly would have told them, fuck you.
Okay, but did they call you a negroid and say that you pander to people on the internet? Because that's what was said to me, and video games is the reason I didn't commit Not Alive. Lance, fucking deal with your problems.
Lance, you are a pussy.
Where the fuck did that come from?
No. Like, legitimately. He is a pussy.
Why? I just wanted to hear why you think
I want to hear the logic too. I'm inclined to agree with you, but I want you to share your work.
Okay. This man is saying, oh, because the people, even if we could even agree and say, yeah, people who play video games are sexist pigs. Yeah, fuck it. Let's say they're racist too. Let's say they're is phobe and that phobe. Let's say that. He is a fucking pussy because instead of doing something about it, or even trying to make sure that people even leave that lifestyle, all he's just doing is sitting here bitching about it with this I'm about to cry face and saying, oh, video games themselves must be inherently racist since they bring about racist. No, you fucking retard, you dumb beta male. No.
It's a pussy because he can't even fucking research it. All he has to do is just spout shit and believe all that he's saying.
He's a pussy because all he can do is sit here and cry instead of taking action, instead of fucking doing anything.
Well, to be fair, the crying face is probably because
and lying about it too. He looks like Noah Antweiler if he was even more of a beta man. Stop crying, get your ass off the fucking couch and do something with your life. You waste of space.
You said something beast, mother. He said that a white man looks like an even more depressed white man with a moppy hair. It's wildin'. You got even my mother concerned. Oh my god.
For the love of God, do something with your life. Stop bitching and complaining and do something. You weak dick, beta male, crybaby, pussy.
But doing something would have to include him being critical of his own views, and he can't fucking do that. So he has to be a whiny fucking bitch baby.
I don't want to hear any of that. Young Ripper raised $2.5 million to make his own comic book line because he got sick of their shit.
Bro.
I don't want to hear any of that.
Bro.
If he can do that, if he can raise $2.5 million that is truly action. That is a man's man, bro. That is.
You have to have testicles to do that kind of thing. Eric has testicles for 10 men. This dude is probably one of those people who gave his testicles over to Eric so that Eric can do this shit. This man gave away his testicles.
No, he's been
No one cared about the video. No one even cared about what you were saying.
It'd be a bit more
you have the fucking nerve to cry. How many takes did it get it for you to make this cry right? How many takes?
Probably one because he's blinding his ass. And when you go blinding your ass with any light, your eyes are going to water. So he's like, this is the perfect take. They're going to be sympathetic. I can't see now, but they're going to be sympathetic because they think I'm crying about the situation. Not about my eyes being fried by my projector. Perfect monetization.
Also, yeah, that is important. Graphics Hero, thank you for mentioning that. I was gonna slip my mind because I was still fucking tripping off of how wild Chris is talking. But yeah, no mention of Medicare whatsoever when he was very much important to the beginning of spreading and proliferating the shit that became the Goober Gays talking points. But
Instead of talking about any real substance from Gamergate, you could have talked about Sargon's run for political power. You could have talked about legitimately anything involving Mr. Medical, the kill stream, anything, the rise of Keemstar. You instead talked very much about nothing involving Gamergate except for jerking off Anita Sarkeesian and finger blasting Zoe Quinn.
Gamergate is literally January 6th.
You wasted hours of our lives that we can never get back because you decided to do no research and only talk about what you knew, kind of.
Can I just hear an unknown woman's voice?
Please, for the love of God.
I know I heard woman.
Died.
I know I heard female.
You did not. For the love of God, eat shit and die, man. Jesus.
There's a possibility you might have heard it from my background, but I doubt it. They're in another part of the area I'm in, pretty far away, so
No, I distinctly remember hearing a woman. Don't you bullshit me, Rifle Parrot. I know when I help. Oh my god, I knocked down my memory again.
I'm actually like infuriated looking at this Noah Antweiler lookalike.
Oh god, the memes are becoming reality to the point that I am losing it. Noah Antweiler
looks like was more heart. Noah Antweiler's downfall was more heartbreaking than this. And Noah Antweiler's the spooning one.
Could you post a picture of him so I could see it for later after we're done here?
Oh no, I can put it up here right now. Right here.
What's it?
Right here. Right.
Yeah, I've had to sit on watch together for about a couple of hours now because every time I've gotten off and back on, it's gone wonky. Which is why when I mess with the time and shit, and you got on me about it pretty humorously, yeah, I was sorry because if I leave, it fucks up. So I had to sit here the whole time.
It's okay.
Noah Antweiler looks like the final boss of the Ash versus the Evil Dead.
Yeah, I see it. That definitely does look like a Dead's face.
I'm DMing it to you. Rifle Parrot.
I'll just put up on the screen for anybody who didn't know what Antweiler looked like because they didn't watch things like the Swoldy one.
The only thing I watched from the Spoonie one was his Ultimate Series because I really liked the Ultimate Series.
Yep.
His Ultimate Series retrospective was actually very good.
And then he got mad, and then nobody gave him his quote-unquote respect.
No, that's not what happened. He was slow.
I know. I was joking. And all that for a joke about a woman that is now a man.
Wait. April's a man now?
No, that would be the girlfriend he was with. This was about Hope Chapman, now the male that they are, whose name I have forgotten because I forgot their trans name.
No. The joke was about April.
About locking Hope Chapman up in his basement and loving her
No, that
his
was
way?
April. He was talking about April.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. To get canceled over something that you were talking about with your own girlfriend. That's wild.
No, wrong April. I'm talking about the one that was always with Todd in the Shadows. The one who was dating, what's his name? No, he was talking about Jessa Otaku. Fucking...
Yes! That was her name. Jessa Otaku was Hope Chapman. That was their name. Before they changed it and became trans. That's why I'm sitting here confused like, remember, I use people's real names!
That's why, yeah. I use screen names for some form of anonymity.
No, I do my research. I use real names because I do my research.
No, but seriously, this guy pissed me off.
But anywho, we only have a few minutes left.
For a sex scandal in his name.
You only have a few more seconds left. Let's see what else Lance has to say here.
So I get it. I really do.
What? I mean, what am I doing here? What are we doing? Like, you're just standing next to you awkwardly this close while you just go off on some crazy unhinged diatribe? I thought it would make more sense. What do you mean make sense? Like, am I not a man? Can I not speak?
Months of stability so I could actually work on stuff and move on would be great.
Hey guys, the joke is that they stood there like that the entire fucking time for an hour. So funny, bro. It was so funny.
Joke under any other topic falls flat because of what they're discussing.
Like, it's not funny considering that people have died. It's super not funny considering how much money that they have made profiteering off people, because you know what's a really bad untold story of the Gooba Gay? The fact that you motherfuckers made away gangbusters and continue to as priority creators because you lied about your opposition and said they're literally killing people. There's an untold story.
And the part that kills me the most about Gamergate is they technically won. They're still winning.
In terms of social credit and marketplace, they'd been winning for a very long time. But now, because of things like the Rippaverse and other things like it becoming more common, as it starts to happen in more avenues that they originally had control over, they are now being disrupted and reminded. You only have control of what you originally destroyed. We have made something new, and you are completely divested away from it because we don't want to be near you. And in the cycle of you are not accepting us, you must accept us, we do not feel accepted here, you do not belong here, we just went ahead and skipped the letting you get close to us and telling you to fuck off, and we have already told you fuck off from a distance, made our shit, and now you're fucking applying for passports to Carltopia. And like I said before, bitch, stop acting brand new. You already knew what time it was. Fuck you mean?
Like honestly, fucking speaking. Like, but the Riververse is, oh my god, it is the change we all needed.
Granted, this already happened with Cyberfrog and Jawbreakers, but you see, that was Ethan Van Sciver's time,
that was essentially like a one-shot.
That was Richard Meyer's time. Richard Meyer's still making shit, and he's still drawing into Gangbusters, but, well, before, like, this was literally the entirety of what happened with the constant consternation of the Comics Gate. I was literally doxxed by Infamous because of that bullshit.
Yeah. My whole thing is, right? My whole thing is, that was kind of the start, right? That was kind of the start.
Correct.
But it kind of ultimately died down. It wasn't as big.
Correct.
It was, and effectively, it was like one-shots.
It was what a person could call a flash in the pan, a disconnected event that led to the rumblings that created the consequences of what they are now living through and have to deal with. In other words, Ethan Van Sciver and Richard Meyer walked so that Ripper could crip walk on his faces.
Exactly. Fucking crip walk through the set and fucking show him how it's done. Because he raised $1 million in a day. That's money Disney wish they had right now.
I was right over the steps.
True. Well, let's get to the last of this, because I am now I'm now an hour over. Words are hard.
And I don't know, I don't think I can stop. And I think the simple fact of the matter for me is I love games more than they hate me.
No, you don't, because you're not making them.
You sure about that?
You're certainly not making them.
She says as she cries in her Avril Lavigne style getup.
That's a bit of a disrespect to Avril Lavigne.
It is.
So is this their way of saying that they're furries? I don't understand the doggy notes.
Yes, I don't fucking know. I think it's them like saying, job well done, guys. We told the untold story of Gamergate by not talking about Gamergate.
This was only made possible by the generosity of our supporters. It'd be really cool if you could stop using my font. It'd be really nice if you could stop using my fucking fonts, please. Thank you.
It would be really cool if you just stopped. Just
what are we doing?
stop, please.
What are we doing? Why am I here?
I'm not asking you to kill yourself. I'm just asking you to stop.
Does he not have a voice? I don't know. We only ever see Lance talking. I have never seen you, random person who clearly is the other plural in the serfs. I think that's a bit concerning, don't you think? Isn't it weird how Lance is the face of your brand, effectively?
Yep. All I ask is that not that you die, but that you just stop living.
I do not avow the messages of Neg Chris. I am not responsible for what happens because of his actions. I am just a ha-ha funny one.
But I don't advocate he die. I just advocate he goes to an island far, far away and just contemplates his life.
Of all the people that migrated to Canada and Australia when Trump got elected, why weren't you any of them?
Because only like 7 of them did. What do you think he'd be like number 8? Oh man, the lucky number 7 is already passed. Well, I'll be unlucky 8 if I do. Screw it, I'm staying here.
Why did you say that so much like this?
It's the principle of a thing. You have to be silly, and therefore you have to make just the right weird voices. You have to be an impressionist. You know this, Carl.
Approve.
You know this.
I approve. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have for today, because my brain is thoroughly fried out now. Carl finna take a nap, and then he finna do some real gamer work to make sure that he can sustain this fucking bond. And I will be seeing all of you again. Same Carl time, same Carl channel. And remember, if you wish to be able to support the broadcast, you can support through all of the links that can be found in the description bar and box below. That is Ko-fi, Substar, Subscribestar, and also twitch.tv/SinglePlayerCarl. If you wish to support in any other ways possible, please contact me to be able to give a $100 donation to the United Negro Carl Fund, because a Carl is a very nappy thing to waste. Goodbye, everybody. I'm leaving now. I will see you next time.
Bye.
Where we go on to and face stupid shit versus the chat.
And remember, that is bullshit blazing.
And remember, turn off your oven before you leave your house. Bye, everybody.
Leave it on, collect insurance.
Goodbye.
I'm going to hell. Bye.
We're all